Good evening, everyone. If everyone could please take their seats. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of the Sacramento City Council. It's every Tuesday. We welcome you, and let's call the roll to establish a quorum, please.
Okay, so we'll start with Member Ashby. Warren. Harris.
Here.
Hanson.
Here.
Chenier.
Here.
Guerra.
Here.
Jennings.
Here.
Carr.
Here.
And Mayor Steinberg.
I am here. Thank you, and Councilmember Ashby, and I was here as well. So we begin with, we have a lengthy and substantive agenda tonight. We're going to try to move through it. I know that, different people are here for important items, and we're going to do our best to get to you all as quickly as we can. But let's begin with the presentation recognizing the legacy of Cesar A. Chavez and the 2017 March. We have both Councilmember Guerra.
Mr. Mayor,
I forgot the pledge.
Pledge of Allegiance.
That's not good. Okay. Let's roll back the tape, everybody. And let us begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I would like Chris Granger, CEO of the Sacramento Kings, and how proud we were this weekend to bring the NCAAs to the Golden One Center. Thank you. Please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good. Thank you, Chris. We'll hear from you in just a bit. All right. As I was saying, I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Guerra and Councilmember Warren, I believe, on the presentation regarding the Cesar Chavez holiday in March. Please.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's my honor to do our annual recognition of Cesar Chavez Day and the Cesar Chavez March here at the council meeting today. We do have a resolution that I won't read entirely. In fact, what I will ask is for our community that's here working with Cesar Chavez, both the grandson that we have here today, Andres Chavez, the grandson of the great Cesar Chavez, also Francisco Garcia from LULAC is here as well. With Lacla, yeah, and we also have the good people of LULAC over here, Luisa Manchaca and Efren Gutierrez, to join us as well. And then also from Teatro Nahual, Richard Falcon, who has a great theater production of Cesar and Ruben. And also joining us today are the great students of Sacramento State University from the College Assistant Migrant Program, our Hornets over here. And first, I'd like to welcome and invite Andres Chavez to say a few words. He's, as I mentioned earlier, grandson of Cesar Chavez. He also grew up in farm work labor and was active in all of the rallies, pickets, demonstrations, education, and campaigns from a young age. And now got his degree from Cal State University, Bakersfield, in public policy and public administration, and has come to Sacramento to join Sac State in leading both the high school education GED program, HEP program, and also the CAMP program that's helped so many students like myself in the past to get a college degree from communities who have come from migrant farm working backgrounds to Sacramento. So Andres Chavez, let's give a big round of applause for Andres Chavez here. Welcome.
Sacramento City Council, thank you again for continuing on the legacy of my grandfather, Cesar Chavez, especially Councilmember Guerra and Mayor Steinberg. You guys have always been strong advocates for the farm workers' cause, so we truly appreciate it. I'm also here with Mark Grossman, my grandfather's longtime press secretary and speechwriter, who's going to say a couple words as well, because I think he deserves it. So, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note that the United Farm Workers President, Arturo Rodriguez, and Paul Chavez, the president of the Cesar Chavez Foundation, and many of Cesar's children and grandchildren are going to mark Caesar's actual birthday on March 31st, a Friday, and the state holiday by coming to Sacramento to attend the gala performance of the play Caesar and Reuben that Richard Falcone is a musical director on. And we wanted to make a point of inviting the entire council to attend that gala performance on Friday, March 31st at 7 p.m. at Grant Union High School Theater. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a big round of applause for another community advocate there, Mark Grossman. And, of District 5 in Curtis Park, from what I understand. Also, I'd like to ask Francisco Garcia, who has worked with LACLA. He's the second vice president of LACLA, the Labor Council of Latin American Advancement, who will have the the march, this upcoming March 25th, I think at 10 a.m., is that correct? And you, Francisco Garcia, a couple words about the annual march and why it's so important in Sacramento to participate.
Okay. First of all, I would like to say it's an honor for me to meet Andres and for all the great work that his grandfather did. One thing that we try to focus in Sacramento is that our march, is not a parade. It's more of a political statement. We're facing all kinds of issues with this new administration we have in Washington, with their anti-immigrant policies and their bans on different things. So that's why we honor Cesar's accomplishments, but we also want the people to know that the struggle still continues. And we will always be here to do that. But I also want to say thank you to the city council, because you guys have always worked with us. Mayor Steinberg worked with us on different titles that he held. And Mr. Warren, thank you for helping us with the parking, that we're going to have free parking. And please come out. It's more important now because we're going to be getting people to register to vote, showing people how important it is to be involved, so we don't have another disaster like what we have now in Washington.
All right. Thank you very much, Francisco Garcia. All right. So, we have a resolution here, but before that, I think one of the things that Sacramento has prided itself on recently is this concept of farm to fork. But you can't even get to the fork if you don't have the farm workers at the farm that's getting the food on the table for all of us here today. And so why is it so important that we continue the legacy of Cesar Chavez? And what he talked about was that it is community involvement, it is unity that brings us together to ensure that working families are supported. And with that, it's my honor to I'll just read a couple parts of this resolution here, and that's whereas Cesar Chavez, a true American hero, was a civil rights advocate, great humanitarian and communicator, as well as one of the most heroic figures in our time. His motto in life, "Si se puede, it can be done," embodies the uncommon and invaluable legacy he has left for the world's benefits. And since his death, dozens of communities across the nation have renamed schools, parks, and streets, libraries, and other public facilities in his honor. Therefore, be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Sacramento that we do hereby recognize and applaud the efforts of Cesar E. Chavez, and do hereby honor him for his commitment and dedication to his timeless vision for a better world. Congratulations to all the efforts, and as they said, si se puede, Sacramento, si se puede. Now, Councilmember Warren, did you have some comments to say?
Just a couple. First of all, Eric, I want to thank you and the mayor and the council for recognizing all that are participating in this continued struggle for equality, unity. There are a lot of things that some try to use to divide us, but they're really much more that can bring us together. And I think the kind of work that you're doing helps to do that. I want to really encourage people to come out to Grant High School to see the show, the play of Caesar and Reuben. A lot of you may not know about the show that's going to be at Grant High School, but it's really about the life story of Cesar Chavez and Ruben Salazar, who was the first reporter. He was a reporter for the LA Times, but he was the first reporter that really covered the Chicano movement and Cesar Chavez. And so it really helped to tell the story in a broader context and really made the struggle real for people who were not actually in the struggle. And so that play is going to be March 24th, 25th at Grant High School at 8 p.m. The 26th, it's going to be at 2 p.m. And on the 31st at 7 p.m. And then on the 1st of April, which is the closing night, it will be at 8 p.m. And so I really, Mr. Falcone, I want to thank you for, I really want to thank you for what you've done to help make this show a reality here in Sacramento. And Grant High School is my alma mater, is where I went to high school, and in my council district, and it's something we're very proud to be hosting in our district. And to all the young people, I'd just like to say, stay engaged, continue doing the good things that you guys are doing, and it's very pleasing to see you come and really be a part of this. So with that, Eric and Mr. Mayor, I'd like to turn the mic back over to you, but we're very pleased to support this initiative.
Thank you for your comments. I'm just going to make a very brief comment. Last week, a number of us were in Washington, D.C., and I went to the White House with Councilmember Guerra and other community leaders to sharply question the administration's representatives on immigration. And I couldn't help but notice the contrast, because the previous time I had been in that same room, it was the White House film room in the old executive office building. I was a guest of the United Farm Workers to watch the premiere of the Chavez movie with President Obama giving the live introduction. And it reminded me, and tonight reminds us, and Cesar Chavez's birthday reminds us, that we do not celebrate the holiday just to think about the great contributions of the past, but we celebrate the holiday to motivate ourselves, each other, and our community about the importance, especially with young people, to reclaim and to claim your community and your country. And the fight is never won, but you can make it a lot better for a lot more people if you don't give up and live the spirit of Cesar Chavez. So thank you so much for being here tonight. We appreciate it. We got to move on. Thank you.
We'll take a quick photo here, but before we do that, ¿se puede?
Sí se puede.
Órale, let's get everybody here together. Right back here and have some of the students hold this. And let's get you guys in time to bring everybody in. Feel free to move them around. Yeah. Big round of applause for all these kids out here today.
Okay, thank you. Great way to start a busy city council meeting. Let us move to the we have one other presentation. Councilmember Warren, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I'd like to announce to the crowd that we have a dignitary in the audience, and I think it's appropriate that we recognize he and his wife. We have the ambassador from Laos that has come to Sacramento to join us. I'd like to ask them to come up to the mic, please. Also, Mr. Tao, is Mr. Tao here as well? Ty, you come up, please, and yes. And so, Ambassador is visiting us here in Sacramento from Washington, D.C., and several years ago, I had a chance to travel to Laos with a delegation of Hmong business leaders from our region, and we made some very good contacts, and we talked about a variety of things: cultural exchange, opportunities for educational exchange, and then at that time there were also some business people from Sacramento that were of Hmong descent that were looking to go back to their native land of Laos to potentially do some business. And we had a chance to go to the embassy there in Laos and met with a variety of elected officials. And so it is my pleasure to receive the ambassador here. We had a nice dinner last night, and with some of the Hmong business leaders as well. I'm speaking.
Where'd you take them? Somewhere good? Sacramento?
See what I got to deal with, Mr. Ambassador? Okay. I'm trying.
Somewhere great?
We were actually in your council district,
Oh,
so.
good.
But no, I think it's not often enough that we really have a chance to interact with people at the highest of levels. And so, Mr. Ambassador, we'd like to welcome you here. We'd like to have a few remarks, maybe from you and Tai Tao briefly. And then we also have a couple of gifts we'd like to give you as well, and then take a couple of pictures with the mayor and myself and the rest of the council. So would you?
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, council member, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me and my wife and my staff to have the opportunity to come to Sacramento, to California, especially to Sacramento. It is my first time in Sacramento. Especially, I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to come and join your council meeting today. My purpose to come to Sacramento, to California, as you know that in California we have large Lao, Hmong, Mien, and Lao multi-ethnic group living in California. That's why I would like to those Lao multi-ethnic group to be a bridge linking between United States and Laos, with the hope that those people can help to promote trade and investment between the United States and Laos, especially between California and my country. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador.
I wanted to also have Mr. Tao speak. Tai is one of the giants in the Hmong community in our region. And I say that so not literally, because he is an example of very big things coming in small packages. But just as a little bit of information about him, this gentleman was born in Laos, had to escape to come to America, and his journey was really a journey that should be in movies. But he came to America as a young person, could not speak English, learned how to speak English. He has 6 kids? 6. He has 6 kids, and all of his kids went to like UC Davis or the UCs and some of the more prominent schools. And it's really, in fact, one of his daughters is also a lawyer. And I'm fortunate that his youngest child, Sean, is on my council staff. But it really is an example of really what when we put our mind to achieving things, that nothing is off limits, everything is possible. And this Mr. Tao is a shining example of that, and it is my pleasure to have you come to the council as well with the ambassador. So a couple of words, Mr. Tao.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you for mayor and all the city council. I'm really happy to be here tonight because our Lao ambassador is with Sacramento in the first time. So we had a tour with him yesterday and today to visit our town and our city. So that's why I'm here today. So thank you very much.
Okay. So I'd like to,
So much,
we'd
Mr.
like to
Chairman.
take a picture with the ambassador, present you with a couple of gifts, and also Mrs. Ambassador as well, we're going to present you with something. And so, if, Mr. Mayor, would you join
Yes,
me
of
down,
course.
please? We have a nice pretty pin of Sacramento. This is for Mrs. Ambassador. Mr. Ambassador, this is for you. In fact, would you all?
I got one yesterday from the mayor of Eglop.
Of where? Elk Grove?
Stephen Lee. So, this is also. President of the Kings is here, you guys, so look what we have. This is a professional basketball team.
This is now a rarity.
One, two, three. Right.
I'll text it to him.
Okay, thank you. Now let's get to the consent calendar, please. And then I have some suggestions regarding the rest of tonight's agenda.
Okay, so we have quite a few things to cover on the consent calendar night. We have items 1 through 20. I do have a couple of things I need to read into the record, and we have those that have signed up to speak. So the first correction to the record is item number 9, and under the recommendations, section 2 should be changed to read that the city manager is authorized to release 2015-16 year-end resources from available fund balance in the general fund and increase the police department expenditure budget for the amount of the lump sum payments to SPOA members. The next change to be read into the record for consent is item number 15. This is the Riverfront Joint Exercise of Powers Agreement. And the second resolution needs to be amended as follows. Section 1 should state that the city manager is authorized to sign the agreement attached as Exhibit A to form the Riverfront Joint Powers Authority, and the table of contents, Exhibit 8, should reference that same agreement. Additionally, Section 9 was omitted and has been distributed as supplemental material for you earlier today. Okay, so those are the changes. We have 4 people that are signed up to speak. Item number 1 will be Mac Worthy, and this is the regulation of non-volatile marijuana manufacturing. Mac?
Good afternoon, panel. Mac Worthy. People, did you all really explain to those people what they're getting into with this regulation, where that money going to be going? Testing to a lab? They cannot make it with the tax on it and a lab tested it. People, if you're going to get involved, get you an attorney and file an injunction against this stuff. Now, we was told a few days ago, only one black person had a dispenser in Sacramento out of 30. That's unbelievable. Do you know it costs you almost $45,000 to pull up one of these? Why didn't you tell these people that? You run around talking about regulations. You cannot pay the tax you're asking for and function, and you got a lab. Who gonna own the lab? How many people that got a dispenser know anything about the testing? Nothing. That's pimping people. That's not helping them. That's pimping the people. You could have told them up front, this thing got to be studied when you talk about testing it. Now, that came to me at least 8 years ago. I was on the way to South Carolina, and I told I don't know anything about what is quality and what is not quality because I drink Cavassier. I don't deal with it. So I bring some of the best liquor on the market. I don't deal with getting loaded in my membrane being swollen up. Tell the people the truth is what's going to happen here. You're going to fix it so the underground people are going to make a fortune of you. Right here. The underground people are going to make a fortune because the people are going to have to steal it and sell it to the underground people to make money. So wake up. Go back and sit down and talk to them. I will sit in with you and ask the question. A lot of them don't even have the knowledge of business to ask the question. Have you looked at that application? Look at that application and you'll see you almost have to have a degree to understand what you all got in there.
Thank
So
you.
help the people instead of pimping them.
Thank you, Mr. Worthy.
Armando Flores. Armando, you're next to speak on items 4 and items 9. You get 2 minutes for both those together, 2 minutes total for those consent items.
2 minutes for both?
Consent calendar counts as one item.
My first question is, why are we giving out $50,000 to each city council district for utility artwork that has been done in the past for free by local artists? I think that money should be used to provide drinking water and bathrooms for the homeless community, which you guys took away from our downtown area. There's no places for them to drink water or go to the restrooms. Why should we have utility boxes that look pretty if you're worried that they're going to be peeing on them or defecating on them? I think that's pretty ridiculous. And on number 9, I hope you guys are paying really good attention to the priorities that we need to be addressing as far as the police department in Sacramento. We keep giving them money for weapons and instructions and all these things that are useless, but they keep leaving the force. They keep moving to other agencies because they're making more money at other places that are in the city. And that is leaving our city without help when it's needed. And it's also leaving our city without the 911 people finding the officers to be sent to where crimes are being committed. I think we really need to take a very deep look at that expense. Because I think when we're paying people over almost $100,000 to be the ones that choose who gets tickets to Golden Center One Arena, that's really ridiculous when you pay somebody that much money and you take that money away from the police. So I think we need to get our priorities straight so that our city can flourish the way you guys keep saying that you want it to do. You want it to be a #1 city. Let's work on that.
Okay, the next person, item number 9, is Craig Powell. And then for item 19, we have Pastor Gainsborough and Brady Murphy.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good to see you all.
Al, good to see you.
It's Craig Powell, president of ION Sacramento. I'm here tonight to talk about this proposal to hand out about $1.4 million in extraordinary raises to police officers. I have objections on this on multiple grounds. One is that your staff report is completely devoid of any explanation or justification or presentation of facts to establish a justification for handing out one-time bonuses. The only word it mentions is, we need these to retain officers. Now, there was an article in the Bee where it mentioned that we've lost 19 officers on average over the last 2 years. But I remind you that our sworn police force is somewhere around 600 officers, as I understand it. I know the department has over 1,000 officers. Excuse me, 1,000 employees.
Down over 100 since the height of the recession, by the way.
And so a loss of 9%, or excuse me, of 19 per year is under 3% a year. I hardly see that as a crisis of losing officers. And by the way, that number was quoted as people leaving for all reasons, not only those going to competing departments. So the staff report is completely devoid of facts that justify handing out something to arrest some serious retention problem. Secondly, where's the source of this money? The money's coming from surplus from the last fiscal year. The prudent thing to do with that kind of one-time money is roll it into your economic uncertainty reserve or put it into long-term investments, not to use it for something like this that does not provide ongoing benefit. You have a $2.5 billion debt. That is up over 100% in the last 5 years. Your 2011 CAFR had your debt at just over $1.2 billion. Think about that for a moment. Is this the time to be handing out bonuses of $1.4 million? We submit that it is not. It also should be a matter that should be considered at the bargaining table as this contract of SPOAs expires at the end of June. Do not throw away your bargaining chips now. Save them for the bargaining table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powell.
The last two speakers, Pastor Gainsborough and Braden Murphy.
Evening, Pastor.
Mayor and Council, it's good to be here. I hope I was missed last week. I missed you all with the time change. I wanted to read something from the book of Proverbs written by King Solomon, who is spoken of as being the wisest man that ever lived. Proverbs 22 says, "Humility and the fear of the Lord bring wealth and honor and life." It also says, "A good name is more desirable than great riches. To be esteemed is better than silver or gold." It also says in 22 verse 9, "A generous man will himself be blessed, for he shares his food with the poor." And then in verse 22 of chapter 22 in Proverbs, "Do not exploit the poor because they are poor, and do not crush the needy in court, for the Lord will take up their case and will plunder those who plunder them." I am in contrast to my predecessor who spoke some numbers there. My father was a presidential economic advisor, but with the $18 million surplus of the city this last year and an annual budget of $969 million, when we lose 19 police, it may be looked at as 3% of loss of the force, but I've talked with a SAC police chief himself, and that 19 people lost is only breaking even, not hiring the new officers that are needed to keep the city in peace. As far as this piece that I have here in my remaining time, in Kansas City, the veterans themselves and the city of Kansas City put together a small, a tiny house village of 50 tiny houses on permanent land for the veterans in their community. I would love to see that happen in Sacramento. We talk about being a world-class city. 22 veterans commit suicide every day. 22 veterans commit suicide in America. Let's take care of our veterans and consider a tiny house village for them. God bless you. Thank you.
We're open to it. Go ahead.
So I find it really sad that there's even one homeless person, but I guess if anything can be sadder, it's the fact that we have homeless veterans. And I think sometimes people look down on homeless people like they've made the wrong decisions or they have a lot of problems or whatever. But I think, if anything, homeless veterans should help us bring some context to that. That's just not the reality, and they're normal people who are struggling and have been through a lot. And I don't need to give examples of veteran stories because I'm sure we can all imagine of what veterans are going through. So maybe we can use this to realize how important it is to do something immediately about the people that are on the streets that dealt with the rain that's coming, that the rain that's already come, and the rain that's projected to come more, and actually do something. I was interviewed by Fox 40 News right before this meeting, and they asked me, what do I feel about the voucher program? And I said, well, it's good that we're talking about the homeless, and I really appreciate that, and especially the veterans. And I said, but what are we actually going to do immediately for the people who are suffering and fearing what's going to happen when the next rain comes? And so I hope that we can use veterans to bring a reality to us that it's not all people that have made bad decisions. It's people that have fallen on hard times, including people who have given their lives or almost gave their lives to serve us, and allow that to help us do something immediately for today, tomorrow, and the next day. And I'm very excited to look forward at the end of the night to hear from Mr. Warren about how he wants to help people immediately. And I'm really excited for the council to support him and to think about the veterans when you support him, and not only support him, but figure out areas in your district where you'll also be able to help, and especially those veterans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Warren, did you want to speak on
item 5.
the consent calendar? Okay, go ahead. That's our last comment on the consent.
All right, good. I wanted to just bring attention to a project in Council District 2 that's starting to move forward, and a lot of people that have been in Sacramento a long time, or particularly if you like to ice skate or play ice hockey, there is a facility on Del Paso Boulevard called Iceland. It's owned by the family of a former councilman, Rob Kurth, and it's now starting to transition. Some years ago, you might have read about a fire that had taken place and had burned the roof, and so the facility had no roof. We're now moving towards a remodeling of that Iceland facility, and it is one of the most highly used facilities of this kind in our entire region. People come from Roseville and all over the Sacramento region to come and skate at Iceland, and I'm also very happy to say that it's utilized by a large portion of District 2 residents, and they have a very, very minimal fee structure. And so it's not a profit center for the people that operate it. They do it out of love. And this place has been in business since 1940, just to put it in context. One of the oldest businesses in the Sacramento area. And so it's my pleasure that we're going to be moving forward, doing some initial budgeting and drawing the plans, and they've began to fundraise, and it's also my hope that the council will be supportive when their request comes to council to really help refurbish that facility. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were all aware it's very important to the city, and it was one of the first businesses, or one of the longest serving businesses in the city of Sacramento. In fact, it was North Sacramento used to be its own city before it merged with the city of Sacramento. And so we are very pleased that that's moving forward. So thank you, Mr.
Good.
Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ashby, before we vote on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor, and tell me if I'm stealing your thunder here. I don't intend to, but sometimes when things are on consent, they get a little glossed over, and I just wanted to make sure that we took a moment to thank SHRA for their great work in getting these 75 Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing vouchers. It's critical. It's right in the vein of what the mayor's asked us to do, and I know has helped put together the plan that you have been working diligently on, Mayor, for the last couple of months. But it is not easy to go compete for these vouchers and bring in more and find more housing. And to the speaker who talked about veterans, I agree. They really do help put a face that's recognizable to an issue that sometimes can be hard to relate to. So SHRA, thank you very much. Great work, and I'm proud to be able to vote on that today.
I'm glad. All of you feel free to steal my thunder anytime, by the way.
Happy to move the calendar, Mayor.
Move the calendar. We're going to take up the whole homeless housing voucher issue in item 24, but this is a part of the strategy, and so I'm glad that you pointed it out. Thank you. The consent calendar has been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? The consent calendar, items 1 through 20, passes unanimously. So, without objection, I want to shift a little bit here because I know that there's an important district issue, Councilmember Ashby's district, and also a lot of people signed up to testify on the Sunshine and Ethics Ordinance matter. So without objection, I'd like to take item 25 first. And then I'd like to take item 27, and then we'll go back through the remainder of the calendar. All right, item 25, that's,
Okay.
yes,
This
go
is
ahead.
a discussion calendar item, and it's the City Council Public Financing Authority, authorizing the issuance of lease revenue bonds and related matters.
Go ahead, Mr. Colville.
Mr. Pettis, put the slideshow up if we can.
Yes.
Thanks, Shirley. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of City Council. I'm John Colville, the interim city treasurer, and it is indeed my pleasure to present this item that has been 14 months in the works. At the conclusion of my presentation, I'll request you to approve several different items for the refunding of the 97 Arco Arena bonds, as well as a term sheet for the remarketing of the same bonds that will be part of the April 4th City Council agenda. As a form of background, in July of 1997, the city acquired then Arco Arena by issuing $73,725,000 worth of lease revenue bonds. The debt service on the bond was to be paid by the King's ownership in the form of sublease rent payments. As you can see that in July, $73 million was at a 6.85%. Annual debt service was $5.7 million. The original bond documents called for a mandatory tender date in July of 2007, in which the bonds were then remarketed. And you see that the bond par amount was just a little under $71 million. To date, at that time, the Kings had paid nearly $2.8 million in principal and nearly $50 million in interest. Then when the Golden One Center was built and the Kings relocated, the comprehensive project agreement dictated that the 97 bonds needed to be refunded and that the arena property would be conveyed back to the Kings. And this is the authority we're seeking tonight. This slide shows you what a refunding of the bonds would look like if we were to refund the current 97 bonds. So we're looking at $50 million worth of par amount. And this is prior to a remarketing that I'll bring, as I mentioned before, in April 4th meeting. The timing of this approval is crucial for the takeout bonds. It's necessary for the remarketing of the bonds. And we also need to start the clock on the 60-day safe harbor in the event that the remarketing is not approved and we instead refund the bonds in July. The refunding bonds will have a 30-year term, and the proceeds will be used to pay off the current 97 bondholders. At the same time, the city will sublease the Golden One Center, and the Kings will make periodic rent payments to the city to pay the debt service. As I mentioned, the funding is being driven by the Kings' relocation to the G1C and the comprehensive project agreement. In the comprehensive project agreement, there's 3 thresholds the Kings had to meet in order for us to refund these bonds. They had to identify a collateral package to secure the loan, identify cash flows for the payment of the debt service, and that package had to be received by the city and sufficient for us to market and issue the 97 bonds. As you see, the Kings have pledged these 5 downtown properties along with 183 acres at the arena site. The appraised value as of last year was just under $46 million. The Kings have also pledged net free cash flows from the downtown commons properties. That includes revenue from the hotel, office, and retail businesses. The Kings provided a forecast, since the building is not yet completed, for future cash flows, and the city contracted with Kaiser Marston, an independent analyst, to review the assumptions. The staff report contains Kaiser Marston's opinions that the project cash flows will be sufficient to fund the debt service going forward. These cash flows enter into a city-controlled waterfall account in which certain buckets need to be filled prior to the funds being distributed out to the Kings ownership group. In addition, the funds cannot leave the system until the loan-to-value is 65% and the revenue stream yields a 1.1 to 1 debt service coverage ratio. Only then will the funds be allowed to out of the city control and moved on to the Kings ownership. And this is, go back one second. This indicates the waterfall. There's a loan repayment account, which pays all the P&I, the annual debt service. The loan reserve account, which is 1 year's worth of debt service, will be funded at closing. Any expenses that the city incurs, could it be appraisal such, will have to be paid out. Then within the 5-year refunding period, there will be no call options, so money will sit in that account to refund the bonds when a call is available. And then only then, after the 65% loan-to-value threshold is met and the 1.1 debt coverage ratio is met, will the money be distributed out to the Kings ownership group. A major drawback to refunding these bonds is that it does not allow the Kings to pay down the bonds within the first 5 years, and this in turn could delay any development of the collateral property. The Kings have indicated they have sources of funding that could pay down the loan by as much as $20 million that would allow them to unencumber their properties, and we would be able to develop them sooner rather than later. Both objectives were conveyed to me during individual meetings with you fellow council members during their briefings. Therefore, we've looked into a remarketing structure that will pay off the existing bondholders and provide the flexibility the Kings are looking at. This slide indicates the remarketing that we intend to bring before you on April 4th, in which it will allow more flexible call options, a reduction in the principal, future risk to the general fund is reduced because the principal is reduced from $50 million down to $30 million, and a greater ability for the Kings to entities to develop the collateral property, including the 183 acres in the Thomas. The terms of the remarketing, again, which will be before you on April 4th, is an 18-month-long term, a floating rate equal to 1 month LIBOR, which is a benchmark money market fund, plus 190 basis points. The bonds will be non-callable from July till September, and then after that, they'll be callable on every reset date, on a monthly reset date. So every time the reset dates hit, the Kings are able to pay down the loan even further. And the Kings have agreed to pay down $20 million in principal for us to do this refinancing for them. And this slide indicates what it would look like, the funding would look like after 18 months, or after 18 months when the par value reduces from $50 to $30 million. Their annual debt service drops from $5.7 million down to $2.6 million. And it's actually, at today's rate, it's about $1.8 million. We built in 175 basis points buffer in that, so it greatly improves the King's cash flow. This final graph really depicts the past and future disposition of the 97 bonds. What it shows is that our strategy to remarket the bonds this July and then refund the bonds in January benefits both the city and the Kings. The general fund liability falls, from, again, $50 to $30 million. The Kings' cash flow increases, their annual debt service reduces significantly, and the timeline for developing the collateralized property really gets pushed forward. So that is why I recommend you do all of these followings. There's quite a bit of things. Authorize the issuance and sale of the Sacramento Public Financing Authority bonds. Authorize the loan of bond proceeds to the King's entities. Approve the form of related financing documents. Authorize the city treasurer as designee to approve, execute, and deliver the relating financing documents. Authorize other actions in connection with the bonds and refinancings. That's what you're going to do on the city's behalf. On the Sacramento City Financing Authority behalf, authorize the termination of an interest rate swap agreement that was put in place in the 97 bonds, leases and other agreements in connection with the refinancing of the Sacramento City Financing Authority 1997 lease revenue bonds. And that city needs to be changed on the original document because it says public, so we need to read that into the record. Authorize other actions in connection with the financing. And finally, for the Sacramento Public Financing Authority, authorize the issuance and sale of the Sacramento Public Financing Authority lease revenue bonds to refinance the city's obligations relating to the Sacramento City Financing Authority 97 lease revenue bonds, approve the form of related financing documents, authorize the treasurer and his designee to approve and execute and deliver the financing documents, and authorize other actions in connection with the bonds and refinancing. This has been a very complicated transaction. I would be remiss if I did not sincerely thank all of our business partners that were instrumental in getting to the solution. Those include Chris Granger and John Reinhardt of the Kings and their attorneys, outstanding, working with them. Zach Finley and Jenna McGann from Oak Oric, our bond counsel. Jeff Bauer and Simon Wyrecki from BAML as the bond underwriters. Debbie Kern of Kaiser Merston, who was our independent financial analyst. Jeff Massey and Jeff Cirillo for the attorney's office, put in long hours. Brian Wong and Colin Bettis. And they're all here to answer any questions that you might have, but that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, John. We do have one public speaker, then we're going to open it up to the council and last questions. It's Mr. Worthy. Mac Worthy?
This is fun to me because I told y'all this, that your new mayor was bonds and grants. And this is what we're going on. The Kings. Isn't you tired of pimping the people about the King? We haven't seen a finance statement from the Kings. We talking about a cash flow. People, those are terms that the public should have access to. If you're talking about putting this kind of money in bonds, you could have put this kind of money in bonds to the people, or put a lien on the people that have $5,000 and above on their house and build what you want out there. and demand the Kings to sell that loss. That's a loss. Where is the $80 million that you landed before? Nobody said a word, do they? People, it's pitiful to see what you are doing. They're not even in the competition. And you talk about more bonds or what they gonna do, let them go on their own. See, tell the people the finance statement, can they go on their own? They are here to use the city under non-business minded people to understand business, to make these decisions against poor folks here that need jobs. We just had 60 jobs out of $600-something million spent on an arena. People, where are your heads? Think those people can't buy no $400,000 home with no concession job. Who are the people making the big checks over there? Let's talk business, people, to these people. This ain't about no political. This is about facts, people. This is about the future of this town. This is about the future of this town. The Kings will not be the anchor to the future of this town because that entertainment, it will fail.
Thank you, Mr. Worthy. All right, let's turn it over to members of the council. I have Councilmember Chenier, then Councilmember Ashby, Carr, and Hanson. Councilmember Chenier.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. John, can you go back to the slide that you had the graph? I think that's really important. Which showed the pay down over time. Do you know what I mean?
Sure, Councilmember. Slide 9, Colin.
So I think this one is incredibly important. If you were also to plot onto this the value of the existing collateral that we have, it would be basically below your line of what's owed, correct?
Correct.
So what's happening here, and I think I just want to be very much in layman's terms, so what's happening here is the city is getting a much better deal. We have better collateral moving forward, so if something should happen, which I don't think it will, if something should happen, we have a much more assured place in line here, like any mortgage that you want. Is that correct?
Right. Currently, with the just under $55 million owed, the only collateral is the building itself. So we're looking at a $26 million collateral package for that alone. Now, if this new package provides us $46 million worth of properties, plus the ability to have their cash flow, which is significant. So we're in much better place than we were yesterday, if you approve this.
So I think that's really important, and the King's organization has been paying off these loans since '98, correct?
And they also took out a $12 million cash flow note that they paid 17 years early.
So, and have the Kings ever missed a payment?
No, they've been on time.
All
three ownership groups.
I just want to be clear on that. What this is doing is putting the city in a much better financial position than we've been in for a long time.
Correct.
So I just wanted to make that point. And I think you guys, John, you and your staff have done a great job on this. This is, again, puts us in a better position. It allows the Kings to move forward on the development of all the other properties that they have as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just tell me one thing. If the Kings sell, and you might go to the list of properties that are being used as collateral, if the Kings sell any of these properties, what happens then?
If they sell any of the properties, they have to put 94% of what their appraised value in to pay down the loan.
Okay. So if, for example,
And that's everything aside from Natomas. Natomas is a different animal.
Correct. And the development out there will be significant and substantial for Ms. Ashby's district, and we all look forward to that.
I've heard that loud and clear from her on several occasions.
I'm sure on multiple occasions. All right, well, I just want to say thank you. I think you've done a great job here. Just kind of one more question really quickly, and this is a little bit off the point, but we'll get back to it. And I don't know, Mr. City Manager, I was going to ask later, but I'll ask now. Just this weekend alone on the NCAA tournament, do we have a value, an economic value of that to the city? Or is somebody working up those numbers? I was told today just on hotel rooms alone by the teams, it was 3,500 hotel rooms over the course of the tournament.
I can't speak to that, council member.
But I don't know, Mr. City Manager, if we could work with our Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Ranger, do you have any? Not yet.
But I'd love to see if we could get a number of the value of that, because I know it's significant. And those types of events is what we talked about when we did this deal in the first place, and it's gone very well. So again, thanks, and I want to thank Mr. Granger and the King's organization for working with you. I know this was a long and protracted negotiation, but I think everybody's walking away from this in a much healthier place financially. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you,
I want to
Jay.
move the item.
Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. So before, I just have a couple of comments. I've had a lot of opportunity to watch this process as it moved along and work with our treasurer's office and the Kings. They've been generous in their time with me and the council district. But I'd like to ask the King's president, Chris Granger, to come up if he would for just a minute so I could ask him a couple of questions.
And let me retract that, Angelica. I want to let you move the item since you've been working on
Yeah,
it
you
for so
can
long.
move it. That's fine.
I'll go for a second.
Teamwork.
Second.
People of Natomas love your support. That's fine. Chris, first of all, you have been a terrific partner and made every payment. And what people don't know, because you guys never get the headlines on this, is not only did the King's organization, and as you said, all three ownership groups have always paid on time, but when this ownership group came in, they paid in advance, and they went back and paid some other debts that were sitting out in other sort of silos that really did benefit particularly my district. In fact, the first check that the Kings wrote when they came here was to the North Natomas Finance Plan, and it was a $2 million debt that had been left by the previous ownership group. So just to give people an idea of the financial responsibility that they've shown over the last couple of years that they've been here, it has been above and beyond what we've ever seen before and what expectations I have, which, if you've been following along, my expectations are pretty high. So, Chris, of course, 180-acre question is, people always ask, what's going to happen next out there? And before I pose that question to you, I'd like to just say to folks, I know when we start talking about bonds and all these numbers come up, it's hard not to glaze over. And for me, this is not my area of expertise. I'm very glad to have Mr. Coville here to explain it and help me with it. But there isn't anything that has happened in these chambers that is more significant to the ability to develop out the North Natomas site than this discussion, because we didn't just hand the Kings a piece of land unencumbered. It was encumbered at the time by over $60 million worth of debt. And so what's happened over the last year is finding ways to pay down on that debt to give them an opportunity to be able to move forward. And what Councilmember Chenier did a really great job of walking through is how the pay down on this debt allows them to do things faster. So for example, people always want to know what's coming next. But before we could even get to the what, we had to have the opportunity to build. So Chris, if you could just speak to that a little bit and kind of the what's next and how important this is in terms of what happens for us moving forward.
No, I appreciate it, and I certainly appreciate the work of the treasurer and the whole city staff on this one, as well as John Reinhardt and our group. It's a critical step because paying down the debt unencumbers our cash, and the more unencumbered cash we have, the quicker we can spend it to redevelop, whether it's Natomas or any other property. So this is a critical step in the process of redeveloping Natomas and redeveloping or starting to develop the 188 acres there.
And because I ask you this every time you're at the podium, the commitment from this body and from the Kings continues to be high-wage jobs and an economic engine on that site, correct?
So yeah, so we continue to talk to potential anchor tenants. We continue to talk to different potential joint venture partners that help us get a little wider faster than we are right now. And we're continuing to go through just all the basic blocking and tackling that happens as it relates to any sort of master planned process. So yes, exactly, but we certainly want to do something that is good for Natomas. We certainly want to do something that is good for Sacramento. And, you know, to the extent that we can do something that brings in high-end jobs to Natomas, that's top of our list.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. And just before you sit down, and maybe my colleagues will have some questions for you too, I want to personally thank you. I think the Kings and Mr. Reinhardt, I know this was your scope of duties. I think you were particularly generous in what you put up as collateral to make sure that the city had a level of comfort with this project moving forward. And if everyone could understand bonds the way you all do, I think they would be proud of the relationship between the Kings and the city and what this is really doing and further solidifying that relationship to develop that land further and really be partners in the city of Sacramento. So thank you to both of you for that. That's all I have for you, Chris. John, a little over a year ago, we asked you to step in as interim, and I know that Russ, who our capable treasurer, on his way out the door handed you this, had said, figure it out. And I have been so impressed with your ability to take this and work with all the moving pieces and parts. It is a huge deal, and it means a lot, particularly to my district, but really to the whole city. 180 developable acres is about the same as the developable amount of acres in the rail yards. This is a very large project. It means a lot to the city and to the community, and I think you have done a really good job, particularly in creating a pathway for them to be able to develop in the short term, because early iterations of this did not allow for that and would have caused delays in development had they solidified some entity that they wanted to have as an anchor tenant. Now that will be less of a hindrance for us. I think it is also very impressive that you have worked with them and that they have had the trust with you to work with you on their own financials to put together a package, as Councilmember Chenier pointed out, that really puts the city of Sacramento in a better position. A lot of times people will make suggestions about things that should happen out at the arena. Anything that, at the old arena, anything that happens at that old arena needs to have the ability to pay down these $50 million worth of debt. So we can't just, it's not just free, it's not just unencumbered land. And this is the Kings moving us closer to freeing up that property to be able to do more things. So I am really grateful to you and that you're here at this point in time in the city of Sacramento to help usher us through this process. And I am happy to second Councilmember Chenier's motion, and thank you very much for your hard work, John. Really,
You're welcome.
Good job.
It was a daunting task 12 months ago, and I know more than I ever thought I'd know about the Kings, and it's been a wonderful partnership. John Reinhardt, I mean, is an outstanding man whose principles are unquestionable. And we came together for a project that really works.
Well, the two of you delivered quite an end result for us today, so thank you very much.
Mr. Carr.
Thank you. I think we're all interested in knowing the economic impact of last week. It was a real happening down there for the people who didn't get a chance to go. And not just in the arena, but all the way down K Street and all of downtown. And I would really like to know the impact on our TOT, what that one event did. The only question I had, John, and when you went over this with me the first time, we weren't quite there with the collateral. And I had doubts as to whether or not we'd be able to seal that gap. But you've come up with a really creative way to do that. And I think we all thank you for that. My only question, though, is, and you may have answered this when you, in my office, but the 1.1 debt coverage ratio, explain to us why you are happy with that.
Well, their annual debt service is what it is. They have to ensure that their revenue sources yield at least 10% more than what their annual debt service. We do have fallback lines in that they have a loan reserve that says 1 year debt service will cover them. And there's also a debt reserve that'll cover them as well. So there's basically 2 years. But we want to ensure that the 1.1 lets us know during the process that if they're having problems meeting that threshold, that they're having cash flow problems. So it gives us a heads up that maybe there's some problems going down the line.
Isn't 1.5 the more industry norm?
Well, we were looking at a 1.2, which is a little more industry-wide, but when they decided to pay down the loan by $20 million, it helped the city's loan-to-value rate a lot better, so then we backed off the 1.25 went down to the 1.1 because of the cash infusion made the risk tolerance a lot better.
So paying off the $20 million helped us get there. Okay.
That was a negotiating piece, definitely.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that what's really cool about today is that it's the follow-through from a conversation that started in 2013 when there were four of us are still here from then, but where we started to look at building a new arena. And that particular deal came together, and one of the biggest things we heard from the public is that the 1997 bonds were a concern. And your predecessor, Mr. Colville, Russ Fair, made it clear that we needed to figure out what was going to happen with those as part of that deal. And Chris Granger, John Reinhardt, the whole Kings team pledged to do something with them. We had to get through the building of the arena. We had to get through a lot of those things. So to be here today, almost 4 years to the date for when we first heard the term sheet, you know, it means that we've come a long way. But this particular deal represents how far we've come, because I think reducing the liability is a huge contribution to the city. It reduces our general fund obligation, even because we ultimately backstop it in that way. And so I just want to thank the Kings for stepping up and helping to pay down this on a faster pace than was originally obligated. And I think it meets the spirit and the desires of the council through this period. But also, as I drove into town the other day, I got off on J Street, I noticed how beautiful the Sawyer Hotel is coming together. When you see a building in a rendering, you don't know quite how it's going to translate, and sometimes they get value engineered. That's the technical speak for dumbed down. But there was no value engineering on the arena or on the Sawyer, and I think it's a great contribution to the city's skyline. That it was actually yesterday, I was coming back from State of Natomas. How appropriate. And the DOCO project as it proceeds, I think, is exciting. The 800 block. You don't often in life, whether personal, private business, or in public life, have partners as good as they've proven themselves to be. But also, I just want to echo the comments of my colleagues and also thank you, Mr. Treasurer, and your staff, Brian and Colin. We know that there's a lot of work that goes on to make these things look so good, and we only see a little bit of it, like the iceberg. We only see the part above the water. This is yeoman's work, and it wouldn't have happened without a lot of diligence, without some really smart people, and the right values. Protecting the taxpayer was one of our fundamental principles with the arena deal, and we're still doing that. And I'm very proud to be part of the council that gets to say yes to this.
Great, thank you very much, Councilmember Hanson. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. First, I think it's a long night, but I think it's important to be said, and that's thank you to both Chris Granger and the Kings and John and your team. You know, when we met, I expressed to you the sense of concern that a lot of my constituents had about where we were in our financial positions with these projects. And I think today it shows a lot of goodwill, both on the Kings side, the commitment from the proceeds of the DOCO property, that level of commitment to our city, and also I think just the ingenious and hard work that your team has put together to get this where it's at today. Thank you for taking the time to talk through some of my concerns about the levels of risk in this project. And what's already been said is that I think we are in a stronger footing now and moving forward with an asset that we're trying to get the most out of now. John, I just got to say that you put your heart into this, and we greatly appreciate it. Again, thanks to the Kings. With that, Mr. Mayor, glad to support the project.
Very good.
Councilman Guerra, I have 2 Sac State guys working with me, so that's where.
And you know I had them take a picture with that football.
Get it right. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. My colleagues have said it all, John. I just want to say this is a very significant deal, and I get the complexity. Thank you and your whole team, and Chris Granger, thank you as well. This is very big day for the city. Thanks a lot.
Well, I hate to date myself, but this actually goes back to 1997. Yeah, and the $70 million loan to keep the Kings in Sacramento the first time. And this is, with Mayor Cerna sitting in this seat, I sat in Councilmember Guerra's seat, and it was a 5-3 vote with Jimmy Yee exclaiming that he was the deciding vote, when it was actually all of us who were the deciding vote, but I'm not bitter. And it's 20 years, and look how far we've come. And I think my colleagues have explained it very well. I just want to add my thanks to Councilmember Ashby for being diligent here and working so hard on this. And John Colville and your team, outstanding work. And Chris and the Kings and John, it's a real partnership. And I'm told, by the way, 3,500 hotel rooms this weekend. 3,500, which not bad, not bad.
Can I add 13,000 rides on RT on Friday?
13,000 rides on RT. For free. And UCLA won, so it's all good. And I think I want to just end by just sort of highlighting Councilmember Ashby's pointed comments about where we go from here. That's okay. Because what this now creates is an even greater opportunity to fulfill the other half of the promise when we built the Golden One Center, and that is to have high-wage industry and a top-notch project or set of projects in development out in Natoma. So we'll work on that and come back here when that's ready here. All right, Councilmember Harris, did you have another comment? You did not. Okay, it was duly moved by Council Members Chenier and Ashby and seconded by each other. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain? 9-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, everybody. Very good. Some people disagreed, I guess. Okay. So let us move now, per my previous request to move the agenda around a little bit, to item 27. And let me begin by thanking our city clerk, Shirley Concolino, for staying with this for really a year and a half, 2 years. You've done an outstanding job kind of corralling this difficult set of issues and a lot of issues in one. And here we are tonight. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor and members of council. My name is Shirley Concolino, and I'm your city clerk. I am more than happy to be here. This has been a work in progress for 2.5 years, maybe longer. There have been a lot of pieces to this moving part and a lot of engagement with our community, and I think tonight we can be proud to say that we have a good package to present to you. As you know, on September 15th, the council, back in 2015, the council approved the recommendations that were presented by the ad hoc committee that resulted in the framework of recommendations for good governance. These are those deliverables, or the remaining of those deliverables. Before you tonight, for adoption, are 4 ordinances. You have Sunshine, Code of Ethics, Ethics Commission, and Campaign Finance. Each of these have been before the Law and Legislation Committee and have all passed for publication. Additionally, our community stakeholders have been a part of this process and are supportive of the final product, as evidenced by the letters of support that you received in correspondence. What I'd like to do is speak to each of these ordinances individually and just give a highlight of each one. So we'll start with the Sunshine Ordinance. This report was initially heard by council on January 5. And in addition to supporting the law and legislation recommendation, you directed that amendments that were requested at that meeting be included in the ordinance. They require the city council and ad hoc committee meetings to be public meetings, require council members to announce a behest earlier than 30 days if voting on issues relative to the payor, and all city business be conducted on city servers. This has been done, and these changes were incorporated in the January 24th, 2017 council rules update. Since that time, the San Jose ruling was made, and as such, we have some modifications to this ordinance, and you have a red line version before you at the dais in accordance with our rules. A copy of this red line was posted to the website yesterday. Totally undisputed is the understanding that business-related texts and other electronic communication, regardless of device, is potentially a public record, and we are currently in the process of developing the policy and the supporting procedures to implement these new requirements. We anticipate bringing these back to incorporate into the ordinance at a future date. So the highlight of the Sunshine Ordinance include agenda posting requirements of 120 hours prior to meetings, agreements that require council approval that are posted to the website prior to council approval, all labor agreements that are over $1 million are posted a minimum of 10 days prior. The ad hoc committees are Brown Act bodies, and they are public required agendas that are posted, minutes, and public accessibility. The following city policies have been incorporated into this ordinance: the public records accessibility, the board appointments, campaign disclosures, and statements of economic interest filings on the website, social media training, and behest reporting. The use of city resources for conducting city business has been incorporated, but as stated earlier, the procedures for compliance with the new San Jose ruling is still underway. The intent is to ensure that electronic communication of city business is available to the public under CPRA, regardless of the device that is used to conduct that business. This ordinance and the associated policies are to be reviewed annually and reported to council. So now the Code of Ethics ordinance. Again, this was before the Law and Legislation Committee, and there were requirements and recommended additions to the initial draft. We added the city's nepotism policy, and it was noted at that time that during contract negotiations with Local 522, the firefighters union that is currently exempt will be brought back as part of their contract negotiations so that they can be included into that, that policy. Additionally, they asked that the city's code on the lobbyist registration be reviewed, and that will be done at a later date, but soon after adoption of this package. The Code of Ethics applies to all city employees, including elected officials, charter officers, and city council appointed officers. The highlights of the Code of Ethics include the premise that city employee behavior is associated with public trust, accountability for training and adherence to citywide policies, including the council rules of procedure and postings of the certificates of completion to the website, compliance with the nepotism policy and the whistleblower protection policy, mandatory ethics and sexual harassment training. Candidates for elected office must not solicit personal funds from employees, and all required filings are to be posted on the website. Again, an annual review of this ordinance will be presented to council. The Ethics Commission. This is the most complex of the four and has several components. At the council's meeting on January 5, the council directed this ordinance be scheduled for discussion at the Law and Legislation Committee and brought back for full council consideration. At that meeting, the council discussed the costs of an ethics commission, and out of that came the recommendation for a budget of $350,000. This amount was deemed to be sustainable and includes the operations of the Ethics Commission, the contract for the investigator, the FPPC contract, and the compliance officer. Funding of $100,000 was included in this current fiscal year 17 mid-year budget for any expenses that are associated with this program in this current fiscal year, and the ongoing cost of this program is included in the FY18 proposed budget. And this proposal is based on meeting that $350,000 budget. There are two key components to the ethics and compliance program overall. One component includes the compliance officer, the investigator, and the commission. The second component is the contract with FPPC to review and enforce complaints related to campaigns and behests, as well as to provide clarification of campaign finance terms. Legislation is underway to allow us to form this partnership. San Bernardino County paved the way for the partnership, and other cities have considered it, but none, to my knowledge, have pursued it. We will be the first city to do so. A contract with FPPC is important because of the efficiency it offers to us, which allows the cost of the program to be contained. The jurisdiction of the Ethics Commission applies to city elected officials, charter officers, city-appointed boards and commissions, and the council positions of city auditor, independent budget analyst, and the public safety accountability officer. The goal of the ethics program is to achieve the greatest level of compliance to city codes and policies, as well as applicable state law, by elected officials and all city employees through training and compliance monitoring. An oversight component will provide for investigation of complaints and enforcement of the penalties when appropriate. As implementation of the ethics program proceeds, regular reviews will be provided to the council. So I want to go over the three components to the ethics program. The first is compliance, and includes 1 FTE for a compliance officer. The purpose and focus of the compliance officer is training. It is anticipated that outside subject experts will be brought in to provide the identified training needs. A work plan will be established by the compliance officer, much like the auditor brings their work plan forward to council, and will provide specific groups training, including city-appointed boards and commissions, the charter officers, and department heads. The compliance is monitored and reported, and it's something that I think we can coordinate with the city's Employment Opportunity Office to identify opportunities for joint training. And additionally, I envision working with CityU to incorporate outreach and to monitor training and compliance. The compliance officer serves as the intake person for the complaints and will provide the administrative support to the Ethics Commission. The complaints will be coordinated with a team consisting of the investigator, city auditor, city attorney, and city clerk. The second component is the complaint review and investigation, and the investigator will review the complaints that fall under the purview of the Ethics Commission. The investigator will investigate these complaints requiring more information and recommend the appropriate penalties and actions to the Ethics Commission. Complaints that fall under the FPPC purview would be reviewed and enforced by them. This includes campaign and behest-related complaints. Additionally, FPPC will provide advice letters when requested. The third component is, of course, the Ethics Commission. The Ethics Commission purview primarily consists of enforcing the Code of Ethics, Sunshine Ordinance, Council Rules of Procedure, Chapter 3 dealing with conduct of members, 6C dealing with closed sessions, lobbyist registration, and reporting code. The Commission does not self-initiate complaints. They have jurisdiction over city elected officials, charter officers, city board and commissions, and council-appointed positions of the auditor, independent budget analyst, and public safety accountability officer. The membership will consist of 5 commissioners, 2 at large, and 3 with a background in law, ethics, local government, or some similar experience. The qualifications and post-service restrictions are similar to those required of the Redistricting Commission. Applications will be reviewed and recommendations made by P&PE to the mayor and the confirmation of the full council. There will be 4-year terms with 2-term limits that are consistent with other boards and commissions. The administrative support to the commission, again, is provided by the compliance officer. There will be an input on the selection and retention of the investigator, and that they will work closely to develop a recommended schedule for penalties for various infractions, all of which are subject to council approval. They will review or receive an annual training on ethics and provide input on annual lists of outside legal contractors that the city attorney will use to assist the attorney in the office in investigations. Again, the commission will report annually to the council, and every 2 years will review and provide input on the FPPC contract. And then the last is the campaign finance ordinance and the contribution limits. At the council meeting of January 5, the council directed that this ordinance be scheduled for discussion by Law and Ledge and then brought back for the full council consideration. The January 24 Law and Ledge Committee meeting direction was given to clarify off-year contributions and aggregation, inclusion of the Political Reform Act, and to identify opportunities to align city language with that of the state. So you will find that it adds city commitment to ensuring limitations are monitored and enforced. There are minor amendments to the definition of the Political Reform Act to make clear that PRA includes the FPPC regs. Several sections make the biannual CPI adjustment to individual limits for mayor and council members. It deletes the provision that related to contributions predating the effective date of the chapter. Makes it a violation for candidates to knowingly fail to aggregate contributions. Updates wording about electronic filing. Makes clear that the Political Reform Act applies to all candidates, requires independent expenditure committee advertisements comply with FPPC regulations, and it includes express authorization to enter into enforcement contract with FPPC. So that is a quick overview of each of the ordinances that are contained in your packet. I thought it was quick, as fast as I could go.
I think shows the breadth of the
It is a lot in there.
documents and the work.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there is also a resolution included in your packet to add the 1 FTE for compliance officer. I would be remiss if I did not thank the city attorney's office, particularly Matt Ruyak, for being a partner in this endeavor, and of course to our community involvement for the the end result here. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
A lot of work from
Heather.
our city staff, members of the city council, and of course, the advocacy community out there who we're going to hear from now, I believe. There will be council comments and questions for you, but as you know better than anyone, we take the public testimony first.
Absolutely do. All right.
Thank you, Shirley. All right, let us take the public testimony. We have about 20 or so members of the public that want to speak, and we'll call them 3 at a time, please.
First is Efren Gutierrez, Derek Cressman, and Karen Redmond.
All 3. Gutierrez. Mero.
Okay, gracias.
You have 2
Buenas
minutes, sir,
noches,
and
¿cómo
welcome.
están todos? Good to be here with you. Well, we've made it. Long journey, long road. Like you said, it's been over 2.5+ years, and we've gotten here. I want to thank Sacramento. I want to thank all you elected officials and all the groups that are here tonight for allowing us to be at the table. As the Latino community, many times we seem to be not always asked to participate, and we're glad that we were on a very important part. I think what we're going to do tonight is going to be an example for the country. I really do, and it makes me very proud to be a Sacramentoan. I will leave with this. Forgive me, I won't be staying. I got to jam to another place that I got to be to, which I'm already late, as you know how that goes. But I would like us, if you would, tonight before you close, to close in memory of Dorothy Enomoto. As you know, we just sent her off this last Saturday, and you know, that's what Sacramento's about.
She was a great Sacramento, and that will be very appropriate. I know we have another
If you
in
would,
memory
please.
as well, but we'll do for Dorothy and another important member of our community. Thank you.
Derek Cressman.
Thank you, members of the council. I'm Derek Cressman. I live in Midtown, speaking here in support of the ordinance, or package, really, of ordinances and changes, not only because I think it will lead to a more transparent and inclusive public policy process in Sacramento that will ultimately lead to a better decision-making process. I think that is the case. I think it will also help reassure public confidence that our entire city government is acting in the interests of the broad public and not any narrow interest of any particular individual. But I particularly encourage you to support this ordinance because of the fairly remarkable, in my experience, process that led to it. We've heard from some stakeholders tonight, and we'll hear from more, but there were multiple town hall meetings held all across the city. I had a chance to speak and facilitate at many of them, and can attest that there were literally hundreds of citizens involved in having real good faith conversations about what they wanted their city government to look like. And I applaud Councilmember Ashby for picking up that torch and actually moving us towards an actual public policy process. I want to thank the mayor for helping us push it over the end goal in these last couple of months. But the hard work of the staff, the citizens groups, I think this is an example that we can take back to citizens and show that public participation works and it matters. And I think it speaks very highly of our city and of the council that we're doing this not in reaction to a particular crisis, but through a well-thought-out, deliberative civic engagement process. And so I'm hopeful that you'll adopt it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Derek, for your years of advocacy on these subjects. Appreciate it.
Karen Redmond, followed by Fifi Zeff and Nicholas Hydorn.
Good evening. My name is Karen Redmond. I'm a voter in District 2 and a member of the League of Women Voters. And I was pleased to have a small part in the community discussions that led us here. I urge you to vote unanimously to pass these reforms, and by doing so, you will send a very important message to your constituents that we can have confidence in our government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well said.
Okay.
Hydorn, welcome to you. Thank you for your work on all of this.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of the council. Nicholas Hydorn with California Common Cause. As someone mentioned, it's been a while to get to this point, but good things come to those that wait, and we are incredibly happy to see this package come forward. This is a sunshine ordinance that will help improve citizen participation in the policymaking process in Sacramento, an ethics package that will help continue down the path of ensuring full transparency and public trust. We think this is a very strong process and probably the most significant step forward on ethics and transparency reform in Sacramento, one of the biggest at least in a generation. So we want to thank the members of the public who showed up at our forums to work on this. We want to thank all the organizations, and we have over a dozen organizations that are in support, some of whom are here today to speak. We want to thank the staff who's worked so diligently on this, and we want to thank the council, and so many council members and the mayor as well really stepped forward to make this a true partnership. So we're very proud of the proposal that's before you. We're very excited to support it. We urge support, and thank you.
Very much.
Fifi Zeff, followed by Sarah Foster and Jan Dorothy.
Zeph.
I'm Fifi Zeff, and I'm a resident of Curtis Park, and I'm a League of Women Voters member, and I've been working on this, it seems like, half my life. I think it's been about 3 or 4 years that the League has been working on this, and we're just absolutely delighted how the collaboration of the city and all of the stakeholders, all of the citizens that participated in this worked out. I think it'll be wonderful for the city. We'll have more sunshine, will give voters a bigger say in their government. And of course, I urge you to pass these reforms. Thank you very much.
I think we may just repeat this public hearing next week, by the way, just to keep.
What'd you
Good.
say?
No, I was,
Did you say something to me? I didn't hear.
no, I was just joking that it isn't often we get people coming up consistently to praise the work product like this. So I said we should have another hearing next week. Never mind. Go ahead. Yep.
Sarah Foster, followed by Jan Dorothy and Karen Jacques.
Opposition, is that you have me down?
No, there's no support or opposition, so come on up.
For doing all the support people, okay, whatever. All right, Mr. Mayor, city council members, and Sacramento residents and citizens. I'm speaking in opposition to this. It could be worse. I mean, it's not bad, but it could be so much better. And I would like to point out, I'm going to address strictly the Sunshine Law part of this. The minimum posting of council members, council agenda materials is the same as that already required by the Brown Act. Public access to all meeting records is already required by the Brown Act. And the posting of the council agenda 120 hours in advance of the meeting, that's already being done too. Now, there's a lot of duplication here of what's already being done and has been done. The only new items in this proposal were already suggested by Ion Sacramento, I'm a board member of, and include making ad hoc committees subject to the Brown Act, very good idea, making texts and emails sent by public employees on their personal devices or accounts a matter of public records, good, and so forth. And now, there's not that much new here. And I'd like to say that although state law in the form of the Brown Act and the Public Records Act governs the access rights at the local level, cities and councils are free to enact them and make them stronger. And this doesn't really do that. And my personal concern of this is there's a great deal here about the internet, and this was my complaint all through the discussions. I'm very concerned about the retention of records and whether or not they get actually put into those cartons, put over into a storage unit. That's mentioned here, but there's no real policy, and those should be kept, frankly, forever. And so that people, 100 years hence can go back and look at these records that are done. I'd also like to say that if records are being, if a reference is made at a council meeting or a committee meeting, that it have the records right there for the public. Now, at the Legend Law Committee meeting recently, that wasn't done. There was an important letter being addressed. That That didn't happen. So those are things that should be tied up here. This isn't bad. It could just go much further, particularly in the records retention.
Thank you.
Thank you
Well,
very much.
I would like to ask for some clarity on this records retention issue. And of course, records now are electronic, largely.
I realize that could be.
No,
Yeah,
no,
wait
I'm
for-
just,
sorry.
I'm trying to be responsive to your,
Oh, I'm sorry.
to your critique. I'd like to discuss that at some point, or not necessarily, whether it's tonight or another time. What is the policy on records retention?
We do have a
Julie?
records retention policy that we have refined and done significant training with departments. We follow the government code, obviously, for the 2-year minimum retention as a minimum, and then there are many, many business lines that we're determined to keep records for a much longer period of time, regardless of the medium in which they exist. So I would be happy to have that conversation in detail and to meet with you and anyone who would like to.
Why don't
so
we do
can-
that, and with the eye on Sacramento, and let's
We
talk
can do
about that, and we ought to be open to looking at how we can make that even more aggressive, because the truth is, records are never going to go away. I mean, they're always going to be with us if they're in electronic form, so
Mayor,
we gotta, yes.
if I may,
Angelique.
on that
Yeah.
point, this ethics package is truly a package of which we are at the tail end. These are the pieces that were the most difficult and took us the longest to get across the finish line, and so grateful for everyone's help who has pulled in this direction. Records was one of the first items we tackled during this, so it was only about 2 years ago that we completely revised this policy. We had a lot of outreach, and so it might be just worth it for folks to hear what we have done very recently, because we did just take this on, but it was on the front end of this package where we're now on the tail end.
So do you want to, no, thank you, we just have a lot of people, but let's have one more conversation about what are we doing in this package around records retention?
Our records retention schedule is already more than meets the requirements of the government code. So we have a very aggressive retention schedule, and it is posted on the city's website, and it is by department, and there are citywide policies, and it is a complex subject, actually, so I would love to meet with anyone who would like to discuss this so that we can explain that to whoever is interested.
Why don't you take up that offer?
I will.
And petition us back with any suggestions you have for strengthening it. I'd be, as a new member, I'd be glad to listen to that. Let's move on. Okay?
All you need is a warehouse and some cartons. I'm serious. That's basically it. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Jan Dorothy, followed by Karen Jacques.
Good evening, Jane.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see you. I'm here. My name is Jan Dorothy. I'm president of the Stonewall Democratic Club of Greater Sacramento, and I'm here representing that club. We believe very strongly in ethics and transparency in everything that we do. We very much support this package. I've been privileged to know many of the people involved in putting it together and the public hearings. I think this is a great monument to the value of public engagement. I would echo everything my friend Derek Cressman said just moments ago. It's a great package. Very happy to see the great work done by the folks at California Common Cause and League of Women Voters and so many others. We very much support this effort going forward and look forward to you voting yes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jen.
Karen Jacques, followed by Charlene Jones and Nancy Kitts.
Karen,
Hi, Daryl.
how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good evening. I'm Karen Jacques, and I'm here to comment. I'm going to be commenting specifically on the Ethics Commission, and I would like to see some additional strengthening of that. I'm very glad we're moving forward with this, but I did have the opportunity to both go to some of the citizen forums and then to work with the subcommittee that Eye on Sacramento had about the Ethics Code and Commission. And just in terms of comments, I'll be brief. In the model that's coming forward, the mayor appoints all 5 members with the city council concurring, and there are some other cities and counties that use other methods that are more independent, so that the Ethics Commission isn't in the position of making decisions on the people that appointed them. So I would like to see that further explored. There's nothing spelled out that will reflect that the commission will reflect the diversity of the Sacramento community. There's nothing that precludes commissioners from holding other public office. The commission itself doesn't get to conduct investigations or hold hearings or make findings on violations as many other commissions do. That is instead outsourced to an ethics evaluator. So the commission doesn't have its own staff or its own executive director. So again, there's not the level of independence that I would like to see. And the commission doesn't get to decide what it reviews. That's decided by the compliance officer who works out of the city clerk's office. So again, I'd like to see additional independence. And then the other thing is, I've just lost my place, I'm
Hey,
sorry.
Karen, your time's up, but go ahead, finish the.
Okay.
Finish the thought.
The other thing is it meeting twice a year, and I would really like to see it meet more frequently and have citizens attend it and feel that it's more of a body that they can really relate to, as they do with other boards and commissions.
Thank you for your testimony. I just explain one balancing factor that may not be completely satisfactory, and I think as over time we'll look at all these things and see what we need to strengthen it. But we were clear that we wanted to make sure that we didn't spend $1 million or $1.5 million on the infrastructure around this effort, because the budget's tight, and we want to be able to invest in the other things that you care about and others care about in the city. So I'm just saying that was a bit of a countervailing factor in how we get started here. We wanted to get started, and this is a start, but all of these issues about sort of growing the scope, I think we ought to consider over time as we get started.
It would help if you had like reevaluated in a year and looked at some of these issues.
I think that's a good idea, and we will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlene Jones, followed by Nancy Kitts.
Hi.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Steinberg and members of the City Council, I'm Charlene Jones. I'm a member of the League of Women Voters, but speaking tonight on behalf of Common Cause of Greater Sacramento. When we look back over 2 years and more, I think we feel very accomplished under the community direction of the League of Women Voters of Sacramento County and California Common Cause, as well as your hardworking staff, Shirley in particular, and the City Attorney's Office, and I must point out by Councilmember Ashby in 2015 to kick this and launch this framework of good governance reform. We now move to fuller construction of ethics measures and mechanisms. I urge your support for the package and remind us all that these very significant considerations follow just days after observation of Sunshine Week, a national effort to work diligently toward enhancing the public's access to their government and to information. Now so much more vital than ever as we gaze on the national scene. Politicians from both parties agreed long ago that when they first passed federal, state, and local open government laws, but the things that we build, whether they're bridges or arenas or freedom of information laws or ethics ordinances, wear thin or wear out without regular maintenance. So Sunshine Week reminds us all that it takes an effort, sometimes an entire community, as well as our elected officials, to sustain trust in our government, to keep and exercise constitutional freedoms, and it requires reforms much like what is in front of you tonight, as well as ongoing engagement. Thank you for support, members of the City Council, and particularly Mayor Steinberg for moving this forward.
Thank you, Shirley. Appreciate it.
Nancy Kitts, followed by Louisa Mancheca, Craig Powell, and Katie Hydorn.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Nancy Kitts.
Welcome.
Although state law, mainly in the form of the Brown Act and Public Records Act, governs access rights at the local level, cities and counties are free to enact ordinances that provide greater right of access than state law. These local laws providing extra rights are referred to as sunshine laws. The city claims that its proposed ethics and sunshine laws are amongst the strongest in the state to hold politicians and special interests accountable and protect the public's right to know. Really? Let's take a look. City Ethics Code. Proposal includes the following. requires city officials to receive ethics training. This is required by the government code. Mandates required sexual harassment training that is also required by the government code. Reminds city employees and candidates for city office to adhere to the California Political Reform Act. Requires city employees, but not elected officials, comply with the city's nepotism and whistleblower policies, which have yet to be adopted. No need to worry, though, however, Government Code 53297 prohibits a local agency officer, manager, supervisor from taking a reprisal action against an employee.
You have 30 seconds. We do have your letter for the record, I know.
I would like to finish. I have 30 seconds. Thank you.
Of course, take a few extra.
Okay, thanks. No guidelines regarding handling potential or actual conflicts of interest. Most perplexing, a violation of the ethics code is neither an infraction nor a misdemeanor. Forget about jail time. There aren't even civil penalties. Thank you.
Louis?
Luisa,
I apologize.
Menchaca.
Good evening. My name is Luisa Menchaca, and I represent the League of United Latin American Citizens, Council 2862. I wanted you to know a couple of things of why we got involved. Our organization typically works with community members who are not really very familiar with governmental process and feel oftentimes that due to the complexity of that involvement, they simply don't participate in that process. So what we've done with this, what our hope was, is to participate in a process relating to government that will open up access to all in our diverse community. And I think we achieved that. We're very glad to have partnered with other organizations in achieving that. And in that sense, in terms of our mission, it's something that we feel will help us contribute not only in the area of open government, but in the future collaboration in other important areas of governance. This was it is a complex package, but I believe that having all the ordinances in one place where members of the public, the residents of the city of Sacramento, can actually go to, as opposed to trying to search out the Political Reform Act and the Brown Act and other things, where they have one place to go to, I really think it increases access. And so that was an important aspect of why we feel that you should adopt this package. The last point I want to make is that we really hope that you fully support your staff in implementation. They're the ones that take our calls, and by the way, they've been very responsive, and help us work through this complex package in the future. So we hope that you keep that in mind and that you work both with the staff and with the community in the future as we move forward with implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Craig Powell,
Yes, sir.
followed by Katie Hydorn and James Cathcart.
Craig Powell with IAN Sacramento again. First of all, I want to say, we would love to sing a kumbaya moment here on all of this, but we feel that this is not going to really satisfy the needs of Sacramento. But I do want to say this. The substantive provisions that are in these packages, the most important ones really are coming from the leadership of the mayor on the issues of opening up the ad hoc meetings, requiring that emails that relate to city business be kept on city servers, and providing the real energy behind getting this process done. So our hat is off to you, and it's really clear that you care about this issue. It's clear that you want to have, on an ongoing basis, a public engagement and continuing dialogue and improvement, and we applaud you for that. We have found at IAN Sacramento that that has not been the case in the past in this particular issue. IAN Sacramento is one of two principal sponsors of 10 public forums on this, and we actually funded all the costs of holding all those forums. And we have been, through a committee of ours, an ethics reform committee, continuously reviewing and analyzing and looking at best practices and developing model codes for transparency, for ethics codes, for ethics commissions. And unfortunately, after the forum process, the decision was made by some people to exclude us and our ideas and our research from the process. And one of our representatives was literally physically barred from entering into a meeting room at City Hall because they didn't want to hear our views. And so that's unfortunate. But there are a lot of ways we can improve this. And in the future, we need independence for the Ethics Commission. We need a broader scope of authority. We need a broader scope of jurisdiction. We need a dedicated source of funding. It needs an independent staff. There are a lot of things that need to be done. And it ultimately should have stronger ability to levy penalties, penalties that count, up to and including the ability to refer to the Superior Court and to initiate a proceeding in Superior Court for potential removal of those public officials who are found to be guilty of pervasive corruption. Had that been in place, for instance, in the city of San Diego, it would not have had its constitutional crisis that it had with a recent mayor. This right is parallel to the authority of the civil grand jury to initiate a removal proceeding before Superior Court. So we think a parallel provision would hold the city in good stead. So, Mr. Mayor, we look forward to engaging, and thank you for that invitation.
Door is open.
Sidorn?
Good evening, Mr.
Good
Mayor.
evening, Katie.
In this capacity.
Great to see you.
Good evening, council members. I'm a Sacramentan. I live in Council Member Jeff Harris's district. I'm here in strong support of item 27 and agree with your staff recommendations to adopt the ordinances on ethics and transparency before you tonight. I've followed this from the beginning. I attended several of the forums and heard directly from my fellow Sacramentans that these are greatly needed and desired. So I urge your support tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you, and great to see you again.
James Cathcart, followed by Gary Winnick and Earl Withacombe.
Good evening. I am James Cathcart. Today I'm representing STOP, Sacramento's Taxpayers Opposed to Pork. We are pleased to support the package of ordinances before you tonight and urge its enactment. Hopefully it will be unanimous. STOP has believed for some time that the lack of participation in ad hoc committees was a major reason the public felt left out and disenfranchised. Public trust in all governmental institutions, including this city council, has plummeted to new lows as a result of the lack of transparency, and in particular, the lack of transparency in this city council's affairs in the last few years. The number one goals that you need to realize is you need to reestablish this trust between the citizenry and our government, particularly our city council. Whatever its defects, and there are some, and STOP believes there are some, it remains a good start. We hope that at a future time, the City Council will further strengthen this ordinance as it adopts it tonight. We do believe that the Ethics Commission members should not be selected by City Council members and it should be by another mechanism, a step away from the perceived cronyism. We also believe that the original section that was stricken relating to the reporting of behest payments by City Council members be reinstated, and that the section relating to that strikes the language of what constitutes an electronic communication needs to be reinstated. Again, it is imperative that public transparency is critical to reestablishing trust. This is the key feature, and we believe this was a huge, giant step forward. And please vote for this important starting point and realize that it's just a starting point. We are going to continue to modify and improve it as it goes along.
Thank you very much, Jim. We appreciate it.
Gary Winnick, followed by Earl, and then Rosanna Herber.
Mr. Winnick, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Gary Winnick. I served as the Chief of Enforcement of the FPPC for over 6 years and spent a number of years advising pretty much every local ethics commission in the state, and also served as a professor at McGeorge on local ethics issues. I say that only because I want to emphasize tonight that what you have before you is really an extraordinary series of reforms. You've heard a lot of information here tonight that in 2 minutes, there's absolutely no way I could deal with point by point. But I really want you to have some confidence that you have a structure that gives you an independent ethics commission and a very strong package of reform regulations that you should be commended for and should be proud of. It's really extraordinary in a couple of ways. First is just in its scope. You have one of the broadest scope packages of reforms in the entire state. Second is you're doing this voluntarily, and very much a lot of these wind up being through ballot measures and not through people and public officials stepping up and taking to do this on their own. I really want to commend the mayor for making this one of his priorities when he came in, and the council members for saying in the framework, particularly Council Member Ashby, who was a leader on this as well. In conclusion, I just want to say that you get a lot of public input of a negative nature and hear a lot of topics on different issues. But when you do something right, you should be praised for it. And tonight you've done and have before you something that really is good government at its finest. You should be proud of it. I'm proud to be here to support it, and I urge your aye vote.
Gary, you're obviously very well respected and have been for a long time in this field, and so your testimony, I know, means a lot. It means a lot to me, and I know you would tell us differently if you felt differently.
And I just emphasize, I have no dog in the fight. I don't even live in the city of Sacramento, quite frankly, and helped out on a volunteer basis, so I have no interest in it. Perhaps after my children are grown.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Earl, followed by Rosanna, and then Paula Lee.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, members of the council. I serve as the treasurer of the Environmental Council of Sacramento, and it's on their behalf that I speak tonight. I spent 6 years serving as a member of the League of Women Voters Charter Amendment Task Force. And one of the tasks, and my interest there was as a recovering local elected official myself. My task, one of the tasks that I performed for that body, was to evaluate and rank the Ethics Commission structures and regulations in the in the cities of San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, Los Angeles, and San Diego. And it's from that experience and knowledge that I postulate to you that this proposal goes a long way to enhance integrity of city operations with respect to public education, participation, and trust, and compares very favorably to the enlightened systems demanded by and supported by the citizens of these other major California cities. The ordinances proposed may not provide the extremely populated and robust public data portal of San Francisco, the dedicated budget and employee and staff requirements of the ordinance in Oakland, or the very robust enforcement program found in San Diego. However, approval of this package will place Sacramento in the ranks of cities employing best practices of good government. ECOS urges your adoption of this ordinance package, and we will be participating in the city clerk's annual review and recommendations to the council on future amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Earl. It's very
Rosanna
helpful.
Herber, followed by Paula Lee and Natalie Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. They call me Rosanna Herber, and I'm from District 5, and I have been involved with the Stonewall Democratic Club, with the League of California Voters, and my own neighborhood, the Curtis Park Neighborhood Association.
And a former city council employee.
That's right. I was chief of staff for Kim Mueller, who's now a judge. Who would have thunk it? In any case, I want to say that working with Kim taught me a lot about ethics, but also working with the Neighborhood Association and the League and Stonewall Democratic Club has also taught me how important it is to have transparency in government, how important it is to engage citizens in what you're doing, and how important it is to take this first step. Now, I'm not pleased with everything in this. I think we have way too many attorneys on the Ethics Commission, but that's another topic for another day. I do feel, though, that this is a giant step, and I'm grateful for Councilmember Ashby for bringing this forward, and for you, Mayor Steinberg, for making sure that it had the wind beneath the wings. And I just want to ask that you all approve this unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosanna.
Paula Lee?
Mayor and Council, Paula Lee, League of Women Voters of Sacramento. As we said in our letter to the Mayor and Council, these are strong and substantive improvements over the status quo, and collectively they make Sacramento a model for a more accessible and accountable city government. So the League of Women Voters heartily supports these ordinances. I won't go over all the details of the ordinances. Shirley did a great job of that, but I do want to point out the one that the League intends to spread the news about, and that's e-comments. And we think this is a great tool for citizen participation. So I hope you will hear more from broad members of the public, people that don't usually make it to council meetings, and you'll get more public participation and new voices. So my thank yous. Thank you to all of you that participated in getting here, beginning with Councilmember Ashby and the ad hoc committee that drafted the framework, the public who encouraged the League of Women Voters and Common Cause to stick with it and provided so much wonderful input, partners the League had, like Nicholas Hydorn and Gary Winnick, always good to have two attorneys working for the public good. The council members, many of you that met with us over and over and were genuinely interested in all four reforms and even had some good ideas yourselves. And then the mayor, Mayor Steinberg, who gave it the final push and supported our strongly held view that ad hoc should meet in public and that city business should be done on city servers. Yes, people have said this is not perfect. There's room for improvement, and we have a chance to do that annually. And so do the citizens of Sacramento. But there is every reason tonight to vote for these ordinances, and there is absolutely no reason to vote against them. And finally, I will say that there will be headlines, press conferences, op-eds. There'll be praises for this and complaints that we've already heard, but all this will come and go. And tonight, however, with your support of these ordinances, Sacramento will actually have something concrete, something that won't come and go, something concrete in place that will continue to build an ethical and transparent city government. And this will inspire more civic participation. And it's really important to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. And thank you for your devotion to this and the League of Women Voters, of course.
Natalie Garcia, followed by Devin Lavelle, Trudy Schaefer, and Joanne Fuller.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council
Evening.
members. I just want to voice my support for these reforms. I think that I'm just an average person, and government is very complicated to navigate, so I really encourage any efforts that you can take to encourage participation from the public, making sure that information is accessible and inclusive and posted well in advance. So I support these efforts. Thank you.
You're not an average person, by the way. You came to City Hall to express your opinion. That makes you important. Thank you.
Devin Lavelle.
Devin, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you for your time. And I wanted to say, referring back a little while, I didn't know how long it was going to be before I spoke, but Mr. Mayor, you should feel good about where we are, and we should all feel proud. It's been an interesting 8.5 years to get here since we've been talking about governance reform in the city. But today we're standing here with a good, strong policy that is the result of an open public process. And I do want to say we should, whatever we thought of the details, we should thank our former mayor for getting this conversation started. We probably wouldn't be here today if he hadn't done that. I want to thank the staff for all their hard work in reaching out and working with the community groups. Thank you to our mayor and Councilman Chenier for their hard work. Thank you especially to Councilmember Ashby. We know how much we owe you for getting this to where it is today. I'm also heartfelt by the mayor and the staff's willingness to work to continuously improve this law. Policymaking is a process. It's not a single bill passed. And thank you to Ion Sacramento for continuing to push that process forward. And I forgot my name is Devin Lavelle, and I'm a proud member of District 7.
Very good.
District 7.
Very good.
Best represented district up here, by the way.
Thank you, Devin.
Thank you for your time, and I ask for your yes vote.
Very good. Thank you so much for your participation.
Judy Schaefer?
Good evening. I'm
Evening.
Trudy Schaefer. And hello, Mr. Mayor. I haven't been in front of you since you were in the legislature.
Wow, well.
I am the Senior Director for Program. I am the Senior Director for Program of the League of Women Voters of California and a longtime member of the League of Women Voters of Sacramento. And as such, I just wanted to add a little summary to what our President Paula Lee has said. It seems that the item in our National League principles that I cite the most often is that the League of Women Voters believes, as I believe we all do here, that democratic government depends on the informed and active participation in government. And it requires at all levels that governmental bodies protect the citizens' right to know by giving adequate notice of proposed actions, holding open meetings, making public records accessible. All of this, of course, you've heard described in great detail and very well. Also, that campaign finance regulation should enhance political equality for all. So I just want to say you've heard a great deal of discussion about the wonderful process that has led you to this moment. I'm very proud, as a longtime Sacramento League member, to be able to say that the city of Sacramento is by what you're doing tonight, and I urge you to pass it, entering into the ranks of those cities around the state of California that really do value all of the elements of an ethics commission, a sunshine ordinance, and so forth that you're entering on tonight, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Trudy.
Joanne Fuller?
It's our last public testimony, last but not least.
Thank you. Mayor, City Council members, City Clerk and staff, and everybody who has been through this process over a number of years. In 2009, I was appointed to the Charter Review Committee for the City Council, and we were challenged to look at what reforms needed to be made and made some suggestions. Really appreciate the work that has gone into these ordinances and the package, and encourage you to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, that is the end of the public testimony. Let's turn to the members of the City Council. Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, let me start off by thanking so many members of the public for being on this journey with us. Mr. Mayor, I think you gave it an extra boost when you joined the party here. And I think it was your first or second week where you said, we're doing this? First week. And here we are in your first 90 days, finishing it.
Yeah, it's great.
But when I say finish, it's a work in progress. We are finishing this point. But like anything, we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think this is a very strong step in the right direction for our council, for the city, but for the public as well. And it reflects a lot of work. I'm a very proud League of Women Voters member tonight. And I know a lot of other organizations also worked on this, but I know the League, for its long history, has fought for things like this, and I think it's a testament to their values and the values of Common Cause and all the other groups that worked on it that we're here. I hope for a unanimous vote, but that doesn't mean it's done. Also, I want to thank Gary Winnick and Nick Hydorn in particular, because I know they put a tremendous amount of sweat equity into making this happen. Lots of letters, lots of comments, and I'd be remiss too to not thank Ion Sacramento, even though I know, and I don't know where Craig went, he was here. I know that they weren't necessarily totally happy with the final product, but I will say it reflects a lot of the things that they asked for. So while we don't always get everything we want, I think that this is a big step in the right direction. Shirley, Matt, I think that you also have done tremendous work. There are times, Shirley, where I thought you would tell us you're done, but you never said it. You never said it. You just kept saying yes. So thank you for that. There was one thing I just wanted to clarify. I know that at Law and Ledge I asked for the lobbying code to be added, and it is added in the ordinance, but when you talked about the scope of this, you didn't mention that, and I think it was just an oversight, because while we hold ourselves now to an even higher standard once we do this, I think it's important to know that we're also holding the public who engages with us at that same high standard, so that whether it's you checking us or us checking you, we all have eyes on each other so that we do the right thing. Anyway, let's vote yes.
Thank you very much, Steve. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First I want to thank Councilmember Ashby for leadership in this. I was placed on Legend Law right kind of in the middle of what had been brought back after the ad hoc committee. And so it was a lot of catching up to do because there was already so much work that had been put into this. I want to thank our city staff, Shirley and your team, for all of the time you took. I know I pushed hard to make sure that we were getting as much public comment and making sure that we included folks like LULAC and getting their participation in this effort. And I think what we learned out of this process is that we went above and beyond what our normal outreach efforts were, and that's something we hope we can continue. More importantly, at a time when we were doing it without any kind of deadline. We weren't doing it out of reactiveness. It was a proactive effort to think about how can we create a better system, a better trust of governance with our city. So this is a huge positive effort. Again, big thank you to all our community folks. I know Teresa Riviera and Luisa Manchaca and Efrain Gutierrez, you guys put a lot of extra time in this, and also just like I did, came into it when there were already a lot of conversations happening. The League of Women Voters and Common Cause, you guys were always willing to sit down with me and talk through items, and sometimes we didn't agree. But the fact that we could break down each item individually and figure out what would be the most practical and also best approach of ensuring that the public has access to all of the conversations that are happening at City Council, I think has put out a great product. What Gary Winnick said was, I think, an important thing to highlight. This policy goes above and beyond on a number of levels, far beyond what is required of councils and far beyond what other cities and local governments have done. And it's been through a mutual conversation. And that, I think, is something that should be applauded. We didn't settle for just the basics. We went above and beyond that. And when we first started off on this conversation, Councilmember Ashby reminded us that we went through the records and data keeping process. We went through a long discussion about that through not only emails but other documentation, and so we've gone through that huge conversation. So I think it's good for anybody who has questions to sit down with our city clerk so they are familiar with it. Leading up to also the passage of the redistricting commission. So now even down to the basics of where how our lines are drawn, making sure that is given more to the public so that they're involved at the base root of governance. And now to the point of sunshine and our commission, on our ethics commission. What is something, if you're not in government, if you're not in politics, or you're not an attorney, which is probably the grand majority of us, you're not going to go and sift through this state code or this city code or that county ordinance or that regulation at the FPPC. The fact that we're putting it all in one document on top of and at even higher standards, I think is exactly what we're trying to do here, is ensure that the public can easily go and access whether it's our rules and regulations, whether it's our open data policy that helps technology, or whether it's just curiosity of how governance functions. And if we want young people to be involved, if we want them engaged, we have to keep it simple and we have to make it easy accessible for them. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear a motion from Councilmember Hanson, so I would be glad to move. Oh, you didn't make the motion? Okay, good. Well, then I'll second that motion.
Let's play back the videotape.
Exactly. Glad to second the motion for this item.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Eric. Councilmember Ashby. I'm sorry. Here we go.
All right, thank you. So, yeah, Shirley told me she wanted to quit a couple times. I don't know if she didn't tell you, but this was one that tested us all. Everybody that you heard talk, everybody that worked on it. And it started, Kevin Johnson did start this conversation, but the person I remember really bringing in the very first proposal was actually Grantland Johnson, who served on that committee with you and came in with some proposals about what the city could do. And then I got here right after that, but that was one of the first things that landed on my lap as a new council member. And I remember thinking, oh boy, this is going to be a big body of work. And I didn't know my role in it would be quite as big as it was, but I'm glad that it was. I learned a lot too. There are a lot of people to thank. I did take a leadership role in that ad hoc, but I actually wasn't even the chair. Councilmember Warren was the chair of that ad hoc, and Councilmember Chenier was on that ad hoc too. And we really labored hard about which pieces to put in and what order to go in and what would serve the city the best. And some of these pieces I've forgotten about because we already did them. So until I hear it come back up, it's like, yeah, we had this really long checklist, and we're sort of at the end of that now. But from the previous mayor's staff and now this mayor's staff, there have also been two people who have seen this through almost start to finish, who are just kind of quietly sit in the audience and make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, and that's Patty Bisharat and Scott White both. They worked really, really hard on this. And I always say this, in order for something like this to get done, there has to be one person who focuses on it the whole time. Because Shirley has a lot of jobs. We are all focusing on lots of things. That was Patty Bisharat. So, Patty, you really deserve the lion's share of credit for getting this to where it is. Everybody played a piece and tied some things in. And I think every set of council member or mayor eyes that touched it really helped a lot. We all feel a little bit of ownership, but that's how you know it's a good deal, when everybody wants to be the first and the second and the mover of the whatever. If everybody feels a little bit of ownership to it, then we did it the right way, and then you have a lot of input from a lot of good people that care about the city. But I always think it's important to point out the people who are working in the background get no credit. In this instance, that is most definitely Patty. And Jay and Alan don't get enough credit either. Paula, Nick, Gary, and Craig now everybody, it's popular to stand up here and say, let's do it. But they were doing that before it was popular to do it, and people were upset with them, and, but they carried it through anyway, all of them. And even they had splits amongst themselves during that period of time. It was very difficult. But, Paula, you're really a brave leader for the community, and I think you've done a tremendous job here. And it was really an honor for me to get to work with all of you, but especially you. I thought you worked really hard. So that's my sort of thank yous. I will concede on the front end that it is not perfect. It is the best that we could do with this, 3 years, 4 years of really hard work. But it is a start. One of my favorite things about this proposal is it has built into it annual reviews. That's so that no council in the future ever has to do this again. Nobody has to do that really heavy lift of, let's just have this conversation that nobody wants to have. That took a long time, and people like Grantland Johnson getting involved to even start the dialogue. Now it'll be an ongoing dialogue, so that never has to happen again. To me, that's actually the best part of this piece, because the rest can all change over time. You can figure out who needs to serve on the commission and whether there's too many lawyers or not enough lawyers, or penalties need to be higher or lower, whatever. You could figure that out every year. But we're keeping the door open on that conversation. That's huge for this dialogue moving forward. And I think Mayor Steinberg added pieces to this that were really helpful in the end, especially the ad hoc component. I think that helps build public trust, so I'm happy for that. The one piece I want to say I'm very dissatisfied with, because we all have our pieces we negotiated with. I don't think our campaign finance reform went far enough in this proposal. I've been disappointed. One reason I say that, and many of you know, I've tried to champion women getting into elected positions. Campaign finance reform is a key hindrance to that, and I think we can do better. But if Shirley didn't say it today, she said it a dozen times, one of the components of this is for us to sort of hand that process over to the Fair Political Practices and have them hand back to us some suggestions on what we could do to modify our finance reform so that it is more equal and does allow a more level playing field for anyone who wants to sit up here and take one of us on, or at any level, or join in some way, or participate in that process. So that's a piece I hope that you folks, you watchdog folks, will help us annually push forward too, because if it stays where it is now, that's not a victory for us. I'm hoping that's one we can chase down as well and create some equalizers, because it's hard to raise that much money. It's hard to run for these seats, but it's important that people have that opportunity. So all of that being said, the motion's already been moved and seconded, and I'll happily be adding my yes vote today. And thank you to everybody who participated and stepped up and made this great.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Ashby, for all your work on this. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg. You know, it's really gratifying to have broad support on this. It has been a tremendous amount of work, but I think the reason that we have that support is because we got the public outreach part right. You know, the distrust of government is largely based upon lack of two-way communication. People feel excluded. They feel they don't have access to their council members. I think that in this process, we've shown that we actually do enjoy engaging with our constituents. I mean, nobody agrees on all issues all the time, but we actually did listen. You know, I remember going to the initial forums put on by ION Sacramento a couple of years ago, and they were fairly tough, you know. I mean, as a council member, I sat there and people just blasted me with their thoughts, and there was tremendous mistrust, and I was a brand new council member, so this was just right out of the gate. And it really has come a long way. We've made some very significant reforms here. And it doesn't just, not just stopping with the ethics reform and the redistricting commission, we've taken on the police commission. I think this council is demonstrating that we listen to our constituents. You know, it wouldn't be fun to do this job if we didn't. Working in a vacuum and just setting policy without the feedback of the people that we serve would be more or less meaningless. So it's been a very interesting process, and I also want to thank League of Women Voters and Common Cause ION Sacramento. And thank you, Mr. Winnick, for your praise, because it's very high praise. You are a person who has looked at this all over the state. You know what you're talking about. So if you are telling us we did a good job, that is incredibly gratifying. My colleagues have said all the rest. I'm absolutely in favor of this. Looking forward to the vote.
Thank you very much. If last brief word, whatever tiny boost I may have given to this simply by setting it on the agenda, it's obvious for final vote, it's obvious that this has been the product of incredible partnership between the city council, staff, and the community, and a model for how we should do our work. And it reminds me that ethics is an imperative in and of itself. It is also a necessary means to earn the public's trust, to act boldly and confidently on their behalf. So yes, we finished this, even though this work has gone on for some time, in 90 days here. And I hope, and I believe that if we act with the same spirit of urgency and collaboration, that we can have more nights like this where we're celebrating breakthroughs on homelessness, celebrating breakthroughs on improving neighborhoods, celebrating breakthroughs about the next great economic development opportunity and opportunities in Sacramento. And that's the spirit, right? Urgency and collaboration. And we'll continue to do great things. So thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstain. It passes 9-0. And I would add a thank you to Jacob Eitel back there. We thanked Scott White and Patty Bishrott, my staff, but Jacob shepherded this too. So thank you all. That's great. Now we're done with 1/4 of the agenda. This is fabulous. Okay, let's go back to to where I think some of these other items will move relatively quickly, and we're going to get to the homeless item, which is the 2 homeless items tonight in due course. But let's go back to item 21, please.
Item 21 is the formation proceedings for the Sacramento Streetcar Communities Facility District.
Okay. Councilmember Hanson, before we start this item, I know you have a declaration here. Go ahead.
I'm waiting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Out of an abundance of caution, because I own property somewhat close to the district, I'll be recusing myself from this item.
Okay. Thank you very much. Always good to be err on the side of caution. Do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, sir.
How many? We just have a couple of, we have 3 people on public comment, so let's hear the presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Sherry Smith with your Finance Department. This is the public hearing for the formation of the Sacramento Streetcar.
One sec, if we can. I know people are filing out. Just wait just a sec. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Sherry Smith with your Finance Department. This is the public hearing for the formation of the Sacramento Streetcar Community Facilities District 2017-1. On January 24th, Council initiated formation of the streetcar CFD to provide $2 million annually for maintenance and operation of the streetcar project. The public hearing tonight is to provide the opportunity for any interested person to protest any aspect of the proposed district, and in the absence of a majority protest, to consider the necessary actions to implement the district. Staff's recommendation is to open the public hearing and, upon conclusion, adopt the 3 resolutions in your packet, which are the resolution of formation, creating the CFD, authorizing the rate and method of apportionment, authorizing the services to be provided, and setting the appropriation limit. The second is the resolution calling for a special mailed ballot election of the landowners within the district. The third resolution, selecting and authorizing members of council to author arguments for the measure, which will ensure that City Council's argument is printed in the voter information guide pursuant to election code. Staff from the Department of Public Works and Finance are available to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. I want to just address one elephant in the room here, and that is the Trump administration budget that doesn't provide federal funding for this project. And so some might say, well, why would you go ahead and do this in the face of that? Well, the reason is that an initial budget from a president or a governor is just that. It's not a final budget. And I know I've been doing this long enough to know that the final congressional and/or legislative budget rarely looks anything like a governor or president's initial budget. So we go forward here. And we have excellent representation in Washington, D.C., and, you know, we work with the appropriators and the Congress and recognize infrastructure and transportation as a bipartisan issue, and we go forward. And so this funding piece for the operations is an election is a necessary piece of the partnership with the federal government and the state government and the city of West Sacramento to complete this project. So I just want to say that off the top. Let's hear from the public.
Okay, so we have 3 that are signed up. We'll start with Deborah DeRosier, I believe it is, Jeffrey Cardingania, thank you, and Mac Worthy.
Hi, I'm Deborah DeRosier. I'm with Ion Sacramento, and I'm concerned about this community facility district because of the operating cost estimates that have been given by the city. We have a member of Ion Sacramento. His name's Dr. Gregory Thompson. He is a professor in urban planning and transportation. He estimates the operating and maintenance costs of the streetcar district to be $6 to $8 million a year. The city of Sacramento has changed their estimate from $2 million a year up to now $5.1 million a year, which is getting a little closer to reality. But the concerns that we have are when the operating costs exceed the estimates, who's going to be paying for the difference? And I'm afraid that the RT, Regional Transit, is going to get stuck holding the bag to pay for these operating deficits. And so what we are proposing is that you postpone this passing for this special election until you can make an amendment to the resolution that will move the liability for operating deficits to the members of this facilities district, that the shortfalls in operating costs do not affect regional transit in any way, and that they are instead moved to these property owners that are going to benefit from having a streetcar in their front yard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's hear from the other witnesses, and we'll get to the...
Okay, so the next speaker then is Jeffrey. Jeffrey still here?
Nope.
Target, okay, and then Mackworthy?
Mr. Worthy,
Mackworthy's next.
third item that you've testified on tonight.
This is about the third time we have seen this on the agenda table. Where is it coming from and where is it going? A streetcar. People, this is why we cherish to have a man like Donald Trump to eliminate some federal money.
Please.
Eliminate some federal money because this is garbage. This is garbage, people. You don't even have mass transportation to read a schedule from one spot to another. When you get there and you jump on and go, you don't even have that in Sacramento. And now you talk about a trolley car. You're sick. You cannot go on a bus and meet the light rail and jump off and get a light rail. You cannot go to the light rail and jump off and get a bus, but you want a trolley. Where? From where to where? People, wake up. This is the reason we say federal money got to be cut out in mass transportation until you come to a point that you're going to spend it properly. This is a disgrace. It was up here, but you know what you done is that we're going to do a mail-in. That's all you changed. A mail-in. See, that's why we talk about the rigging the system. That's rigging the voting system with many nonprofit organizations you know. All you got to do is call them and tell them, say, hey, we're sending this out, and you vote it in. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. 90% of the people here in this city is tied to a nonprofit organization, which is solicited here. All you got to do is get on the computer, you got the address and phone number, and give them an email and say, hey, vote this in. That's rigging the system. That's the reason we cherish a man like Donald Trump. Get rid of rigging the system and go back and obey the Constitution.
Whatever. Councilmember Chenier.
Thank you, Mayor. So, a couple things. One, I just want to kind of support what you said about the federal budget, and we also know that there's an infrastructure bill that will be coming, and we have information that this will also be included in the infrastructure bill, so it can be scored for the administration. This is an important piece moving forward. This will allow the business leaders who have properties along the streetcar to pay their fair share, and those are the ones who will be most benefiting from it economically in the downtown, but I think it's important as a connector for the city as downtown moves forward. So with that, I'd like to move the item.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. You know, there is a portion of the motion here that apparently authorizes or requires us to name the at least people for and against it signing the ballot measure. I know I've talked to my staff. I'm willing to sign the pro measure, but I don't know why we have to make that decision tonight.
This is something that has to be voted on by a majority of the council in order to designate that. So if you did not do it tonight, it would have to come back for a vote of the council, which would then affect the
Does it affect the timing and the schedule of the election to do it?
So let me add to that, to ask the mayor to let me add to my motion, one, closing the public hearing also, but then that the mayor be authorized to sign on behalf of the council on this item,
on the pro
side.
On the pro side.
You assume you know my vote?
I assume I do.
Okay, go ahead.
I just was going to say, we don't have to name all the authors today. We just have to pick the one author, then that author, if it's you, could choose the signers at a later date.
I
So
see.
you don't have to be authorized for the whole council. You could choose whatever 4 people. They could be community members or other people.
Okay.
That can be done later. So you would basically be agreeing to have your staff produce the argument.
Of course.
As well as for the rebuttal arguments.
And what about the no?
Somebody would need to volunteer to do that if there's a no, but if there is no council no, then a member of the public would have a certain amount of time to be able to.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So that's fine. We'll take that as the motion. Councilmember Carr?
Yes, Jay, could either you or the speaker answer the question about the delta in operating cost? If the funds are not sufficient to cover operating costs, who's stuck with the bill?
Right now, the financing for the operating costs, we have worked with the property owners and limited their contribution to $2 million annually, which escalates every year at the CPI capped at 3%. And then the remainder comes from a combination of West Sacramento, City of Sacramento, and also fare box revenues and sponsorships. So it comes from a variety of sources.
I think,
The
Larry,
question
Larry,
is-
to answer your question, RT is not on the hook there, but it would be the cities who are running the JPA who are doing that. RT would be on contract through a joint powers agreement to actually operate the system.
So RT customers would have to pay if there's a delta?
No, the 2 cities, West Sacramento and Sacramento, would be ultimately responsible
Who would have to pay?
with West Sacramento. There's multiple sources of revenues, right? So there's Farebox and the cities on doing it.
Yeah,
and then other
it's in the
grants.
report, the sources
Yeah.
of funds. But the question was, if the operating costs exceed the funds
Right.
that we have allocated, then who picks up the difference?
It would be the cities.
City.
So, right, this is not the end of this process, right? This is authorizing the election for this local share. There's still the federal funding. They're the pieces that need to be put together in order to have a final funding agreement.
So we're authorizing the formation of the district.
For purposes of the election, this is not a final operating agreement.
What this does, and there will be this will come back to the city at later points, but what this does is it allows the private sector, it allows the formation of the district so you can have a vote of the private sector so they
Exactly.
could put funds into that. That's where we are today.
So we'll have another chance to look at the operating cost plans.
You'll have multiple chances.
So I know you're the president of the board of RT at this
Not
point?
anymore.
Not anymore?
Last 2 years.
Okay. So we need to make sure when we look at this that we have some contingency so that the city is not eating up the city budget.
No, I think you're right. And just so you know, we have 4 members of this council are on the board. Mr. Hanson, Mr. Jennings, Mr. Harris, and I all sit on the RT board.
But if the city is, that's not germane anymore, if the city is the one that has to pick up the tab. And so we need to kind of protect the
You're
general
not
fund.
binding yourself to that tonight.
Again?
You're not binding yourself to that
Right.
tonight.
So I'm saying we need to find a way to protect the general fund from this ongoing cost.
I would agree.
Very good. Thank you. So it's a good point raised by the Eye on Sacramento and good follow-up by you, Councilmember Carr. It's moved and seconded. Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. This motion passes on a 9-0 vote. Thank you very, very much.
8-0.
8-0, Mr. Hanson abstained. Thank you. Reminder. Okay, item 22, which there's no public testimony, should take 2 or 3 minutes, I'm hopeful. This is the weed and rubbish abatement.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any, hello, sir.
How are you? Are we done?
We look forward to your lengthy presentation.
It'll be brief, I promise.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Jose Mendez. I am the Code Enforcement Manager with the Community Development Department for the City of Sacramento. I'm here to discuss in detail our weed abatement program. In February, Community Development notified 7,200 property owners of the city's weed abatement requirements. The notice notified owners of this hearing date and time, which was originally scheduled for March 14th, but continued to occur today. To date, about 36 property owners have contacted community development in response to our notice. Most matters have been resolved or are in the process of being resolved. If there are, excuse me, staff recommends opening the public hearing to hear any objections or comments dealing with this item. If there are no objections, staff recommends that council approve the resolution authorizing the abatement of weeds and rubbish from private property.
There are nobody signed up for public testimony, so
Right.
it's been moved and seconded?
Great. So staff recommends that council close the hearing and direct staff to prepare a resolution, including findings and facts that can be presented back to the council at a later. I'm sorry, that's it.
That has been
That's
moved.
it.
Thank you
Sorry
very
about
much. That was a good brief presentation. Thank you. Been moved.
I
and-
apologize, just a quick correction, sorry, Mayor.
Yes, of course.
The resolution reflects March 14th as the public hearing date. It's actually March 21st.
Aha.
Thank you.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
I want to get the date wrong. Okay. Moved and seconded the friendly amendment. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. That measure passes 9-0. Thank you for being here through the meeting. Sorry. Appreciate getting through it. Okay. Item 23. This is an SHRA item, and then we're going to move to 24, which is the lead SHRA item of the evening. Okay.
So for purposes of clarification on this public hearing, this is a joint city council and housing authority item as we hear these concurrently. Thank you.
Well, we're hearing 23 and 24,
No, but
not at the same time, but concurrently. Okay.
As we do ours.
Okay, let's go with item 23 first. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the City Council. I'm Susan Veazey with Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. The report before you requests approval of the final mortgage revenue bond and SHRA loan documents for the rehabilitation of Pension K apartments. The financing for Pension K was approved by the City Council last March. Tonight's meeting also serves as the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act hearing. Pension K was built in 1996. To date, it has not been substantially rehabbed. The development consists of 127 studio apartments with regulated rents ranging from 30% to 60% of area median income. The developer is here this evening, a representative of Baron Glasso and Associates, who is an experienced development and management company. Pacific Housing Incorporated will also be providing on-site resident services. Staff is available to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. We don't have public testimony. Councilmember Hanson, your district, so go ahead.
I'd like to close the public hearing and move the item.
I ask for a more lengthy conversation, please. Just kidding. Just kidding. Go ahead. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained, measure passes 9-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's move now to item 24, which is an anticipated item. I should begin by announcing that this afternoon the County Board of Supervisors voted on a 5-0 vote to approve the redirection, establishment, and creation of 1,755 housing units for the homeless over the next 3 years. And I know that, thank you, and I know that Ms. Dozier and her staff will detail some of that tonight, even though not all of that is before us. And I want to begin by saying thank you for your hard work and diligence in bringing forward what I thought was a very significant and positive recommendation. And I know that we'll talk about the city piece of it. That's what we're voting on. But I want to put this in the context of the larger picture here, and certainly ask some questions about where we go from here. But let's begin.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg. Given the time of the night, we were hoping that we could take items 26 and 24 together. They're both related to homeless initiatives.
Well, wait a minute. Excuse me. Go ahead. 24 and 26 together.
4 and 26, the P3 program and the homeless initiatives item, they're both
I
related to
think that's
homeless
fine. We will take separate votes, and we'll allow public testimony for anyone who signed up for 24 and or 26. It's fine. Sure.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the council. My name is Sarah Thomas, and I'm with the Housing Choice Voucher Program with SHRA. I am here before you this evening to share SHRA's recommendation to house homeless households utilizing Housing Authority resources. Upon conclusion of my report, I will turn it over to Lachelle Dozier, Executive Director of SHRA, who will also summarize the meeting at the board this afternoon that ended a few minutes before 6 o'clock. To provide some context, during the past year, the city and the county have been working diligently to develop strategic recommendations with the goal of improving the homeless delivery system to provide better outcomes for persons experiencing homelessness. SHRA is a critical partner to these efforts and has been working closely with the city and county to align Housing Authority resources. After the joint city-county meeting on January the 31st, the SHRA staff was directed to add a homeless preference to the turnover public housing units in the city and requested the board, acting as the Housing Authority of the county, to direct SHRA to add a local homeless preference to house literally homeless households and those at imminent risk of homelessness. SHRA staff was tasked to meet with community stakeholders to seek input of options to house the homeless using Housing Authority resources. And this is our report back on SHRA's recommendation based on community feedback from stakeholders in the county and city of Sacramento, meetings with the incorporated cities within the county, consultations with HUD Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity Office, or FHEO for short, and HUD Public and Indian Housing, PIH department, under which our Housing Authority programs reside. I would like to first start by providing some context for our recommendations specifically related to the Housing Authority programs we are considering to utilize to house homeless individuals and families. Two of the largest programs under the Housing Authority umbrella are the HCV and Public Housing Program. Through both programs, we provide a roof over the heads of approximately 50,000 residents on a daily basis. Of the residents we serve through both programs, 76% of the families have a female head of household, 56% have a disabled family member, 28% have an elderly member in the household, 45% are families with children, and 77% are extremely low-income families. The average income on both programs is $13,800 annually for a family of 3, or a little over $1,000 a month. We serve the hardest to house families who, but for our program, would be homeless or at a high risk of being imminently homeless. Both programs are fully leased up, and there is an average turnover of approximately 800 turnover vouchers and units per year. And it is these turnover vouchers that are being considered to house homeless individuals and families. At the joint city-county meeting on January 31st, we brought forward 4 options to consider to house the homeless for both public housing and HCV: the general homeless preference, the limited allocation of vouchers to homeless, a site-specific allocation or project-based allocation, and move-on allocation. In addition to presenting these options and receiving initial feedback from you, since that meeting a few weeks ago, SHRA held 9 workshops with community stakeholders in the city and county of Sacramento, and also met with the incorporated cities in the county to receive their feedback. We contacted over 800 interested parties, and the stakeholders included public housing residents, affordable housing developers, homeless advocates, general public, nonprofits, applicants on the waiting list, landlords, service providers, neighborhood groups, and many others. Close to 200 individuals attended the stakeholder meetings, and we received over 100 written comments. Most felt that homeless individuals and families need to be served, and families must be linked to services if required. General consensus was that we need more affordable housing. There was concern about resident safety and attracting homeless from outside our jurisdiction. Many applicants on our waiting list who attended the meetings shared with us that they are homeless and are in need of housing. We also heard the request to relook at the definition of homelessness, which we are also evaluating at this time. We also met with the other incorporated cities in the county, including the cities of Folsom, Ileton, Galt, Citrus Heights, Elk Grove, Rancho Cordova. And the general feedback from the cities was that they all agree We need to have housing solutions for the homeless, and households should have access to services. They also acknowledged the need for more affordable housing. However, they also wanted to make sure that families off the waiting list are served. In addition to individual meetings with city staff, the city councils of Elk Grove and Rancho Cordova voted on this topic during their regular council meetings. The city of Elk Grove was in favor of 50% of the turnover vouchers going to homeless households for the limited preference, move-on vouchers, and project-based vouchers. The city of Rancho Cordova was in favor of 1,755 homeless households being served, and they were in favor of a 50-50 split of utilizing the vouchers for homeless households versus families off the waiting list. They also wanted to make sure that the homeless households are matched with the appropriate level of services. I can,
Testimony, so just want to make sure we get through the
Okay.
presentation, please.
we can go, I'll be real as quick as I can.
Thank you.
I can actually talk really fast.
I don't want to cut you short. I just want to make sure that we
Yes.
get to the highlights.
I just also wanted to share that in addition to the engagement, we also consulted with the HUD Office of Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity, and to ensure that we were not creating disparate impacts to protected classes. We shared our applicant and participant data, which was analyzed with the homeless 2015 point-in-time count. As we continued our conversations with HUD, they informed us that because our wait lists are not exhausted, dedicating all turnover vouchers and units to serve the homeless would create an adverse impact to female heads of household, families with children, and minorities, especially Blacks and Asians, who are on the waiting list. Staff was given a lot of information to digest from the stakeholder meetings and all the consultations we had with the incorporated cities and HUD. And we were also awarded 2 grants to serve homeless families. The first we are the finalist for is item number 26 on your agenda, and that is the Performance Partnership Pilots for Disconnected Youth, or P3 for short, where we will serve 100 homeless or at risk of homeless youth who will be provided with a voucher, and they're also linked to services and receive appropriate life skills training. And the second award was the 75 HUD VASH vouchers, which were talked about earlier today. That's item 19 on your consent calendar. With all the information that we received and the receipt of the 2 grants, we developed a 3-year multifaceted plan that was mindful of preserving the utilization of public housing units and vouchers to maximize funding, but also ensuring that homeless individuals and families are served, yet balancing this approach with serving those on our waiting list. So getting to our 3-year recommendation. The first recommendation is to house up to 150 homeless individuals and families through the limited preference option for a 3-year period for a total of up to 450 households, where they enter the intake process through the county's Flexible Supports Rehousing Program. Bless you. Details, and this is called the FSRP program. Details of the FSRP program were discussed this afternoon at the Board of Supervisors meeting. And to summarize in a nutshell, the intent of the program is to rehouse homeless individuals and families through special engagement with a whatever it takes model and link them to wraparound services. The services are estimated to be around $7,800 per household, or $1.2 million for 150 individuals and families for the first year. And this is anticipated to be funded through the county's budget cycle. Moving on to the project-based vouchers, while it is critical to serve homeless families and individuals off the streets immediately, it is just as important to develop a long-term strategy to add affordable housing units to our inventory. Currently, there are 673 project-based vouchers at 8 developments around the city and county, and is a model that works for some families. Homeless individuals and families have units to move into and receive services to remain stabilized. And an example of this project is 7th NH Development, which is down the street from us. For this initiative, staff recommends the allocation of 375 vouchers for additional project-based units, of which 75 were just allocated to veteran housing and is denoted with the asterisks on the chart.
As part of the rollout, staff recommends issuing a notice of funding availability to allocate up to 100 project-based vouchers on an annual basis, ensuring that individuals and families have access to services as well. In addition, based on past experience, we believe that adding permanent supportive housing projects typically leverage additional units, which we estimate to be approximately 300 units over a 3-year period. This is not a hard and fast number, but just a goal of what may be anticipated. And this is denoted by the double asterisks on your table. We also want to be mindful that while building new units is critical and is a priority, we cannot forget the need to preserve existing homeless units, many of which may be in jeopardy of losing existing financing. We are currently in the process of revising our project-based voucher strategy that will be brought forward in a few months. Input from affordable housing developers and other stakeholders will definitely be taken into consideration as the policy is being revised. Upon revising the strategy and receiving your approval, we anticipate releasing a notice of funding availability later this year. Transitioning to the move-on allocation, this is, as it sounds, a move-on program from intense services utilizing a permanent supportive housing unit to receiving a voucher and living more independently. Having met with service providers, we know that there are homeless who could relinquish their intensive case management services but still need help paying the rent. It is this subpopulation of homeless families and individuals, up to 50 households, that is being recommended to utilize the voucher and free up permanent supportive housing for a homeless family. Like the limited allocation, the Move On program must be developed with the assistance of partners prior to being launched. The P3 program, which is also on your agenda, stands for Performance Partnership Pilots Program, which is a mouthful, and this program will increase the flexibility to house a total of 100 homeless or at-risk homeless youth. It will develop innovative, outcome-focused strategies to achieve significant improvements in educational, employment, and other key outcomes for disconnected youth, using the flexibility to blend existing federal funds and seek waivers of program requirements. Moving on to public housing, as it relates to public housing, per the city's request, staff is recommending the city turnover inventory of up to 160 units be allocated to house the homeless for a 3-year period, which totals 480 units. We are still working through the details, especially in light of the HUD FHEO finding, and we will have a rollout of our implementation plan shortly. We believe that services should be available to homeless public housing residents as they need help being stabilized. In addition, assistance with security deposits, buying furniture, mental health assistance, and much more is needed. On February 21st, at the City Council meeting, staff identified $5 million of city resources available that could leverage an additional $15 million. And in addition, Mayor Steinberg announced the potential to increase the leverage to a total of $40 million. SHRE staff looks forward to working closely with city staff to identify options for public housing residents to receive supportive services utilizing some of the city funds that have recently been identified. County public housing units are not recommended to serve the homeless at this time, as the rehabilitation of the Twin Rivers development, which is owned by the County Housing Authority, will affect the availability of public housing units for occupancy. In addition to the proposal for the turnover vouchers here in this table, we are recommending that once the HCV general waitlist or the tenant-based waitlist is exhausted, a homeless preference is added in parity with rent burden to provide equal access to homeless individuals and families and those on the verge of homelessness. So to summarize the table, our recommendation before you is to house up to 1,755 homeless households over a 3-year period. This includes serving homeless veterans, youth, adding affordable housing units, freeing up permanent supportive housing units for the homeless, and also allowing us to serve families off of our waiting list, so we are not creating a disparate impact on the minorities, female heads of households, and families with children. Approximately 50% of the turnover vouchers in HCV will serve the homeless, and 50% will serve individuals and families off the waiting list, some of whom are homeless, with an 80-20 split of turnover vouchers for public housing units. Before we embark on implementing these recommendations, we must follow through with our administrative processes. Upon receiving your approval this evening, we will amend our administrative documents and have a 45-day comment period for the public to comment on the proposed changes written in our documents. We will continue to consult with HUD during this process to ensure that we avoid any adverse impacts. Oh, that's the sign that I gotta stop. Well, I'll just turn it over to Lachelle at this time.
Okay, I'll wrap up.
Well, you made a great and thorough presentation, really, and we appreciate it, Sarah. That was great.
As Sarah was saying, she was going through the next steps. I think the next slide really talks about kind of the budget implications and what we're dealing with at the federal government, and the fact that, you know, the president has released his skinny budget. That will definitely have some impact on us, but we just don't know what that is at this particular time. We are dealing with a 5% reduction, which is $2.5 million for the next 6 months. After that, we'll have to wait and see. But any type of huge reduction to the federal programs obviously will affect our ability to carry out the initiatives that we've discussed. At the end of our report, we do talk about the kind of local strategies that we think need to be considered and paired with any of the initiatives we've discussed. And those are really allocating funds up and above what we get from the federal government, because we know that we can't depend on what's happening there. We have to look at our local strategies. One is to allocate our boomerang funds. Those are our funds that we receive from redevelopment that come back to the city, putting those into a special account. Another one is tenant-based rental assistance that we talked about in the report. This would give us some flexibility so that people who don't meet that definition for the federal programs could be served with a local program. Motel conversions is another issue that we think is really important to take a look at. This is how we did Boulevard Court, in fact, and that was a conversion of a motel into permanent supportive housing. We also think that we need to look at transit-oriented development programs. There are other programs like the Golden State Acquisition Fund that is run through San Francisco that we could put seed money into that would generate funds. And the last one, and probably the biggest one, is really to look at a local homeless bond initiative where we would do things similar to San Francisco and to Los Angeles in terms of actually putting a bond initiative. And that really rolls me into the discussion that happened at the Board of Supervisors meeting at the end. And you are correct that they did actually approve the recommendations that, that we put forward for 1,755 units for homeless. But in addition to that, they also were very clear about some direction they wanted staff to take. And that was to really look very seriously at motel conversions. They feel that there are a lot of empty motels within the county that really could benefit from being converted to permanent supportive housing. And they tasked us to really start putting together some of the financial projections of what that would look like. So that was one. The other one that they also really wanted to make sure was to look at the bonding capacity. They really felt strongly that this is something that we cannot overlook, that as a local region that we really do have to try and figure out how we can have some type of initiative that will create a robust fund for affordable housing. And in addition, they did also say that they wanted to very seriously look at setting aside their boomerang funds for affordable housing. So they really, I think, went above and beyond the 1755 and started to look at the future of what is needed for affordable housing. So with that, we conclude our presentation, and we're available for any questions you may have.
Very thorough. Want to hear from well, no, we've got extensive public testimony, which is
Can I ask
terrific.
a quick question first?
If it's a clarified question, go
So
ahead.
were they
Yeah.
talking about a regional bond measure of the 5-county region?
They didn't go into detail in terms of whether it would be a regional bond initiative, but they did task us to start taking staff to start taking a look at that. And I'm sure that that is part of the scope of what they would like to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. We'll get back to the council discussion because I know I have some questions about how we move forward, but let's go with the public testimony.
So we'll start with Kathy Creswell, followed by Anthony Creel, Rick Bettis, and then Howard Lawrence.
Good evening, Mayor and council people. I am here on behalf of the Housing and Redevelopment Commission, and I am pleased to report that last week we unanimously supported and approved SHRA's proposal to you. SHRA should be commended for their leadership in developing a strategy that meaningfully addresses homelessness, being mindful, though, of other vulnerable populations in need. Staff recognize that the Housing Authority has multiple obligation and goals that they need to meet in crafting a strategy, and they really, with this strategy, are making progress across all of the goals and maximizing the effective use of a limited and very precious resource. Their plan recognizes the urgency to act, and I think we've been talking about that. We really cannot tolerate one more death in the city because of homelessness and our inactions, or one more night of families with children sleeping in cars. So this act really moves us there, this proposal. It also really looks at something that was really critically needed, providing services. It also recognizes that HUD is encouraging communities to make these priorities, and they're giving guidance on how to do it, and the plan recognizes that. The plan recognizes the need to support immediate action, both with the immediate vouchers and the project-based certificates, which will allow us to create more affordable housing. It recognizes the diversity of the need to address families with children, and including things like youth, which have not been adequately addressed. As good as this effort is, we know it's not enough. We are looking forward to continuing to work with SHRA, but the other good thing about the SHRA plan is that it did identify future resources to bring to the table, knowing there's so much more we need to do. So thank you, and I urge your support.
Anthony?
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Tony Creel, and I'm the president of the Sacramento Stand Down Association. We're an association that has been serving homeless veterans in Sacramento County since 1992. We are the second oldest stand down in the state of California, and we're entering our 26th year of service to our brothers and sisters. I'm here tonight on behalf of my association and board of directors to let you know that while homeless veterans are a primary focus of our organization, we realize that as veterans, we still serve our country, we serve our brothers and sisters, and we serve the homeless that live on our streets, whether they are civilian or veteran. It is a community problem, and we must work at it as a community, and that's what we're here to do tonight. We advocate that every citizen has an adequate shelter, access to medical, social, and mental health services, and are provided the opportunities to reintegrate back into our communities. Therefore, the Sacramento Stand Down Association supports the recommendations of the Housing Authority to you, and we stand ready to assist you and this city and our county in any way we can to achieving the goal of eliminating homelessness in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Rick Bettis?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm Rick Bettis. I'm representing the League of Women Voters of Sacramento County, for whom this is an issue of emphasis, they call it. So they care about more than just transparency, and they do care about people sleeping on the streets and dying on the streets. So it's quite important to them. I also might say I'm speaking generally in behalf of the Sierra Club. I'm a member, a longtime member, and you wouldn't believe it by local Sierra Club actions generally, but their national president has been a long-time social justice activist. He's a healthcare professional, sort of epidemiology study person in the state of New York. So I think it's fair. And they do have written policies that support affordable housing because of its generally a transit-oriented development, and that is good for air quality and climate change. I'm here to, and also from a personal standpoint, I've been volunteering at a homeless program for about 10 years. And I want to say, I think the work done by the Housing and by SHRA was really well done. It's a very professional, very thorough, and I'm quite pleased with both their professional and thorough approach to it and with the result. I think it's a reasonable result and compromise that gets us started in the right direction. Also, I want to thank the mayor for his leadership in bringing this to the front of the line, so to speak, for the council and regionally. I know I was at the county this afternoon. He spoke there and talked about need for coordination, which I think we all support, and also the No Place Like Home effort. I think that's an excellent. I hope that money starts to flow sooner than not.
Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, anyway, and so again, and one of these, this is really a great start that the SHRA has come up with, but we are going to need more, as everybody knows. And I think, well, Michelle talked about the bonding.
Rick, thank you. Time.
Okay,
We got to move
Los
on.
Angeles just passed bonds, and also
Yep.
they passed a property tax, sales tax. So
A lot more to do.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Howard. Following Howard is Wallace Taylor, James Clark, and Patty Uplinger.
Howard, how are you?
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, members of the council. Mayor, I saw you this afternoon.
Yep.
At the County Board of Supervisors. My name is Howard Lawrence, and I'm a representative of Sacramento area congregations together. I think I'll be a little more formal this evening and actually give the more formal credential of Sacramento Act. It's been around now for over 25 years. We've grown from 12 original congregations to now over 56 congregations. We have Jewish congregations, Muslim congregations, Protestant, Catholic, and some non-faith-based groups also belong to Sacramento Act. We represent over 60,000 families in this region. We've been working, my congregation and a number of others within Sacramento Act have been working on this homeless issue for quite some time. And we're very pleased to see that our community is stepping up to the plate. I see it myself as sort of a glass half full person, and the glass is certainly more than half full. We rise in support of the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency's recommendations to you. We really point out and note with interest their ideas for local sources of revenue to address this issue. We support those and actually have a couple ideas of our own that we'd like to add to the list. We think that, we need to come up with a plan to end homelessness in Sacramento. And so I'll close my comments by talking about a plan. It's really wonderful that the county has stepped up to the plate and doing items to address this issue. Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Agency is addressing this issue. Mayor Steinberg and this council are stepping up to the plate. But what is missing is one comprehensive plan for this region where we all work together and achieve measurable goals and outcomes that hold each other responsible. So I hope we get there soon.
The beginning only the beginning.
Okay, Wallace.
James Clark, I thought you had, Wallace and then James Clark. Go ahead.
Mayor Steinberg?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
Wallace Taylor, and I am a member of the SHRA already. I live in Rancho Cordova. I have for over 6 years. I'm very
You can
satisfied.
speak, just move over to the podium,
All right.
please. Thank you. And direct your comments to us.
All
That
right,
would be
but
terrific.
until I received this letter the other day it's stating right here that this man has paid off a multifamily bond that eliminated the bond program participation requirements on his property. I have the document right here that says that he paid off his fine and he's going to throw everybody out.
So why don't we have Ms. Dozier and her
Would
team
you like to
meet with you and right now, and or at least her representative staff, and see if we can address the problem.
This is my landlord. I am getting thrown out. He wants $1,067 a month.
We don't want you to get thrown out of anything. So
This
so
document right here,
There's Jim
he's-
Lofgren back there from the apartment association. You got a whole team of people that will meet with you right now who want to try to help you. Okay.
All right, I will give a
Good
thank
deal.
you, Darrell
Okay.
Steinberg.
I'm glad you came to the. I'm glad you came to the council. Let's try to help
I'm getting
you.
thrown out in this. I have been living on SHRA for 6 years.
Let,
Take a witness to the meeting.
okay.
Hey, James?
Thank you.
Hello, council. You know, on the surface, this looks like a really great proposal. Getting people more housing is always a good thing. The downside is, you know, a lot of it's based on federal funding. And if you pay attention, I don't know if you've been paying attention to what Trump's been doing, but he's been cutting that to everything. So you're kind of hoping on this funding from the federal government that they're steadily cutting back more and more and more of and dismantling all these little things that we've been fighting for. So you might want to take that into account as you're looking forward into this. Plus, I still don't see very much to help keep people from ending up in the homelessness situation, such as cutting down on the costs of living, better wages to help keep people able to afford their homes so they don't end up filling up that waiting list even more. Rent control so that people's rents don't go skyrocket until they end up homeless themselves because of gentrification, which this just seems to add to. You know, I don't think this has been fully thought out. I understand that there's an attempt to try to do something positive, and I do see it as a step. I do see that there is effort here, but I think it's kind of rushed. There's a lot of other aspects that need to be addressed before you can just go, oh yeah, we're just gonna give a voucher and that'll solve it. I'm sorry, I know people that are working right now that have tried to get housing with those vouchers that still can't, with a job. They still can't, or if they get the voucher, they still, even while working, can't find someone willing to take them. You know, so, you know, it's an effort, but I don't think this is a solution. It's more of a non-solution. It's more of a stopgap, look good, feel good, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Make my political career look nice because I did something that really didn't do what it was supposed to.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Patty?
I'm not going to respond. Only, I just want to say that the council, of course, and Ms. Dozier and Ms. Thomas referred to this a moment ago, we have put forward a service finance plan that is $30 to $40 million that includes two aspects that you just addressed in your public testimony. One is $2 million a year for prevention and early intervention to help people with rental assistance who aren't yet homeless and other services that they might need to avoid homelessness. That's number one. Number two, we have significant resources embedded in that plan as well to help supplement the housing choice vouchers to try to induce the rental housing community to actually partner with us and the agency to lease to people who are homeless. So perfect, no, but trying to address each of the challenges of this problem, I think it is more than a great start. Let's keep going.
So Patty Uplinger is next, and then it looks like Morgan Fisher, Pastor Gainsborough, and Daryl Rutherford. Is Patty here?
Patty? Patty's not here, so let's move on to the next person.
Morgan, am I getting that right? Morgan Fisher? Morgan Fisher, thank you.
Ms. Fisher.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. I have a chart and wondered if at some point.
You lay it, yeah, face up. There you go.
All right. We're not there yet, but I'm here tonight. I'm a resident of Sacramento County. Missed the other meeting. I'm here tonight to ask you to please consider expanding the warming centers into year-round emergency centers. I think it was a really great, important step that you did to keep people from getting sick in the cold, dying, but soon we're going to have heat, and it'll be dehydration, heat exhaustion. For people to get well, they need a place, and if we have inadequate, limited number of spaces where people can be, the minimum humane thing we can do, knowing that we have an anti-camping ordinance in place, is to not criminalize them. So I really think that if we expand the warming centers, which is, I visited one room this size, 48 people, like sardines, with a blanket on the floor. That's what we could do at a minimum. Now, it's from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., opening time and closing time. As you can see in this chart, we're not hitting the worst temperature, we're actually evicting them. at the coldest time of the day, which is before sunrise.
Thank you. Common sense.
So, so my recommendation really is to address the worst, but really,
We're going to be talking about this in
Right.
one of the, Mr.
I
Warren's
understand.
item and
I
other
think
items
that's
coming
it.
up.
That's great, but I would love, because I talked to them and I said, well, why
Your
6
time
a.m.?
your time is up, and we have a lot of other testimony, but we get your point.
Can I
Do the warming,
end
expand the
with
warming
just
section.
one quote from FDR? Thank you. Please.
Ma'am?
The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much. It's whether we provide enough for those who have too little.
Also, thank you.
Pastor Gainsborough?
Pastor, could you, let's take somebody before the pastor so that he
Okay,
gets
Daryl
down here.
Rutherford,
Darrell
Paula
Ruth-
Lamazzi, looks like Holly Wanders Stiles.
Okay. Good, Darrell, then Pastor Gainsborough.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Darrell Rutherford, Executive Director of Sacramento Housing Alliance. As Mayor mentioned, today is a great day, a good step in the right direction, having the County Board of Supervisors unanimously approve SHRA's plan. The Housing Alliance spent the last number of days advocating for them to do so, and I'm thrilled that they've decided to take this monumental step in the right direction to help bring an end to homelessness. Now it's up to you guys to do the same. We applaud SHRA staff for developing a well-thought-out compromise that addresses many of the structural issues that have hindered the city in bringing an end to homelessness. This compromise is a win-win for those experiencing homelessness and those who have been on the SHRA wait list who may benefit from the limited resources at the city's disposal. In addition to prioritizing the homeless households for the receipt of vouchers, we support SHRA's recommendation that 100 turnover vouchers a year be tied to housing developments that include units for people and families experiencing homelessness. One comment we left out of our letter to you today was that in regards to that flexibility of this as well, to be sure that there's some flexibility built into the plan so that more vouchers can be used to respond to opportunities like some new creative, supportive, high-quality housing developments, and may also coincide with the timing of things like programs like No Place Like Home. None of these efforts, though, will be financially sustainable unless we find new permanent sources of funding. As you heard, the county is really looking strongly at Boomerang. You know, we've been advocating for a number of years that the city look at that as well. This could have also been something that would have been in place. You wouldn't have had gone and $5 million out of your general fund recently to find the match for Sutter, but you could have had these funds there available already moving forward. It also could have been maybe something that could help fill the gap that SHRA is going to experience with the 5% reduction from the federal government. So at that, you know, SHA stands ready to assist in this effort to find new sources of funding. We've met with a number of you already in this regard, and we look forward to continue these conversations so that we can really put our feet to the road and find new sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your advocacy and the advocacy of the Alliance. It's been great. Pastor Gainsborough.
Mayor and council, who was out last night in the torrential rain? I don't know. I don't know who they are. But we're making progress. You are making progress, and SHRA and Michelle and Sarah. Great work. And the city is making progress toward being a world-class city, not just with a Golden One Arena, but with world-class care for the least, the last, and the lost. And I am very encouraged by it, being a world traveler and having been to Europe 5 times, in London, Paris, and Rome, etc. Councilman Warren mentioned that the homeless were actually better taken care of in Laos. I've been here every week, -3 for the last 2 years. He's going to be getting up at bat. I hope that the rest of the council will get up at bat with him. I don't know who counted. I don't know who counted the homeless tonight outside the 11th Street and 11th and I Street shelter, but I counted them. Every one of them counts with God because they're as precious to God as you are, or your most precious loved one is to you. There were 61 people outside the shelter. It only will host 40. The torrential rain last night, they extended their numbers. But they need your help to stand up. You all are being champions to stand up to something that is a national crisis. The word crisis comes from the Greek word krisis, which is the word for judgment. You didn't create this housing crisis, but you are helping solve it. You're on the right path. I want to commend you and encourage you. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Paula Lamazzi here? I don't see Paula. Okay, Holly? Following Holly is Kim Glazer.
Good evening, Holly.
Good evening. My name is Holly Wonder Stiles. I'm the Director of Housing Development for Mutual Housing California. Since 2011, we have operated a permanent supportive housing community known as Mutual Housing at the Highlands, where we have had the pleasure of watching formerly homeless people shed that label of homelessness. We strongly support the proposal in front of you today and look forward to it contributing to the solution to the homelessness crisis. Given the clear benefits of permanent supportive housing, where on-site services are not just offered, but readily available at the same place where people are living, we are particularly pleased to see the inclusion of project-based vouchers, a critical piece of the puzzle when securing the operating and capital funding that can be used to create permanent supportive housing that is financially feasible over the long term. We look forward to the opportunity to have further conversations with SHRA as it develops the specific strategies for using the vouchers, particularly in light of the extent to which the vouchers will ensure that Sacramento is successful in accessing the state No Place Like Home program. We also look forward to further conversations regarding the creation of new revenues for affordable housing in Sacramento. Thank you.
Kim? Following Kim, I think Jeffrey Tardangia is no longer here. Is that correct? Jeffrey, okay.
Jeffrey
So
had to leave.
Kim is the last speaker then.
Welcome.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Kim Eileen, and I am Director of Organic Sacramento. I'm thankful that Sacramento City Council is finally addressing the issues of Sacramento homeless and are working to find long-term solutions for homelessness. However, what is missing or deliberately being ignored is the elephant in the room. To provide immediate relief of Sacramento's homeless community with a process that is fiscally neutral would be to immediately retract the anti-camping ordinance. Criminalization of Sacramento's homeless population not only throws the already indigent and most vulnerable of Sacramento's populations deeper into poverty, but it unduly takes up valuable time and resources of the City of Sacramento's law enforcement for more productive pursuits of keeping the residents of Sacramento, including the homeless, safe and secure. Eliminating the anti-camping ordinance will not only maximize Sacramento's homeless population's ability to look after themselves in the best way possible, but it will also allow them to keep their few scanty but life-saving possessions, in addition to allowing them to lay down their heads and rest without the constant threat of arrest. This will also lighten the load not only of the Sacramento City Police Department, but also the Sacramento County jails, where these individuals often end up. It is a tragic revolving door of systematic criminalization that the homeless are subject to, and they need some comprehensive relief. An immediate end to the anti-camping ordinance would go a long way in re-empowering the homeless to begin to retake control of their lives.
Thank you for your. Thank you for your testimony. We do have one other public.
One more, Robert Copland. And Robert is the last one.
One, I think this is doing a lot of good.
What's that?
I think it's doing a lot of good what we're trying to do here with the county and the city. It's doing a lot of good on the homeless issue. One, but I don't think it's going far enough. We need to get more housing, permanent housing at all levels.
We agree.
I mean, make it easier for the developers build housing. And two, somebody came up with renovate the old motels and hotels to housing. That's a great idea. I think one of the council members, County Board of Supervisors, said back in January, joint meeting. Susan Peters. I think that's a great idea, for one.
Agreed.
And two, renovate all the vacant properties that are vacant. I know there's like several vacant properties, apartment complexes that are vacant. One by City College and one on the 67 bus route. Have those be for housing. And for vouchers, if the landlord don't want them, they're not going to take them. And I know people that have been evicted that had a voucher. One was back in 2014, it was an 83-year-old lady on Florin Road area was evicted because the landlord didn't want vouchers no more in that complex. That's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's thank you all for the public testimony. Let's turn it to the council for questions and comments. Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, let me just say I think that this has been a positive step. I know that we've been talking about this issue for a long time, and we're now taking steps to try to address it. By no means is this a comprehensive solution, but we're on the right path, and I think ultimately we can get there. I had just a couple of questions for SHRA and their staff, Lachelle and Sarah, about the housing choice vouchers and how can they be used. We've heard some of the folks in the audience have suggested that even with the voucher, you know, there are landlords that might choose not to take them. However, I wanted to know, because ultimately, I think we all agree that we got to produce more housing and more affordable housing, more housing for the homeless. And so is there a way that these vouchers can be used to leverage more development opportunities for lower income folks, homeless people, whereby, you know, this voucher translates into some value that helps them produce these units that are so needed?
That is correct. The vouchers can be used to leverage permanent supportive housing, and that is a part of the strategy that we've outlined. It's the project basing of vouchers that is Sarah went over, and that's really where the vouchers are used as a part of the financing mechanism to create actual hard units. 7th and H is a good example of how we were able to actually use those vouchers, leverage a lot of other funding, and create long-term housing. And that's why we thought it was very important that that be included as a part of this proposal so that we could also be looking very long-term.
So I mean, how would it function? Is it similar to tax credits, or how do you leverage the vouchers in order to create, you know, either financing or some leverage to develop the housing?
In fact, that is exactly how it works. In conjunction with tax credits, the vouchers are used and they are attached to the unit. So contrary to how our tenant-based voucher, where you give it to an individual and they go and they look to a landlord, we are actually attaching that subsidy to a hard unit, and it stays with that subsidy. We then enter into a long-term contract of 15 years with the developer to say that we will continue to fund that particular unit for a 15-year time frame. And that way, the developer, when they go out into the financial community, can show that constant stream of revenue, which helps them leverage all of the other funds and make their project more feasible.
So then are you saying that vouchers can be committed to a project so that they, these development projects, and the mayor and I had a discussion about this a couple of days ago about trying to produce more housing, and this stuff takes time. So if you have a voucher allocation, sometimes it takes 2, 3, 4 years in order to get a project from inception to actual existence. So would you be able to commit these vouchers to a project for a prolonged period of time? And then the second part of the question is, it sounded like you talked about deed restrictions on the units that would be in existence for a period of time. I think you said 15 years. And if that is the case as well, then are these vouchers additionally tied to low income, very low income, combination of the two? I mean, what are some of the, in order to clarify this so we can make it a reality and how to make it work, I think those are some of the questions that would really need to be spelled out so we can get to some of the permanent housing units. And that's my last question.
No, it's a good question. Can I just add on one piece to your question, just so we can, what about the tiny home issue? Jeff Harris and others, and Alan, you've talked about this. Thank you for the applause, but that's not, can the vouchers be project-based for some of these innovative strategies like tiny homes? Micro units, tiny homes, the different innovations that are out there, some of which brought to City Hall, as a way to speed up the use of project-based vouchers. Is that okay?
It's a good question. I mean, that's where I was going as well.
So go ahead, go tell us how we get project-based units as quickly as possible. I think that's the import of the question.
Well, project-based.
Excuse me. I got to listen. It's okay to have demonstration, to clap, like something we run that, but please don't interrupt the back and forth here so that we can get the answers to our questions. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
I'll start at the first question that Councilmember Warren raised in terms of time. The project-based vouchers, we issue an RFP, and we put that out, and we define the criteria upon which we are looking for proposals. Obviously, we would be looking at proposals that are going to create units that address homeless individuals and our permanent supportive housing. From the time that we put the RFP out till our average time of when those units are actually built and constructed can usually be 2-3 years, about 2 to 3 years, because that is the beginning process upon which they will start building their financing, going for tax credits at the state, all of those types of things to pull a project together. And that then also tells us what we need to reserve and have available for them at the point that people occupy those units. So the time frame is usually about a 2 to 3 years. We have done this successfully in other developments throughout the city and county. There's over 800 and some odd units that are currently project-based. One of those is Phoenix Park is a great example of how we were able to create the financing and leveraging for that. If it weren't for project-based, we could not have done that particular project. So that's kind of the time frame issue. In terms of the 15 years and committing, you commit with a contract with a developer for 15 years, that's renewable. So at the end of that time frame, it's not as if it goes away, then the developer would be looking to renew that contract for an additional 15 years. And that is exactly what has happened in some of the previous contracts. So, so we're in the project for a very long time, and plus it has a regulatory agreement for a 55-year time frame, so that we know that we're going to have those affordable units pretty much in perpetuity. In terms of the tiny homes issue, or anything else, or micro units, is affordable micro units. That is another opportunity that you could use for project basing. It would depend on how it is structured. If it's a lease, then that could be problematic in terms of the tax credits. But let's just say that you're going to just build them, which is not uncommon. This has been done in many other cities, and we've taken a look at that. You could essentially project base them, and they would receive the fair market rent. And so that's the key for pulling together the financing. It's not dependent upon what that individual makes or can pay for rent. That is always set at 30% of whatever their income is. If it's 30% of nothing, then that means we're going to subsidize the entire cost of the fair market rent. As they gain employment and they start to contribute towards rent, then our subsidy goes down, their rent goes up. But it's always at that fair market rent level, which is what makes the voucher so attractive from a development perspective, because you know that you're guaranteed getting those rents for a 15-year time frame.
Okay,
I just need to clear.
Go, Alan.
Yeah.
Go.
So,
Sorry.
because my understanding of affordable housing and have been doing it for some years, there's the low income and very low, and it's based on median income, 80% of median, or 60 or 50. But also it's based on family size, and I think bedroom, bathroom counts also may even have some factor into that. If we're talking about micro homes, which I believe could be a real solution, I know Councilman Harris also feels very strongly about that as a component of helping to solve this issue, and micro units in homes don't have traditional bedrooms, as such. They're kind of more open spaces that have kitchens and bathrooms, but it's more open. And so, is there the flexibility in these vouchers that would allow for a family of one or a family of two to either, rent or maybe even purchase in some form or fashion using these vouchers? And then is there a cap? When you say 100%, I want to know what kinds of value range these vouchers can have on them.
Well, it depends on the bedroom size, but a micro unit that is what we consider a studio unit would actually be subsidized at that particular payment standard. So we do everything from a studio all the way up to 5 or 6, probably even 7 bedrooms. We don't see that many, but it actually can be subsidized at the studio rate.
Okay.
So it would be whatever the fair market value is for a studio unit.
So I don't mean to keep interrupting Alan, but it's a right-on kind of a conversation. I think, speaking for myself, and I think I can speak for everybody here, that we are interested in immediate relief here. And to the degree that we can use these project-based vouchers creatively to house people in safe, secure, and permanent housing, that has got to be the first thing we look at, because I know how deadening it is for everybody out there to hear, and it is a little bit for me to hear, understandably, that the traditional project-based voucher timeline, for understandable reasons, right, with the financing and everything, is 2 to 3 years. So I think we want to be creative here, that's all. Okay, Councilmember Hanson. Excuse me, please.
I guess just as one other thing to address what you just mentioned, Mayor Steinberg, is that project basing can be used not only to create and build new housing, but also to attach to existing housing that could be converted to homeless housing. So that's an opportunity that if, let's say, a developer came and they actually had a development where they were wanting to convert some units and use existing PBV, then that would be an opportunity. Hotel Berry is a very good example of that, where they could actually set aside, and a part of what you were looking at today were BASH vouchers, where they're going to set aside and say, we're going to now dedicate these to homeless individuals who are veterans. So that's a very quick
All
fix.
hands on deck, all options.
But I wanted to give
Councilmember
you an
Hanson.
example of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, just on project-based vouchers, we have a shovel-ready project that's been approved and assigned funds called Lavender Courtyard, which anticipates 12 of its units would be project-based for homeless, along with HOPWA and other type project-based vouchers. When I showed frustration about our $5 million going into whole person care, it's because we have projects just like Lavender Courtyard that if we, like we traditionally used to do under redevelopment, put money into. I knew he would do that. If we put money into them like we've traditionally done, we would be building housing right now. We'd be building housing for people who would then be formerly homeless, and also providing all sorts of other people, hopefully, who need access to housing, more housing. So I think this is a tremendous effort, Lachelle, that you and the staff got to this point, brought in grant funds. You're to be commended. I know it's not been an easy process. I know the process is not done, but we're beginning to reset what we're trying to do to help people who not only are experiencing homelessness, but have so many other things going on. And I want to thank you, Mayor, for being a tireless advocate and champion to getting us to this point, because I don't think without your energy and enthusiasm, we would not be successful here. But I do want to say, to the extent that we're trying to get more people into the same units, we have created a roadblock by adding, you know, and you've made this point, Lachelle, and I think some of my colleagues did at the joint meeting. When we don't grow the number of units, we begin choosing who has access. I believe that people who are experiencing homelessness should have always been on the list, and the rent burden issue is a problem, and we're trying to address that. But I also think until we begin to grow the pie, Mr. Mayor, and build things, and find money to build things, whether it's boomerang funds, which I think is a good, logical source, and we could spare some of those, but we have to get projects built. As our population grows, as people move here, some of our housing units are getting vouchers from other cities, like the Bay Area. Those vouchers are worth more, and they're welcome to move here because that's the program, but we cannot keep up with the demands that our community have for housing, access, affordability, and building unless we address that fundamental issue.
So I'm again going to suggest that the council meet in public retreat, public workshop to discuss the affordable housing issue writ large, because we're going to have to, this is a start on the homeless issue, but you're right. This is a much broader issue, and we don't have sufficient tools.
And we're not alone. I just want to finish here. We're not alone, but every time we cram more people in, other people get pushed out. And that's not us because we've chosen to use these vouchers wisely to get people off the streets, but it is the downward pressure from a market that is saturated, very low vacancy. It's the economic pressures of the Bay Area setting construction costs and labor costs for new product. It's a recovering economy that is still struggling because we didn't build for a decade our requisite portion of housing. There was a flood moratorium in Natomas. There were all these other things that happened, including the recession, which you know painfully well.
And the end of redevelopment. Yeah.
But I think this is the beginning of an answer. I just want to see us build and not just kind of rearrange the pie. There has to be a source of funding for affordable housing.
Maybe we'll take the county up on its offer, or at least its initial idea, to do a countywide or region-wide housing bond or housing measure. It's along with Measure U and transportation and all of the other things we owe the public. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Guetta.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First, I just want to, commend both you, the staff, but really want to say that it's that leadership and drive to pound on an issue that has so many knots in it. It's the proverbial Gordian knot that when you try to look at something, you look and see pressures come around on another area. And the easiest thing to do on the Gordian knot is to chop it with the sword, but then you have a worthless rope. So to you, I say I commend you for taking that head on, particularly, even in this difficult time on the issue with the federal government. We know we've got challenges with them in multiple ways, both on not just on this issue, but obviously on issue on how we treat our immigrants. But the fact that that we went straight to Washington, and you and Supervisor Phil Cerna put this issue directly with HUD and had these conversations, and I think made it clear to everyone who was on that delegation that this is something that it's going to take a shared responsibility, both the business community, labor, our elected leaders from a regional standpoint. I think that's exactly where we're going with this conversation. And that means that we have to look at it at multiple ways. Yes, we have to look at vouchers and figuring out, how we use them more effectively. I think, obviously, we had a small conversation about project vouchers at that meeting, but we might also look at project-based vouchers for the idea of motel and hotel retrofits, such as the successful projects, what I think, in my district on Stockton Boulevard that we've had with Mercy Housing. And so it's not a new concept. We've actually had some successes, and I thought I saw here our friends from the Stockton Boulevard Partnership. Oh, there he is. Bill's back there. And, great success on figuring out how to turn a motel that was problematic, that had a lot of constant issues with both code enforcement and law enforcement, and now it's become a place for sustainable housing. And we have a lot of those motels along Stockton Boulevard, Franklin Boulevard, Del Paso, all of these areas that could use some help. I think it's a great idea to think about how do we improve that as housing stock? How do we also make it more of a place that's going to improve also the commercial storefronts in that area? So I think that's something we definitely want to look at to see if our project-based vouchers can be a part of, because it's the infrastructure and the bones are already there. The second piece on that I think we have to continue to discuss is we will not be able to solve our way out of this housing problem if we just focus on affordable housing. If all we did was focus on affordable housing, believe me, it's a passion for our family that we figure out how to find subsidized and affordable housing. But we have to address the issue of overall housing stock. And I think we need to highlight what the city has done. Just a few weeks ago, and I'll repeat it again, maybe it's not sexy, but we looked at the cost of our impact fees and how we reduce the impact fees in areas that are low income, in areas where we have a lot of vacant lots, in areas that we see a lot of downward pressure and gentrification happening, by figuring out how to make it cheaper to construct housing. And we have done that already, so that's one issue off the mark. I think we have to figure out how do we help maybe do a basic permitting process or a much easier, simplistic process to bring the cost out of actually getting a project out. I was just having a conversation with the folks at Habitat for Humanity, and for them, it's the building, the construction of a home is almost the exact same type every time they go out to construct, but yet we force the cost of replicating that on the city side. So maybe there's a way where we could look at our side on how to make that cheaper. The last piece, again, I think it's a regional issue. We do need to look at how we can put something on the ballot that's a bigger white issue, that's a shared responsibility, that everybody that's involved in housing, and I mean from the property owners, from rental properties to real estate transactions to developers, if we're going to solve the issue of housing affordability and homelessness, it's going to be a shared responsibility by a region, and we should definitely look at a ballot measure for that. This is, I think, a great start, by no ways, no big means. I think our city is working with our county. We're aggressively pushing at the statewide level. Thank you for your comments for your support, staff support, Lachelle, on trying to figure out how we can better push our state officials to look at some of our old RASA property and and have them classify them as housing successor agencies versus redevelopment successor agencies. I think that'll help us be able to find more flexibility in our properties that we do have. And I did have a conversation with the director of HCD, Ben Metcalf, this last week, and we were at the Local Government Commission meeting. And I think that's another area where on properties that were once motels, hotels, also mobile home parks and RV parks that we've cleaned out, that we have to figure out how we can use that property again for housing. We have to make sure that our state officials recognize that those are that was at some point housing stock. Let's make sure we can continue to make it housing stock. So I think for that, on our staff direction, I would also like to see our state lobbying team continue to push that issue on that front. But finally, I think we can't forget it's a shared responsibility. Everyone needs, if a business owner's complaining that they have problems with homeless folks, or people experiencing homeless in front of them, hey, it's a shared responsibility. If it's the folks in the clergy that are saying we need to do something, it's a shared responsibility. So everyone needs to be involved in this, and I think we can do it by a bigger regional approach. With that, I'm proud to support the efforts that we're doing here, but we can't forget the successes that have already happened. And with that, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move forward on this.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Guerra. Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lucille, I think you put together a very balanced program. One of my original concerns was what would happen to women and children if we gave all the vouchers to the homeless. What would happen to the disabled? And you've come up with a program that will kind of serve everyone, and it's well balanced, I think. I think HUD gave you some good advice when you talked to them about how to allocate these things. And the only question that I have, though, is how are we addressing the issue of attracting more homeless because we are providing houses?
It's a question that's asked a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Go
No,
ahead.
it is. And in fact, if you look at the data that we collected in going out on our kind of listening tours, that's one of the issues that came up, is that there was concern that if we were too successful, that would attract people from other areas to Sacramento. But we do know from our data and research that the people who are homeless are people who live within a small geographic, radius of where they grew up. The majority of homeless people are people who grew up here and lived here. That's why you tend to run into people that sometimes is shocking that you knew growing up that now are ending up homeless. So that really is the majority of the individuals that we're dealing with. And, I guess my only response to this is that if we get to the end of the line, and that's our problem, is that we're too successful, then that's just a challenge that we'd be happy to meet. And so with that, I just don't think that we should back down from doing what we know needs to be done.
Well, thank you, and thank you for spearheading this. I think it's a great step forward for us, a great step forward for this city. I do agree with Councilmember Guerra that if we can make this a regional issue and get everyone involved in the region, we'd be a lot more successful.
Thank you very much. Larry, thank you very much. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, I was feeling sorry for myself because this meeting's going long, and then I realized that the SHRA folks have been here this whole time, and before this sat in the 4 hours of the county meeting, right, leading up to this. So I'll stop complaining. I apologize. My own pity party. Okay. So thank you for your great work, all of you. Mayor, I know earlier we talked about ethics and transparency, and that was something that you helped with, but you got us across the finish line. This is something you started. So in 90 days, start to finish, and there's a big difference, right? And I think that you deserve all the credit for getting us to this point. And I think it's a mistake when people say, you know, it's not enough. Nobody up here is saying it's enough. No one, but you have to step out somewhere and start to do something different than what you've done before if you want to see a different result. So I think this is a great start. Nobody thinks it's a finish line, which is why I point out it's the first 90 days of him being here. It's not, you know, we're not 4 years in. And I suspect at the pace that he moves that 4 years from now, there will be more of these types of things that we'll all be contributing to. And Councilmember Warren has ideas, and Councilmember Harris has been working on things, and I think there's a lot of things that are going to come together, because right now the will of this council is to put as many resources towards it as possible. And that is the real victory here today, is to see resources starting to be allocated in significant amounts and bringing in these public-private partnerships. What's great about this proposal, and I call it a balanced approach, because I too, like Councilmember Carr, we often agree on these things. I was really concerned about that slide that says 76% of the people on the voucher list were these single moms and disproportionately African American. And I just was really worried about that group throughout this whole process. But where you have landed very eloquently allows everybody the same opportunity and gives some deference to veterans and youth and families, and still helps the people on the voucher list while creating this new list to reach the population that the mayor is trying so hard to get some additional resources out to. The use of the vouchers for the project-based build-out, which is components with wraparound service models like the Berry or the Mercy Housing, is brilliant. That's the only way to go with this, in my humble opinion. I think that's the winning argument. That gets to the things that people are really talking about. And I know that other cities and counties have worked hard to move people, which Sarah started to talk about, but it's so complicated. It's hard to get into in depth here, but getting people who don't quite need as much assistance as they think they need to move on, that's the bottleneck in every city across the country. So if we can sort of figure out how to unclog that bottleneck piece, it will really help us get people who need more services into those spaces and move people along who maybe aren't quite thinking they're ready yet. I also agree with my colleagues here who are we're all talking about it in varying degrees. I don't know about a ballot measure. I worry about that because we have so many needs lined up. I don't know where it would land. I don't like to step out on those things unless we're sure we're going to be successful. But whether we do a ballot measure or we do something else, this is a regional issue, and we've got to do everything we can to hold everybody else to the same task as us, because the city of Sacramento can't bear the burden. SHRA can't bear the burden alone. We need all 6 counties. We need the SACOG service region to be working together on the solution, which I know is a long-term goal, but that needs to be our next step, because the housing piece it's going to require all of us, and it's going to require pieces across an entire spectrum of housing, really, because you need people to move up too, so that other starter housing and apartments become available. We really need that whole spectrum. So from a long-term perspective, I think it's a great conversation starter. I think we've done a good job here. I think you've done a really good job of initiating a conversation that has led to a good spot for Sacramento to do some things differently. And I just want to say to the people that have been, first of all, to SHRA, just amazing work. I mean, just really, Pindon, just really, really great work. But to all the people that have been supporting the mayor in this effort all along, don't think that is over now, because he needs you now. We all need you now more than we even did before, because this next piece is the implementation piece. And that's going to ruffle feathers, because we're going to go call on people to do things that are outside of their comfort zone. And we're going to need all of the people that have supported us to this point to go to those meetings and to help us with those entities to make sure that we really can do the wraparound service component we need for this to be a success. So I just want to urge those who have been involved to this point to stay involved and not think that this is a finish line. It's more like the starting blocks. And so anyways, congratulations to you, Mayor. I know you worked hard. It was a pretty big success for 90 days. Congratulations to you, LaShalle, for pulling together a vision that worked for 3 boards that you answer to. And I think you got unanimous votes out of all of them, or you will, is my prediction. Congratulations.
Very good. Thank you very much. Councilmember Schneer.
Thanks. Just a couple of comments and then a question. So first, Mayor, I want to thank you, because we wouldn't be here today without you pushing as hard as you have. So I think that's great and it's true leadership. This is, I want to ditto pretty much what my colleagues have said here. I'm not going to add a lot there. I want to make sure as we move forward, I think everyone on the dais has or will soon be briefed on the pay for success work that we've been doing, and so, which is really a social impact bond, which is how do we pay for the success so we can regenerate funds as we move forward. And I'm not exactly sure, and we had a little bit of a conversation this morning, but how this fits in, but we have, with the resources from the grant, hopefully that we're getting from the state, there's an opportunity there to create kind of a revolving fund so that on the 30 million, which is primarily one-time money, we can actually shift that into some ongoing funds. I know that the folks who've been doing the feasibility study have settled on a target audience which aligns perfectly to what we've been talking about here. So if we can continue that conversation, and I think, Mr. Mayor, when you have this retreat and we talk overall, that's a place to really focus in on that conversation. So that's a piece of it. I think that what you have, and I appreciate what you guys have done on this, is very aggressive, and we need to be aggressive. I hope, and I don't think we can just say, okay, now go do, right? We all, as Angelique just said, we have to be continually involved in this because it's not going to be easy and there are going to be challenges along the way. So I guess the question here is twofold. One is on the implementation rollout on all of this, what do you think the timing, I know you've come up kind of with the matrix and the broad spectrum here of what we're going to be doing. What do you think the timing is to come back to this body with, this is what the rollout looks like, is question number one. And then within that, what I'd like to see is what does the accountability look like, both for the so public accountability, so we're responsible to the folks in Sacramento, so both for the council and then for your agency, so we can make sure that this continues to move forward, I think importantly, so that there's continuous improvement within the work that we're doing so that we can get better at it and learn from it. And I think most importantly, so that you can tell us as the needs switch for resources, what we should be doing to make sure that the resources there. The last thing we want is we have an ambitious plan, but someone coming back and saying, well, we didn't have the resources to do phase 2 or phase 3 or whatever this piece of it is. I think this council needs to know on an ongoing basis how it's going, what's happening with that. I don't know that there's anything that we've done, certainly in my tenure here, or I'll speak for Angelique on this, that has been as complicated as this is going to be, because we're moving a lot of people around, and we're going to have, there are certainly winners and losers, unfortunately, in this. These are really hard choices that are going to have to be made. So I think we have to, the engagement has been good so far. It has to even get better. People have to understand what we're doing, why we're doing it going forward. And then again, for the council to understand when more resources are needed, what those look like, and what we can do to be helpful. And particularly as we, I believe, build the partnership with the county. So from what I saw and what the county did today, which is also very aggressive, which I think is great, but in a lot of ways, just to be blunt about it, we're parallel playing here. So they've got a lot of work that they're doing, and then we're over here doing that. We have to figure out how to bring that together and leverage our work with theirs. I think I loved everything I read about what they're doing and what they passed today, but we have to be able to do this together over time. So I think this piece of work can help us get together because we both have to be involved in it. So a little bit of a shotgun wedding there. So I think the only question at this point is kind of timing on rollout and when you come back. The rest are really comments about how that happens.
Okay. In the staff report, attachment 4 kind of outlines what we see as the timeline going forward. But just to kind of give you a big picture snapshot, is that if the recommendations of the agency are approved, then that really will start a whole timeline in terms of how we start to update and amend our plans and get this all ready, go back out, do more public comment and then come back to you for approval before it's submitted to HUD. And so there's a pretty aggressive timeline that's outlined there. So you will see us back on this and many other issues within the next few months. And in addition to that, there was a discussion today at the board about the accountability and when will we be giving information about what's the status of all of the things that we are working on. And there is a commitment that we will be in front of both the city and the county every 6 months at a minimum to give updates and to talk about where we are and how the strategies are unrolling. Initially, I do perceive that it will be much more frequently as these come online so that you have a constant understanding of where we are. And then in terms of the coordination issue that you mentioned, I just wanted to address that, what we have before you is dependent on the collaboration of both the city and the county. None of the programs that we're talking about can work in isolation without the resources that are needed from the city as well as the county. And we do view the SHRA in our unique role that kind of navigates between the two is the bridge that will continue to make that happen. And so, we will be talking to the county, we'll be talking to the city, and also reporting back to all respective 3 boards that we work with, which includes our commission, to give them updates constantly.
I may just one more quick comment and one last question. So the comment would be, I would push for quarterly, at least out of the gate here. So I don't know, Mr. Mayor, that's kind of your call on it, but
I agree.
Yes.
and then the other is the question about your own agency's capacity to do this work. So you had a work plan for the year. We've probably taken that and thrown it out the window, but there's still things to be done. Do you have the capacity to do what you're now laying out? Or what do you need to get there? Or do you, and maybe this isn't a question for tonight, but as you look through this, are you going to have to repurpose folks in the work that they're doing? Because this wasn't on your work plan 2 months ago.
No, this wasn't on our work plan 2 months ago, but it does fit into the work that we do in terms of how we update our plans and how we make changes to those plans. But you are right, we do need to look further down the line. I think that we definitely have the resources to really initiate and get some of these things kicked off, but we do have to look at the resources as some of the other programs start to come online in terms of, let's say, for instance, the limited allocation and working with the support services. We would love to have programs that are aggressive and reaching out to landlords and giving them some type of incentives. And so the creation of that is not something that necessarily we have the resources in-house to do now, but we do have the experience of other housing authorities who have done similar types of things, so it'd be very easy for us to create what that work plan would look like. So initially, yes, we have the resources to get started. Down the road, we may need additional resources that may include repurposing individuals or adjusting some of our priorities.
Okay. So, and just on timing, I mean, my hope would be actually for a next hit on this would be in April after the federal budget, the larger budget comes out, and we might have a better idea of how that's going to impact the agency overall in the work. So,
absolutely. As soon as we hear more on the federal level, we will definitely be before you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Those parrot some of the comments I want to make, but you said it very well. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Jay, you got that piece exactly right. How the federal government behaves in the next month or two is definitely going to impact our game plan. Howard, you mentioned earlier that we need a comprehensive plan. I don't know if you're getting the idea, but we're assembling a lot of pieces to a very comprehensive plan to fund and implement a real sea change in how we do this housing piece. People have brought up, yeah, we need more jobs. Yes, we need jobs that pay more. Of course we need all that stuff, and we're fully cognizant of those needs. But, you can't change the basic economy of the country in the municipality of Sacramento overnight. We have programs started that address all of those fronts. You know, we know that the real hiccup here is the lack of housing stock, and we're working on that. We've got all these pieces put in place, like the Whole Person Care Grant and Pay for Success and seed money from Sutter Health and the ability to raise more private money. These are really innovative programs. To actually solve the homeless issue requires a tremendous amount of money and more housing stock, and all of these things take time. But we're moving quickly to get there. So again, I feel very optimistic about what we're doing, and this is a very unusual move to put this homeless preference on the housing choice vouchers. You know, Lachelle, I have to say, I know this has been uncomfortable for you. It's a real change in how SHRA does what it does. It hasn't been a particularly easy process, but I appreciate that you've been willing to take direction from the JPA and respond to it, and I think you're doing a great job with that. And I also get that what you have to do doesn't happen immediately either. You know, there are many moving pieces to this. But I think that as a council, we're making the right decisions and we're on the right track. And full steam ahead. You know, we're looking for those creative solutions, and we're actually making a lot of progress.
Thank you, Mayor. I think my colleagues have said most of what I've wanted to say tonight, and I think the length of time that we spent on this particular subject makes me think that this is a good venue to have this discussion, but there may be another venue that's better for us to have it and have more time in doing so. And it kind of goes back to the retreat idea conversation, because we've talked about a lot of strategies tonight, but we haven't really talked about the ability to put those strategies in place and where they fit on a timeline, whether it's the tiny house or the micro house or the small house or whatever you call it, miniature house, or whether it's the warming centers. And I too went to the warming center this weekend, and where there were 40 spaces, there were 60-something people that were in the warming center. So it wasn't just last night, it was the night before that and the weekend as well. So, you know, all the different strategies that we're talking about, I think we need to kind of have more time to really talk about those strategies, because I don't feel like we're doing it justice tonight. There's a lot of ideas, but I don't know when the time is that we can really sit down and talk about those ideas and explore all the different possibilities. I was excited when I heard the concept of the vouchers being able to be used in strategies that I didn't know about. I mean, that's new news for me, and I think if in fact we're going to increase the housing stock, that's an opportunity for us to look at that, and we should be looking at that. But again, it says, when do we have the time to do that? And so whether it's the council retreat, whether it's the city-county meetings, whether it's the role of the 2x2s, there are a lot of moving parts. And I think this strategy, based on the time that we spent on it just tonight and the time that we've spent over the last 3 months, requires more of a comprehensive meeting for us to be able to do that.
We will. I promise we will. I mean, I think, Vice Mayor, your comments reflect what others have said as well, that this is a beginning, not an end. But tonight it's a watershed moment, because it is the first, I think, clear directive from both the city and the county, working in collaboration with our joint powers agency, SHRA, that we are serious about building an inventory of permanent housing, because that has been the problem. It's not the only problem, but without the housing, you don't get the services or the triage or the other pieces that are necessary. And I want to again thank Lachelle and SHRA. I know that this has not been easy, and I know that we have pushed hard. This is in part what I ran on, not entirely, but in part. And I also know from my experience that sometimes that which seems impossible is in fact possible. You know, no one thought we could pass a millionaire's tax to fund mental health in California. It's now generating $2 billion a year, and it's going to be a source of some of those service dollars. So I know we can do this, but I want to sort of address Howard Lawrence's point. Sorry, Howard, you're there, because I think you always say it well. I think we do need to couple tonight's action with a stated goal. And the stated goal ought to be this. And, if we don't quite make it, we ought to exhaust ourselves trying. Over the next 2 to 3 years, we need to commit to getting at least 1,755 people off the streets of this county and ensuring that we do not replace those with a new cohort of 1,755 people. Period. That's got to be the goal. That's got to be the driving goal. Otherwise, we're going to be frustrated about pace of progress, pace of this, reports back. That's the goal here. I have some concerns based upon our experience together and with the county about implementation. And here's the concern. It isn't the lack of good and great intentions. It's the fact that we all now sort of own a piece of this. SHRA is the housing expert, and you're the housing expert, and you've delivered a great start and a great product here. The county today committed to funding, or at least considering in its budget process, funding a number of additional shelter opportunities and this very important triage opportunity. The city obviously has a stake in this because we have 2/3 of the problem in the city, and we have applied for this whole person care grant, which is the match for all the service dollars that we put forward. And Sutter Health, I think, is pretty clear that they want to fund or match a city-county SHRA collaborative. They don't want to have to pick one or the other. So how we implement this very good and great recommendation, I think, is essential. And I hope that, within the next several days and I've talked to Howard, and I've talked to Nav Gill about this, but I want to say it publicly, that Howard and Nav and Lachelle, the three leaders at the staff level, that you get together and that you commit to a collaborative implementation process. Because there are a lot of unanswered questions, like what do we do with this whole person care grant when, not if we get it, when we get it. What do we do? We're not the health agency, human services agency. We applied and we were willing to use the resources, of course, wisely, but how do we implement this in a truly collaborative effort? Because I do think there are still, I called them creative tensions at the county today. And that's okay. I'll push and pull, and I have great respect for what they do, and I have great respect for what you do, but we're all pushing and pulling to try to get to the same place. I think we need a little less pushing and pulling with each other and with the other jurisdiction, and we need to be really working in an enhanced partnership here if we're going to make this work, because this is a big task. It's unprecedented. So I don't want to have a situation where another jurisdiction is doing all the implementation, or even our own agency is just doing all the implementation and just reporting back every several months. I know that will be unsatisfactory to me, and it won't take advantage of the fact that, humbly speaking, you have a mayor who sponsored the No Place Like Home initiative, which is going to deliver an additional several billion, tens of millions of dollars to Sacramento for housing, and all these other initiatives. And so we've got to use each other's strengths and authorities and our expertise, our relative expertise, and we must work together. I will cool my jets a little bit to make sure that, I'm not making it more difficult for you or for, I certainly have no desire to micromanage anybody or anything. I just want to make sure that it is a true partnership, because it's that important, and I'm convinced it will only work if we are in true partnership. So let's go forward. 1,755. Thank you. Motion. We must close the public hearing, but I'd welcome any of my colleagues to make the motion on this item, because we're a team.
Let me close the.
Okay?
Move both items stacked, right.
Very good. I'm going to call it a second by every member of the council. There we go. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstain. It passes. Thank you. What? Oh, that's on 20. That's a receive and file. The motion passes. Thank you all very much, members of the public, for your patience, the late hour. To all the staff, including Emily Halkin, by the way, who's worked tirelessly on all of these issues on behalf of the city. So thank you, Emily. Is that? Yes. We move now to item 28, and then we'll get to item 29.
28 is the request exemption to city council policy regarding video release.
Chief Louie. Chief.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Steinberg, members of the council, Brian Louie, your interim police chief. I'm here before you today to respectfully request a 60-day extension for the release of the video, the in-car camera video.
Excuse me, we're not going to have disruptions. Everyone who wants a chance to testify can. We're going to respect the chief and his ability to finish his presentation. Thank you.
Continuing. Of the video of the officer-involved shooting, which occurred up in Del Paso Heights on February 10th. Consistent with many complex investigations, we often reach out to our law enforcement partners, specifically the district attorney's office, to make sure that we have a coordinated, thorough investigation. We did so in this case. As we discussed the facts that known at the time of this investigation, this ongoing investigation, they made a request of us that we refrain from releasing any video at this time because the investigation is still ongoing. We've discussed at length whether or not 60 days was reasonable, and we assured them that if this council, we advised them that we would be going to council to request an extension, waiver of the 30-day policy. But if the council decided to approve this waiver, that we made it clear that there would be no additional request beyond that period of time if the extension was granted. With that being said, though, as we progress with the investigation and as video becomes reviewed and available for release, we will do so. We're not going to wait until the full extension or the request of the extended time. That's something that we are committed to doing. And I know there are questions relative to the ongoing investigation. And at this point, we have roughly 23 videos that fall within the parameters of release per this council's guidelines and per the city manager's guidelines. And we just haven't had the opportunity to review all that video in detail. So basically, we are trying to err on the side of safety and caution in that we don't want to release something that we are not fully aware of the contents of that video. We want to make sure that not only we review it thoroughly first, in addition to allowing the Office of Public Safety Accountability to review it and the District Attorney's Office to review it. And then we obviously have to take safeguard measures into providing the privacy of people who may be contained in that video. And as per the council policy, it's a matter of blurring out the faces, eliminating or avoiding any discussions relative to a person's name or address. I felt that this request was consistent with the language that's in the use of force policy, which states the video may be released as long as the video does not hamper, impede, or taint an ongoing investigation. Because of the complexity of this investigation and the seriousness of the incident and volume of the video that we have collected, I just felt a need existed to request additional time prior to releasing any video. I committed to all of you that we had every intention of releasing this video. It's just the timing of it right now is not according to my recommendation. I understand the council's direction that there was an expectation that video gets released within 30 days. I myself mistakenly felt there were sufficient justifications not to request a waiver from the council policy. I own this error. In this investigation, there's video that exists that yet to be reviewed and evaluated and redacted of release, like I stated previously. I, along with the district attorney's office, are concerned with ensuring the integrity of the investigation and the due process rights of the individual that has been charged with 3 counts of attempted murder on a police officer. There are approximately 23 videos that must be completely reviewed for visual, audio content that may be pertinent to this event. Due to the volume and length of the videos, combined with other pending video review and release that we've been working on, it's not clear if there is content upon which will be used in the charging of the prosecution of the defendant. In closing, it is the council's decision to grant or not grant the exemption. If the exemption request is not approved tonight, our department is prepared to release video right away. It may take up to a week to complete the preparation of the work on the video. So as each video is made, prepared, it will be released, like I previously stated.
Okay, I'm going to go to council discussion questions before the public testimony on this one. I'm going to begin with Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We adopted a use of force policy on November the 29th. And amongst other things, the policy said, and by unanimous vote of this council, that we would release video of a fatal incident if someone dies in police custody, or if we had a police shooting. Now, we've been trying, the staff, and I'm sure the police have been trying to work through the kinks of this. There are a lot of moving parts to this as well. The police do not have the capability to blur faces on a moving screen, so they have to go through each cell and blur the face. I understand that equipment is going to be on order. There's also been some questions about what does all mean, and all video. It could mean as much as any police officer on duty at the time of the shooting, any video that he had could be classified as all. And that would be absurd. Or to have release a video of a police dash cam where the cam is aimed at a tree for 4 hours. Some people could say that was all, but we're not asking for the absurd.
Right.
We're asking for the release of video that's germane to the shooting, germane to the incident. And I don't want the press or anyone else to force us into doing something stupid and absurd, like releasing video that has no relationship to the incident at hand. However, in order for the police to be successful, in order for us to be successful, we have to be transparent. We've heard that all night long. And we have to be accountable. And a government of the people, by the people, and for the people cannot exist unless we have accountability and transparency. So the waiver provision is intended for the police chief or the city manager to come to us and give us rationale, give us reasons, give us justification, give us proof that release of the video is going to cause some harm. And from the letter that the district attorney sent, and from what I've heard so far, I'm not getting that rationale. Just making the statement that the video would hamper the investigation is not sufficient proof for me to grant an exemption to this waiver. So I move, Mr. Mayor, that the exemption request be denied.
Excuse me, is there a second on the motion? Second by Councilmember Warren, and you're up next in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, in terms of being fair and really giving the chief an opportunity to present a case that would compel the council to accept the recommendation. And so I came to this item on the council agenda with an open mind relative to hearing additional information, but I've really not heard anything that would suggest to me that we need to delay the release of the video further. And furthermore, this is our first example, our first opportunity to really put in, you know, our policy really to be tested with, you know, the release of the video. And there was one thing that I think really comforted me as we were going through this process of coming up with the policy, in addition to the council colleagues, but the mayor was very, very strong in his direction in terms of transparency and wanting to release video, not just because you know, we might be right, but even in the event that there were things that were done inappropriately, that this was something that we will not try to hide behind what we can or can't do relative to the truth as it relates to these issues. And this is an issue that has been a problem issue throughout the country, in a lot of cities, and precisely for this very point, where people can't get the information, or they get the information in a way that they do not trust the providers of the information, and then you have all of the outcomes that we've seen throughout the country. And so I was very happy to hear our mayor make comments relative to, you know, transparency and being forthright in allowing people to review the video. I don't want to speak for the mayor, but I do want to just say it gave me comfort. And I think the members that were on the committee that brought forth the policy, we did it with the intent, you know, within a 2-month period, the police or others could make a case for whether we should or shouldn't. But I don't know if we can't release video on this case. I don't know when we would ever be able to release video relative to the policy that we put forth and this council unanimously adopted. And so I'm seconding the motion from Mr. Carr. I look forward to hearing the rest of my colleagues' comments, but I'm prepared to deny the request as well.
Well, since you invoked my name, I know we have another set of members that want to talk, and of course, but I was quoted in a story today about this, and so I think I want to sort of frame it myself before I turn it over to my colleagues, because I've been dealing with this myself the last several days, didn't just come up today. And Chief, I mean, I don't think we have to say, but I'm happy to say I have the highest regard for you and your management team. I mean, professional, excellent, you serve our city with distinction. But this is about culture change. And this is about what's really happened here, and you can see it, and it's not that anybody's acting badly, this is culture change. The council, before I got here, passed a very clear policy. And it said the presumption should be for openness and releasing this video information. And there can be exceptions if there is a fact-specific, compelling reason to not do so. And so what we get is a letter from the DA, which essentially states their position across the board. Essentially, the way I read it is that under no circumstances should we release the video until we complete our investigation. And it seems like that's kind of the posture that you and the department are taking as well. The problem is that's not the council policy. Because the elected officials, for right or wrong, and this is even before I got here, but I completely support the policy, we believe that the confidence in the police department will be enhanced when we are more transparent about this information. And again, not to get into the facts of this specific case, but from everything that's been reported, this was a guy shooting at the police. And the police shot back. Guess what? On the face of it, I'm ready to stand up and support the heck out of the police in that situation. That's only enhanced when the evidence is out there, and sometimes it can go the other way. But this is the council policy, and in fact, this is the first test, because the man and Flenna were retroactive. This is the first test under the policy. So that's why we have this public conversation to say, that our respect for the work that the men and women of the police department do is immense. Our respect and admiration for you and your team is immense, but this is the policy and it needs to be followed. And so nothing within the first 30 days, which you own that mistake, we appreciate that. But now we're kind of arguing on the head of a pin. There's no you have not come forward with a specific fact-based justification for why releasing this video or sets of videos would in fact hamper the investigation. That's what Larry Carr, that's what we would need to hear in order to grant a waiver. And if this is a workload issue, you know, we talked to the city manager about this because this is a pain. I mean, to white out the faces and do all that, well, let's figure out the workload piece, because we wrote the policy. We better back it up with the funding so that you're not jammed resource-wise to be able to do it within the first 30 days so that we can make the judgment. We think this is in the best interests of the men and women of the police department and the community. And that's why I said what I said today in the newspaper. Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
So, Chief, I think you're getting a clear picture of the idea that just saying that it might hamper the investigation is not quite sufficient justification to ask for the waiver. So my question to you, is there something especially difficult about this case or these sets of videos that because of this case, that takes more than 30 days, because that's the policy and you're aware that that's what you're working under? And is that difficulty, as the mayor alluded to, a workload issue? Are you lacking a piece of equipment? Or, you know, all the council's really asking is, why does this hamper your investigation? And that would be the key that would unlock the possibility to get a waiver. So like a little more information, because here's the fear. This is the first test, and if this case is not exceedingly unusual, then you'll be coming for a waiver every time. And what that says is that 30 days is not a time frame that you can realistically work under. So I'm just saying, let's get real about what's possible for you to do here to conduct a worthy investigation, to create a solid case. If 30 days isn't it, then you can make that case to the council, but you know, it's got to be a strong case and it's got to be fact-based. So that's really what I'm getting at, you know, is the language in our decision from November too vague, you know? I guess what I'm saying is it's not going to work to just keep coming to the council and say, you know, this could jeopardize our investigation. So we've either got to give you more time frame, or you've got to give us more information. That's how I see being the workaround to this. I can tell you, we're not looking to cause grief. We want to get to the truth of the matter in every case. We want to give you the tools to be able to do that, to not impede an investigation. But here we have a policy, and clearly the fear is that, you know, it'll keep coming up, that, you know, we need more time to redact. We need, you know, so let's arrive at something that's workable. But the way I see this happening is you give the council more information, or you justify, you know, ask us to change our policy to something that's realistic for the police to be able to work under.
Well, Councilman Harris, it's actually a combination of everything you said in terms of volume, in terms of the complexity of the investigation, a volume of the number of cases that we're tasked with investigating. It's a matter of these things take time, but in hindsight, obviously, being that this was the first situation that falls within the council policy, we've already instituted some changes so it doesn't happen again. For example, if I could do it all over again, you know, the second day after this incident occurred, we would have started reviewing the video. So that way we could determine whether or not it was pertinent or not. And we probably wouldn't be having this conversation. So from now on, that's what we are going to do. We're going to have to add additional resources to that so that when we have an incident like this, we understand the investigative component, but part of that investigative component, we have to dedicate appropriate number of staff to start reviewing video, understanding that we are going to be expected to release it in 30 days. So that change is already in place. But it's a combination of everything that kind of contributes to the complexity of the investigation, the seriousness of the investigation, and just the magnitude of workload.
You know, whenever there's a police shooting, it's going to be a complex case, and it's going to have a great magnitude. You know, so that was the essence of my question. Is there something about this particular case that is extraordinarily difficult?
This one that
or
makes
did
it-
you just get a late start reviewing the video?
We had a late start reviewing the video because we had other part of the investigative portions to do. But one thing that makes this a little bit unique too is the responsible person survived. So there's a prosecution aspect of the case too.
So if you know, in an incident, if a person survives, are you saying that makes it more complex?
Well, there's more pieces to it because you're thinking about a prosecution aspect of it also.
Okay. Well, you know, is there a piece of information you can offer the council that really makes a strong case that, you know, you really need the more time just for this case, and that it's not going to keep coming back to us on every case?
Not anything that I haven't already presented, Councilman Harris. It's like I said, there's information. In this case, particular case, it's the unknown at this point. We don't know what's on all the other videos because we haven't had an opportunity to really review it in detail.
Okay.
Well, okay, I'm going to let it go at.
Thank you. Councilmember Guerra?
Thank you, Chief. So I think you answered one part of my question. So you acknowledged that immediately after the shooting, you should have started reviewing the videos.
Yes.
Because of the policy.
Yes, well, just because it's.
And does your management team recognize that is our policy and that's what we're expecting, what the council is expecting?
Yes, we had that discussion today.
Second is, how much more video has not been reviewed?
Well, we have roughly 23 videos that fall within that purview of the time frame of when the incident occurred to when we're going to stop. So there's 23 videos that to be reviewed. We've downloaded as of this afternoon about 16 of those 23, but we've already started to review those videos in addition and providing a copy to the OPSA.
So we're barely about halfway there.
We're just starting.
Excuse me. Sorry. So that puts us in a real difficult bind here because one, I think there was an expectation that in a situation like this, we immediately start getting transparency out. But on the second piece, I also don't feel comfortable that we release video that we haven't had our police department review that could put some bystander in the video at risk. So that puts us here in a difficult situation, whether to say, are you following the policy or creating a waiver? So I think 60 days seems a bit excessive without any significant detail. Now, I do think that we need to make sure that by our release of the video and why we asked for the blurring and everything else, that because it's focused on the transparency part of it. But I feel a little uncomfortable for us taking an action today that would require us to release a video that we haven't checked to see if there might be some unintended consequence. And that was the purpose of why we drafted the language. And having sat on the subcommittee for this video was of the policy was because we wanted to make sure that there weren't people, innocent bystanders, that could get hurt. And I think we're in a weird quagmire here, and I don't know what the solution is moving forward, or even at this point right now. But I do have to say the department's put us in a bit of a quagmire, and at least as the motion is, I would feel uncomfortable not knowing that half of the video hasn't been reviewed, and it would put someone else at risk. I think that's, I need to listen more here where we're at, but this is definitely one, conflicting with our policy. We wanted to get transparency out, but also I think we're putting ourselves in a weird, putting the other people in a different situation. And I don't know enough about the shooting of the time of day or who was involved on that.
Let's Howard respond to that, please.
Councilman Guerra, I just want to reiterate what the chief said. If the council tonight denies this exemption, this waiver, we are prepared to release the video within the next week. And they will be reviewed, redacted, faces blurred, and the like. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief.
That's correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Ashby?
So I guess I'm a little bit confused now based on Howard's input, because that's really different from what you just said a minute ago. So let me just back up a little bit, because you're not saying the same thing very clearly. So first of all, I think you've been doing a great job as interim chief, and nothing about this situation changed that. I am a little disappointed that we're having the conversation. It would be so much easier if this wasn't the first one out of the gate, because our intention was to try really hard to do this 30-day thing. It's also disappointing that you didn't start looking, or your crew didn't start looking at video sooner. I would think you would be thinking, oh crap, we only have 30 days, we better really start looking at video quickly. And so the fact that you didn't concerns me, that maybe your team didn't take sort of our pressure point seriously. That being said, I want to have a policy that when the police department comes to us and says they need a little bit of time, that we're able to say yes. I'm just having a really hard time wrapping my mind around what that rationale is right now. I was prepared based on what I knew, which seems to be changing by the moment in this room. What I thought was happening here was that you were basically saying, from the DA's letter and from your comments, I thought what I heard was the police department really wants to be able to do this in 30 days, but we can't right now because we don't have the equipment yet, and we don't have the manpower, and we couldn't get it done. I was prepared to say, okay, we need to give them more time and admonish them that that is only happening because you don't have this piece of equipment yet, and when you have that, this expectation will forever be held in place because we want to be transparent with the people. Do I have that wrong then?
No, you're correct. We don't have the resources, but part of it, like I said, I claim responsibility for not getting the review of the video started sooner.
I think your willingness to sort of take responsibility for it, and the city manager's willingness to say, no matter what, we're going to get it done, is now kind of confusing the issue. Because he's saying we're going to make it happen no matter what, but really you don't, I'm not sure we can, because you don't have that piece of equipment. I would rather admonish you today and the department and say, don't ask us again, get the equipment, start reviewing tape earlier. But I too am concerned that what Councilmember Guerra said, I could not agree more. It is different that there's going to be a big litigation component, and we don't want bystanders to get caught up in the mix of this because we didn't take an extra bit of time. Is there a medium point? Could we give you a couple of weeks? Could we say 2 weeks? Or 3 weeks that you could get it done, and then you would have a sufficient amount of time to actually redact what needs to be redacted? I don't want to put the police department or the DA's office in a position, or a bystander in a position of being not taken care of because we didn't do the right thing. That being said, I think it's really important for the long term that this is a policy that is routine, and that we rarely ever see somebody standing in front of us asking us for an exception, that it's so rare that it would make us say, oh my gosh, we obviously need to do this because they never ask. So the first one out of the gate makes that really difficult, unless the reason is because it's the first one out of the gate and you don't have the equipment, you can't do it, and other people could be in danger. So I'm looking for some clarity from you on what that is.
Okay, first of all, my request for a 60-day extension was because it would allow us an opportunity to conclude the investigation itself. And then what we're talking about is if that extension is not granted, that we will release the video. It's just that it's going to take some immediate action to try to process it, because we don't have the equipment yet. But what that means is we're going to have to manually do it, and we're going to have to apply additional resources to accomplish that.
So let me just refine it a little bit then. I don't hear
Sorry,
any
I'm not
will
clear.
on, it's okay, I don't hear any will on this council to give you 60 days or to finish the investigation before the video. But what I do hear is a lot of council members trying to make the right decision. Some are saying, you know, we just need to hold fast to the policy, and some are saying, we'll wait. If we hold fast to the policy, do we put bystanders at risk? So my question to you is, what is the period of time that you need to take care of that video to make sure that there's no bystanders? Can you do it in a week, or do you need 2 weeks, or what, is there, how, and of course, in the future, you're gonna have a different piece of equipment, you talked about that, we'll order it, it'll be faster, you'll start sooner, because lesson learned, right? But what do you need right now to make this video not put any bystander at risk and uphold whatever we need for the case and for everybody's protection, and it's clearly not 60 days, what is that?
Since you're asking, I would take 2 weeks.
2
To ensure
weeks?
that it be done completely, thoroughly, and
Okay.
with confidence. If I need to do it in a week, we'll get it done, but it's just gonna be a lot more of a challenge.
Well, I'd like to make a substitute motion to give him 2 weeks.
Second.
Let's, I want to follow up, and then I'll turn it over to Steve Hanson here, because I think Councilmember Ashby and Councilmember Guerra have asked fair and right questions, but I'm confused, as you is, because and to me, the difference between a week and 2 weeks doesn't matter. I'd rather not have the council divided on that question. I'm sorry if people, people, 2 weeks, whatever. We ought to be reasonable here. But you said you could do it immediately and within a week without the equipment, is the way it was implied. And now you're saying 2 weeks. And so it would not be good to have a divided council on this question of 1 versus 2 weeks here. So what is it? You got to get this out right away. Mm-hmm. You want to redact the faces, names of bystanders and innocent people. How long is it going to take? The minimum amount. Can we do it in a week with enhanced resources here,
But there's only so many people that have the capabilities of actually doing the redaction itself, the actual technical aspect of it. So if we were to do it in a week, that person's probably going to have to work not around the clock, but more than just a normal work day. That's the point I was trying to make. I'm going to have to throw additional resources, and they're going to have to work around the clock.
You pay the overtime in the budget and do that?
Yeah, if that's what I need to do, that's what I'll do.
And get it done in a week?
Yes.
Okay. So Angelique?
I don't want to put him in a bind. I don't see why we wouldn't. We're not going to give him 60 days. We've all made it really clear. We never want to see you back here again unless you have an exact reason, like something. None of the reasons you've laid out today are good enough. But I don't want us to rush him if he says he needs 2 weeks. I don't like this dialogue at all. This conversation's super uncomfortable. I don't understand why. If he can get it out in a week, that's great. He should try to do that. But if we give him if we tell him 1 week and it takes him 9 days, he's failed. If we give him 2 weeks and he gets it out in a week, then great. You make us all look good.
Okay.
But 2 weeks shouldn't be the reason.
I've got the compromise here, 10 days. Yeah, Steve, go ahead. Wait. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the back and forth. It's hard when you punch up late because you want to jump in, but you also want to respect your colleagues in the back and forth. But we're 9 people who see the world in a variety of ways. I think we agree on the policy. There's 2 levels here, though. It's the general policy and then the specific situation. The general policy, I think, is very clear, as the mayor and Mr. Carr and Mr. Warren and others have said. Now, the issue that I'm having is similar to what Mr. Guerra and Ms. Ashby are talking about, where I don't feel, prepared to make a decision on this because we didn't actually get a report. I wasn't at least briefed ahead of time. I don't know if anyone else got a briefing from the chief or PD. So I know that we can't talk in open session necessarily about anything that's confidential or specific to the investigation. This is not a matter yet for closed session. So I feel totally blind to what the information is that may be behind the surface because I'm not prepared. And I'm not prepared because I was offered to be prepared. I'm not prepared because we weren't provided the opportunity to be prepared. And that is a very frustrating situation. The context of this is a very different context than we've been in for the reasons you've said, Chief. We set the policy for a somewhat different type of situation, but that doesn't mean it should operate differently because of the situation. Now, if we created a waiver in the policy, now the question is, what does that mean? The waiver is in the policy, and the chief, you have the opportunity to exercise that waiver. Now, without standards or without preparation, I can't make a decision today because I don't know enough to grant you the full waiver. Now, I do believe you that you don't have the capacity, whether it's staff time or a machine or whatever else, so I take you at face value there. The effort to immediately release it, which was the original motion, to me doesn't mean a week. That means tonight or tomorrow. Now, if we're saying, hold on, and that doesn't seem workable given the concerns that have been raised, nor fair nor reasonable to the purpose of the policy and the reason why we have the waiver. Sometimes it's just the facts. The facts mean that we have to take the reasonable amount of time for our own due diligence to get stuff out. And maybe that's 30 days, maybe that's 45 days, another 60 days may be too much. But again, I'm not informed as to what the right amount of time is. And I do think, Chief, this is a pickle for us because we're both saying you could do it in a week if we doubled down, but not everything can be an emergency that requires that extra staff time. And I know that we're trying to meet different objectives here. We're trying to fulfill the purpose of the policy, which is transparency and disclosure as soon as possible, immediately if possible, or longer if necessary for the investigation. But we don't yet have a clear idea of what you need. And I don't want to make every time one of these situations comes up an instance where we're not prepared, we are forced to make a decision in the public's interest, or to choose between, prioritizing this over all the rest of the things that your staff have to do on a day-to-day basis. So I would support 2 weeks. I would support that substitute motion. I think that's fair. I think if for some reason we can get out in a week, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Chief, that's great. This is a deadline. It doesn't mean you can't get the work done early. I think that something shorter than that seems unreasonable, and something longer than that without more information as to the specific facts that would warrant an extended period of time that seems beyond a reasonable period. Well, I don't have any information to make that decision either. So I think this is sort of a compromise, but it does speak to the need to figure out how to do this better.
Yes, I think I previously mentioned that even whatever amount of time that is given to us, that as video becomes prepared, it will be released. We're not going to wait for the whole entire video, 23 videos to be released at the same time. As they become available, we will release them.
Councilmember Chenier, thank you.
I'm sorry, I just need to clarify a couple things. So 23 videos altogether, correct?
Yes. That fall within the purview of what we
That fall
identified.
within the timeline and the purview. I get that. 16 of them have been downloaded.
Yes.
What does that mean? They have been reviewed, or you
Taken
just,
from the system and reduced so that we can view them. Yes, download from our
of
system.
the 16, how many have been, maybe this is a Francine question too, how many have been reviewed?
I believe 3. 3.
Okay, so we're not halfway there. We're 3 out of 23. And is it time consuming to download these things? I mean, I don't know the format or anything like that. And I don't want to get too far.
I don't have that
into it.
answer. I don't know if Ken does.
Who can help me? Mr. Bernard.
Yeah, staff worked on it all day, and we were able to do 16 because it's almost real time, minute for minute. And then I think there's a little bit of confusion. It's downloaded into a capacity so that OPSA can review it. They don't have the ability to get our system from City Hall, so we have to put it in a different format, bring it to her, or she comes to us, one or the other.
And I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to be as practical as I can. Is there a average time of each of these? Like how many hours are we talking about?
I think each video is, the period of time is 16 minutes long.
Okay, so we have 23 videos that are 16 minutes long, so we have about 6 hours worth of video. Back of the brain math at 11 o'clock. 6 hours.
Yes.
Okay. We've been here for 5 hours tonight, just as a comparison.
I think,
Let
go
me
ahead.
just finish if I can.
Go ahead.
Okay. Of the 3 that you have reviewed, is there anything in there that you would not, those have not been redacted yet?
Correct, they have not been redacted.
But they've been reviewed. Have you seen anything in those that would be hurtful to someone if they were released? Understanding that you still need to blur faces or do anything like that.
It's a tough conversation because then we get into
Can be
the whole.
James Comey and say you can't answer if you want.
I don't want to. I want to speak to you. We get into that situation with those 3 videos are the ones that were the most pertinent to the event.
Okay.
Okay. So if those are released, and I've seen them, those are the things the DA is concerned about tampering or affecting the outcome of the jury selection and the entire trial.
All due respect, I think the DA's letter to us being basically a form letter doesn't cut it to me. I mean, if she had come forward and said, here are reasons why, I think there's a lack of respect for this council by just saying, don't. That's my view on that one. So thanks. Let me just get through this, all right? Because we got one more issue, as you know. So my feeling on this, and I don't know where you want to go, and I know there's a motion and a substitute motion, so I'm not doing that.
Larry Carr may have an elegant solution
Well,
here,
what
but go ahead.
Can I give you my suggestion and then do whatever
Okay.
you want with it, which is that this needs to be done by the next council meeting. If for some reason, Fago, give me a break, okay? If for some reason you're finding things or can't get it done because of that, I would propose, because our next council meeting is a joint meeting with the county, correct?
No, it's not.
Oh, we're not doing that now?
Postponed, yeah.
I was going to say, we could delegate to the mayor the authority if you need a day or 2 after that. But I don't want to be open-ended. I don't even want to do 2 weeks. I mean, when we talked today, you said if you had to get it done in 5 days, you could get it done in 5 days. I think we made a commitment through the policy that we passed to get this done. We've broken that commitment already. I don't want to go, but I also don't want people to be hurt. We need to do our jobs. So my feeling would be you get to the next council meeting. If for some reason you can't do it, I'd be open to either delegating to the mayor the authority to deal with it or bring it back and agendize it to this council meeting. That would be a public flogging. I don't think we need to go there. But I think we need to get this done, and we need to uphold the commitment that we've made to the community. So that would be my thought.
That may work. I mean, something like that may work, but Larry may have an even simpler suggestion here.
See if I can clear up
Go ahead.
some of this. The policy has a couple of elements. One, the video for certain situations be released in 30 days. 2, that faces be blurred to protect the identity of people in the video. So you can't release the video without blurring the faces, without blurring the information to protect people. So is everybody clear on that? No video will be released if the faces aren't blurred. The request, the motion on the table is, do we grant an exemption? My motion is, we do not grant an exemption.
Waiver.
Do not grant a waiver or an exemption to our policy that we want the video released. The police then have to go back and blur the faces as fast as they can and release the video. We don't need to put a time limit on them. We don't need to see how many videos there are. We don't need to see how many downloads there are. They're on the clock. They've already missed the deadline. For those of you who have people working for you, you've given them a task before. They come and tell you that they can't get it done, and you say, get it done. And that's, the waiver is not granted, get it done.
I think Councilmember Carr is exactly right. In other words, if the council is willing to entertain a motion from one of the members to simply deny the waiver request.
We have that motion.
That was the first motion. There's a substitute, but we're trying to clear the decks here if possible. Just plain to deny it. then it's up to the chief and his team to go 1 week, 2 weeks, hopefully 1 week or less. But there's not a timeline on it. The waiver's denied. It's already late, as Councilmember Carr already indicated. I think that's a simple way to express the council's intent without getting caught up and divided between what the timeline should be. As soon as humanly possible, with the extra resources that the city manager and the council are willing to provide temporarily to make sure that this first instance and first example is done in the right way.
I would just ask that.
And at some point, Mr. Mayor, we review this policy in September or March, and we ask the city manager, are you in compliance with this policy? And if he says no, then okay, why not? And he'll tell us what he's done.
So I would just ask if we do that, and I would support Mr. Carr's motion, which means the substitute either has to get pulled back or we have to vote it down if we're going there, but with direction that there's a report back to the council in a week.
Okay, Councilmember Ashby. Plain denial of the waiver without a timeline, which then gives the chief the discretion, but also the responsibility to get it done as quickly as possible.
I was with you, but did you accept Jay's addition, which is to come back to council in a week? Because I wouldn't accept that provision.
Well, not just to report back, just to the council. It doesn't have to be a council item. I want to know.
For it not to be, it does have to be a council item for it to be a report back or not a Brown Act or whatever.
We could get.
Can it be done through a letter? Can it be done? A memo. How about a memo?
Know that it's happening.
Doesn't not an agendized council item, but a letter back to the council.
Yeah, let the city manager tell us when it's
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, that's all.
The city manager tells, okay, so you withdraw the coming back to council, all right? It'll be reported back by the manager.
So let me just make sure I'm understanding your current motion, Councilmember Carr, is to deny the waiver, which I'm totally good with. I don't think anybody up here wants to approve the waiver, but not put a time limit on it, rather just say you're on the clock, which is fine, except for that I mean, there's.
I think the message has been sent here, and I think the chief's going to endeavor to get this done within a week, and if he has to take a little longer, he will, but he's going to try to get it done within the week. That's what I think is going to happen.
I would be willing to do that too. I think, they've given you more grace than, right? But I'll pull my substitute back with Jeff's support, as long as, it's really clear to you that if this goes beyond 2 weeks, it's going to be a major problem for everyone involved.
It's crystal clear.
Okay. Yeah, I'll remove my substitute motion. You okay with that? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we have the lead motion, but we do have public testimony since we didn't take that first. So let's take the public testimony, and then we'll have a vote. We'll vote on the motion.
Mr. Mayor, no, I have some.
I'm sorry.
question here,
There were
if
others.
that's-
I'm sorry. Apologize. Alan was first. Okay.
So, Chief, you've only reviewed 3 of the tapes so far. So here's the logistical question that I have. In the time frame, and maybe these 3 tapes provide the preponderance of the information that you need to determine this. My concern is that the department still has not reviewed all of the video. There's still some that needs to get downloaded and reviewed, and yet we're willing to say that that we're going to release this information. So my concern here is, if we deny the waiver right now, and you find some circumstance, or something in those videos, or do you see anything, do you perceive that there could be something in those videos that would require you to come back here for that waiver? That's my concern here, is that we haven't reviewed everything to know whether that circumstance is. Maybe these 3 videos that you've seen give you enough information, but that's my concern here.
Okay.
And I'm willing to support this motion here, but I'm.
Well, what you said is correct. We have not reviewed all the video. There's still video out there that has either been downloaded or yet to be downloaded that we have not reviewed. If we come across a video that we feel strongly that could compromise the investigation, we will come back to the council and bring that to light.
That's fine with me. And I feel much more comfortable in that. I mean, in these circumstances, I mean, somebody else could have been taking a video of this, and they could release it whenever. But I think this body has a responsibility to ensuring that if we do release a video, we're not going to jeopardize a risk or taking an action that's going to jeopardize either the case or other people's safety. So
Privacy, yes.
Thank you. Okay, public testimony.
Okay, there are 6 that have signed up to speak. Rebecca Sherrod. Is Rebecca here? Trina Allen. Fago. Dennis Hewlett. Carly Brannon. And Phuong Lei.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Sherrod with Black Lives Matter. Well, that didn't take long. Sadly, I'm in no way surprised. First of all, I want to be perfectly clear that it's unacceptable that you would even consider a delay to the police camera policy. Secondly, the fact that you are considering a delay shows me that your camera policy is a farce. And the Community Police Commission provides merely the gloss of transparency with no substance to ensure, in fact, transparency. If you want the trust of the community, then you must start acting trustworthy. You need to make it clear that this governing body will not be complicit in the elevation of an organization that serves only its own interest to exist. When we have police who think that they are the law and are emboldened by you who are supposed to be representatives of the people, we have the makings of that classic, a secret police state. And police secrecy is nothing new if you know your history, both current and past. It's a tactic of control to solidify power at the expense of the people. Clearly, there is something amiss with how the police conduct themselves. The answer to this troubling state of affairs always seems to be, let's double down on what we're already doing. This is a bad relationship that cannot be fixed by doing more of the same. There comes a time when one must tend to that which is creating the symptoms. And although it is not enough to merely treat symptoms, that is all we have at the moment. And you want to affirm the right of the police to deny even that Band-Aid to this gaping wound of violent injustice. This situation, as my poor, illiterate sharecropper grandfather would say, is ignorance.
Your time is up. Your time is up. And by the way, your time is up. Next.
Trina Allen. Or whatever.
Thanks, Rebecca. Your community has spoken time and again. We don't trust you to keep our family members safe, especially our Black community members. We want that video immediately, every last second of it. Armani's life is now in your anti-Black hands, but the only people touching that video should be the community that paid for it. Your police targeted, illegally detained, traumatized, hunted, and ultimately murdered Dejan Jerome Flana, and then edited the video that incriminated them. Your police intentionally murdered Joseph's man, laughed before executing him, and only provided the video under duress
I'm not going to have you call our police officers murderers. I'm sorry. Public comment. Finish. But when you start using the word murder and you start throwing that around about people, excuse me, I'm going to finish, then I'll let you finish. People dedicated to public service, I'm going to take offense to it. I don't like it. So, and I don't know if excuse me, I don't know if any of you heard the motion, but the motion is to deny the waiver. To deny the waiver, that's the action here. Finish your testimony.
Could you
finish your testimony?
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
I need my time back, though.
Finish your testimony.
Testimony is not on this item.
Can you stop it, please?
Finish your testimony, but I don't.
You know what? Don't give me back my time, but I'll tell you this. I'll finish my statement.
Go.
The concern that you have for their feelings, I would love for you to meet with Dejan's mother, because I have. Your police murdered Joseph Mann, laughed before executing him, and only provided the video under duress of a powerful lawyer and pressure from BLM. Your police killed these men, stole them from their families, and refused in the time since to hold any LEO accountable for their unconscionable acts. The DA already came back. SAC PD, you are not trusted because you are not trustworthy. The only time extension you need is in the space between your arrival and the discharging of your weapons. The only time extension you need is in the contemplation of the pain with which these mothers and brothers and nieces are picking up the pieces of their broken hearts. The only time extension you need should be spent fathoming what these men would have, could have created with their lives and what you robbed them of. And while I do not believe that your uniform should exist, as we work to build the healthy communities that make it obsolete, all that encompasses that uniform is ours, including that video. We demand transparency and urge you to do as you said you would do. Armani has very serious charges against him, and he deserves more than a delayed and edited video. There is no reason to do so.
Okay, so before I go into my full testimony on this, for one, you're not supposed to be addressing the public from the podium during their comments. That's a Brown Act violation. For two, this is a matter of their own incompetence. I do praise the council in sticking to their guns and hoping that they do vote against this waiver. You know, it's 6 hours of video. I review more than that in a week, and I'm homeless on my phone. I mean, come on now. I have seen them out sweeping up homeless camps and raiding over off Ahern quite a bit. Maybe if they spent a little less time harassing homeless people for sleeping, they could get some work done on the issues of where people's lives are on the line. I really wish that, you know, the concern you show for the possible insult of being called a murderer when that's actually what's been happening on some of these instances would be shown to the general public also, instead of only to the Kings fans and, you know, the diplomats that are coming into this town from other countries that mysteriously disappear before any real issues are discussed. Just like half the public that you tell, okay, you guys can go now.
Mr. Mayor.
Maybe is it just that you really don't want the public to hear what's really happening?
There's a point of order.
I mean, okay, I'll get back on topic. Basically,
I'm sorry. I would just ask that the speakers stay to the topic. This topic is a waiver on the video. It is not any of the other things that you're talking about. So I would ask that you enforce that.
Okay,
you got 30 seconds.
I'll redress from the criticisms. This video should be released to the public. The public has the right to know what happened on those days. And the police chief's attempt to try to get this waiver just shows not only his disregard to the public, but incompetence within his own department. This is not that hard of a thing to do. And personally, I don't think the video should be edited before release. Thank you.
Dennis?
Hi, my name is Dennis Hewlett, and I'm a resident in District 8, and I rise quickly just to support you in opposing this waiver. And I just want to say, I had a lot to say, but just what you said about this being a culture change, Mayor Steinberg, is exactly what I wanted to hear, and I really appreciate what I've heard tonight.
Harley?
Joseph Mann, we had to beg and beg and beg for those videos to be released. And they were only released after cell phone video showed that the story that the police told was not true. I know you don't like the word lie, so it was an alternative fact that they told, all right? I know that you don't like us calling the police murderers because it might hurt their feelings or it hurts your feelings, but I would like to see you share that same level of concern for the Black lives that are being taken on the streets by these police officers. Dejan Flano, the video for him, we had to beg even longer for that to be released. And it showed that what the police told us, again, was alternative facts about what happened. They heavily edited the video to try and make themselves look better. But they forgot to take out the part where they illegally detained him, told him that he was free to go, despite being locked in the back of a hot police car, which only escalated the mental health crisis that he was already experiencing. When they opened the door to check on him, he ran. They called him a freak. They suggested to a civilian that was watching that they mellow him out by hitting him with a baseball bat. It has been proven time and time and time again
Are you
that
for
our
or
police
against the waiver? You're not.
is a Brown Act violation. Do not address me right now. Don't take my time.
Your time is up. Sit down. Your time
You
is
have,
up. Sit down.
at the beginning of the meeting, you allowed people to go beyond their time.
Next witness, your time
I
is up.
expect the same respect
Time
and
is-
privilege that you allowed the people that spoke in support of what you were talking about.
Time is up.
You were
Next.
censoring the public.
Fong Lee?
That is inappropriate.
Good.
Fong Lee?
Fong Lee. Next.
That's it.
That's it. Okay, we have a motion to deny the waiver. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. The waiver is denied. Thank you. We'll move on to the next item. Okay. Are you ready, Councilmember Warren? You want to do this tonight, or?
Oh, no, that's tonight. You made us stay here. We better do this.
Oh, I'm sure it will be brief. Okay, item 29.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Thanks for having us tonight. My name is Daniel Savala. I'm presenting tonight on behalf of Councilmember Alan Warren, who represents Council District 2. Tonight, I'm going to present to you briefly in concept some ideas or a framework on how we move forward in our commitment to moving us forward on providing real-time solutions for our most vulnerable residents in the city, our homeless population. You know, I think back to a few moments ago when we were speaking in the previous item, and I want to share in the optimism of all the good work that is being done. But this item tonight that we're going to hear about is, as I mentioned, it's an opportunity to do something different and respond in real time with an alternative solution. Tonight's presentation, I'll go briefly over some of the main points and then pass it over to Councilmember Warren to finish up. The slides you'll see tonight talk about site requirements, operations and staffing, and site layout. But before we get to that, just want to key back to the point where the outdoor shelter option is temporary in nature. That's by design. We've got a few locations that we have talked about publicly, but they are temporary in nature and do not intend to go long-term. Get right into the next slide about site requirements. So the site requirements, what we brought up was we're looking at vacant lots with a minimum of 1 acre, flat, free of physical distractions, access for emergency vehicles, security and fencing. We've heard from members of the public, we've heard from constituents in the district, and we've took some of these things in consideration, and what we're proposing, what we're discussing tonight is addressing those basic fundamentals for how we identify the site. Next, I'll talk about operation and staffing. Councilmember Warren has worked with several community partners throughout the last few months, and we're willing to collaborate with several stakeholder groups and community-based organizations to make sure that you have a safe and secure facility operating 24 hours a day with delivering it on a very diverse continuum of care, whether it be mental health services, first aid, and counseling. Lastly, I'll get into some site layout before we get into discussions. Here's just a brief example of kind of what had been proposed as a temporary site. As you can see, what had been proposed as temporary 20 by 20 tents equipped with dog kennels, portable showers, and portable porta potties to be on facility. I just got to make a note that a great amount of detail went into working with some of our stakeholders in producing this very draft site layout. As you can see, there's design features that help foster communal ties and help really create a sense of place and a place of comfort for this population, and that was paramount. But in addition to that, we also took in consideration the impact of the surrounding neighborhoods, the retail business corridors, and our parks and schools. So with that, I'll be here available for questions, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Warren.
All right, thank you, Daniel. So what Daniel from my staff has just presented was really a brief concept of what we've been working on. We've been working on a multitude of solutions, and tonight, was something that a lot of you may not have heard, that I was very happy to hear, and you didn't pick it up. But as our mayor said, all options are on the table to really solve this crisis that we're in, this homeless crisis. And when all options are on the table, we want to put forth the best solutions, and then we want to try to test case examples of things that we might be able to scale in this city to have a bigger impact. And so, as most of you know, we've been advocating for an opportunity to prove that an outdoor solution could be part of the plan for relieving some of the homeless issue. And so we have been working on actually 2 sites in District 2 that could be potential sites for an outdoor solution. These would not be permanent tent cities, as some have suggested, that would be for an indefinite period of time. These would be for a specific period of time for people that can relocate from some of the dangerous places that they're existing now and locate into a secure facility that has security. It would have sign-ins and sign-outs. It would have storage facilities for people to leave their valuables and be able to leave where they're living and go off for a couple hours and not have to worry about coming back and having their items stolen. This facility would also have shower capabilities, porta potties. It would also have a triage center whereby we could bring medical providers and other service providers to this particular outdoor facility. And our intent is for this facility to, the initial one in District 2 would accommodate up to potentially 200 folks that are homeless. And what I have asked the city manager to do is within his purview, but that we would do this in a public-private partnership, meaning that there would be minimal amount of initial capital outlay from the city. Our office and others in the community would raise money, which we've already identified the funds to support the initial facility. And then this facility would be, at this point, it will probably be, a 90-day to 120-day facility. It would be a facility where people could live without the fear of harassment. It would come with expectations from people that are in this facility to abide by the rules. But it would also do something that's very important to for our community, which is take people off of the levees and the waterways, which, in my opinion, we already have tent cities in this city. They're unsanctioned, but we have people living in tents all throughout our city, and people even without tents. And so what we would intend to do is to take people from District 2 that are now homeless and then move them, have them transition into a place where they could live and could be provided the resources so that they can heal, not just physically, but mentally. And there are some people that I've had a chance to talk to. It's not all of the folks that are homeless, but there are some people who would, with minimal support, be able to transition back into the mainstream of society. Now, we know that there are others that will take much more care and it would take more time, but this is intended to be one piece of the puzzle. In District 2, we've also identified a site that would be a more permanent site for transitionally homeless. It's on a 5-acre site that we've just recently negotiated between a nonprofit organization in District 2, a nonprofit organization and one of the churches in District 2, whereby, Mr. Mayor, we could, and the concept is to develop micro-housing. Figure out which types of micro-homes that we can most effectively, most efficiently develop on this particular site, and it would be a permanent development that would be solely for the purpose of people that are homeless, and that we can hopefully transition them back into the mainstream of society. That is a long-term permanent solution. The outdoor option that we've talked about previously is a outdoor temporary solution, but in my opinion, it's a much more dignified way for people that are homeless to really heal themselves and to live. And so what I have heard, and I will say to the public and also to my colleagues, I'm much more encouraged now than initially when we had this discussion, because, you know, this is a concept that I think most of us wanted to stay away from. And when I was first elected, I was not an advocate for outdoor living for the homeless either. But as I have become more knowledgeable about the issues impacting our homeless community and the challenges that they face in order to just live day to day, I believe we have to consider. We have to consider all options, including temporary outdoor opportunities where we can find appropriate places to do it. Not every vacant parcel is an appropriate place. In fact, very few of them are. And one of the challenges we're having right now is that there's still some work needed to be done on a couple of sites that we've identified. But we believe that as we continue to look, there will be outdoor opportunities and there will be indoor opportunities for homeless housing for people that we can help much quicker than actually developing and building new homes. That is a multi-year process. If we started today, we would not have a new house in a development for 18 to 24 months. If we're talking about one lot and building one house, then we can build one house in 6 months. But in order for us to have an impact, we have to have housing in numbers, not one house here and one house there. We have to have, you know, hundreds of homes. As the mayor suggested, we need approximately 1,700, you know, housing units to really take a big dent out of our homeless situation. And so tonight, what we would like to do is I would like to propose that District 2 have a test of an outdoor living environment for the homeless on a site that is yet to be determined. We have to find the appropriate site to do it, and we would do that as quickly as possible. But what I would like to have is the support of my council colleagues, and I don't believe it actually takes a council vote to do it, although it may be the best thing for us to do, because if we can all, as the mayor often states, we would like to have 9-0 votes or unanimous votes on all these issues, you know, because if all of us work together, we are going to solve this problem much quicker. And so my idea has resonated with some, and it is not with others. The mayor's idea has resonated with some, and some are disappointed by it because they can't see how all the dots are connected. But I will suggest that we're on the same page and we all want the same thing. And we want, I believe, what all of you want as well. We're just trying to figure out the most effective way to do it. And so I am committed to having the first unconventional, if you will, outdoor living situation for homeless people in District 2. And I will, with my colleagues' support, the city manager's support, we will work tirelessly to find a site that is appropriate, at least as appropriate as we can find in District 2. And if we can do that, and in fact, I thought we had a site. Turns out that there's some challenges that need to be worked out on the site. But if it turns out we can either get those challenges dealt with, or we can find another more appropriate site, then I will be proposing an actual site, an actual development that will house up to 200 people, and we can have it open in 30 days or less. So that would be as quickly and as efficient as we can develop a alternative to what is existing in our city now. And I will also say that we have already identified the vendors for the big canopy tents. The vendor is prepared to make a substantial donation to our project and our cause. We have also identified people in the community who have volunteered their services, as well as individuals and corporations who have agreed to volunteer money to help underwrite this initial project. I've had a discussion with the city manager, and the city manager has within his purview the ability to fund what we're talking about as well, up to $100,000. And so I say these things to say that we're almost there with a real project to bring before you, and as quickly as we identify the site, then we will be back before either this council, or there will be some other announcement that this council has heard what we're proposing and prepared to support what we believe could be the first step in really satisfying the needs of a lot of the homeless people in our community. And so with that, I will say to all of you and my colleagues that this is on the fast track, and I would ask the homeless advocates that are in the community to just be a little bit more patient, because now I think the momentum has started to swing. You've seen a large move from the county, the redevelopment agency. I think that the mayor has done something that probably only he could have done, which is bring the county and the city together to really talk about collaboration. It's something I had not seen in my 4 years on the council. However, it is starting to happen now. And I also see a smile on his face. I think he's ready. I think he's ready, you guys. So look, we got to continue. We got to continue to work.
You are persistent.
And I am.
I'm giving you that.
I'm a doer. I am a doer, and I'm hopeful that within the next week or two, with the resources and the support of the mayor and the city manager, we would have identified a site. And this would just be one step in the process to dealing with these perpetual issues in our city that we all want to solve. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll hand the mic back to you if you want to add something to what I said, and we're prepared to continue this.
No, I do admire colleague Councilmember Warren, your persistence on this, but we don't have a site yet. So you want to come back to us with a site, I think, right, is what you're saying, and with a budget and with the corporate support, et cetera. But I think there's also another piece of this conversation which we kind of go round and round about, and Emily Halkin, I know, is here late, along with many of you, on this issue of what are the indoor shelter options, because, you know, there's a bigger issue even beyond this particular debate, and that is that the warming centers, by definition, are going to close on the 31st of March. They were winter warming shelters. And resource-wise and otherwise, and neighborhood-wise, this is what we had agreed to. So what are the indoor options in addition to the options that you put out? And, I don't know if you want to hear from Emily on that now?
Well, I do, but also let me just say, we're prepared and are looking for indoor options as well as outdoor options. And I would implore my colleagues to do the same thing to the extent of their ability, but we are prepared to move on indoor options and outdoor options. But we do believe that this is a citywide issue, it's not just a District 2 issue. And that all of us should really be keen on trying to solve this problem. And for the folks in the audience, I believe we are. I believe in their own way, all of us are really trying to figure out the best way to deal with this issue. But I'm happy to hear from Emily if you have some ideas about indoor options.
Are you going to offer public comments?
Oh, yes, of course.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, members of the council. I'm Emily Halkin, Homeless Services Coordinator. So I have a little bit of information. As the mayor alluded to, about a month or so ago, the council asked for staff to do some work on identifying some potential indoor sites in addition to the work that Councilor Warren's been doing on the outdoor sites. So I just want to walk you through where we're at today, and I just have three. Sorry, Shirley, thanks. So to start with, we started with a list of everything the city owns, buildings that we own, and that was, I worked with our real estate division. Approximately 100 city-owned properties are in our inventory of some sort. We started off immediately excluding secure sites like our public work, our corp yards and police and fire stations, and anything that had an active lease on it. So then we ended up with a list of 46 city-owned properties, and then we made a second exclusion of activated sites. So the Front Street Animal Shelter, Crocker Art Center, a lot of public buildings that are currently activated and have an alternative use. And we ended up, I'm sorry, this is yellow, it's really hard to read, with 5 city-owned buildings that were not activated, didn't have a leaseholder, weren't secure and unavailable. And then Sac City Unified School District also put into the mix 2 additional properties. So we had a list of 7 from starting at about 100. And we sent the building inspector out, and myself and Howard and Arturo also went out to a few of the sites. And so these are the 7 sites. And I will say that none of them are ideal. All of them have challenges, but all of them also could potentially be an opportunity. 2 of them are severely run down and are pretty much off the list, the former Fruit Ridge District Fire Station and the C.B. Wire Elementary School. Both of those actually happen to be in the county as well, ironically. But the physical needs of the buildings were deemed to be too severe to turn this over any quickly. Probably the most, and any of these would require some additional investigation and some work on actual physical capabilities, and all of them would require probably some sort of investment to make some modifications. The 2 that are in the council district 2 are the former fire station 20, which is quite a large station. It's currently being used as an inventory warehouse for the fire department, so it would require a substantial investment to move that operation. Immediately next door is a small clubhouse in the Woodlake Park. You guys are probably familiar with these sites. There's another pool facility that's currently not being used in District 5. A very large service center down in Meadowview in District 8. That one, again, has been flagged as needing significant repairs to be reoccupied, but it is quite large. And then a former Sac City Unified School District site on Florin Road in District 5, which is a portable classroom setup, and it has potentially the ability to house or shelter between 60 and 70. The last piece we looked at was cost, and this is going to look like we didn't look at it because they're so ranging, but I wanted to point out that, so holding those sites aside, going back to the general concept of sheltering folks inside, we have sort of 3 places that we can look at to cost. The Homeless Subcommittee did some work about a year ago on estimated costs for a triage type shelter, which I think is the goal we all want to service and heavy, service rich, 24/7 access, low barrier. The county's also done a little bit of work, and then a local service provider who currently does some sheltering did some work. So that's why these ranges are so broad, because each of us had really different hits. And I think that's important, because should we move towards one of them, we're going to really need to narrow in on the specific costs related to that specific facility. But on an annual basis, for a facility of about 100 folks, we're looking at roughly 1.1 to 2.2 million of operating cost. And then you can see the 200 range is a broader range. Again, this could be pared down or pared up depending on the intensity of the service, but I think that the one thing I've heard consistently is that we want to, if we're going to create new shelter options, we want them to be heavily resourced and really targeting towards those who currently don't or can't access our shelter system. So that's the work we've done to date. I'm happy to answer any questions on any of these.
Council, let me, we do a public testimony here. Let's do it.
Okay, is Richard Wake here? Let's start with Richard. And I guess my mic's not on. Thank you. I'm not awake. Ryan Collins, Anna Maria Ragland, Kim Church, and Trina Allen.
Hi, Richard Wake. I'm a resident of City Council District 5, and I'm taking, as I mentioned at one of the previous meetings, on 2 meetings, I'm taking this issue very personally, because one of my best friends from my days at Sac State, when our common acquaintance, Mayor Steinberg, Dan Weitzman, was president of the Sac State Young Democrats, a guy I've known for 27 years named Jim Cook, is now homeless because he's mentally ill. We're talking about somebody that has a bachelor's degree and worked at the Franchise Tax Board, or worked at the Franchise Tax Board, and now he's homeless. You know, we have a big place that we can have in Sacramento. We talked about the Sacramento Kings earlier tonight. The people of Sacramento gave the Kings a $350 million subsidy for the Golden One Center. We have a facility that can serve as a triage center. It's called the Sleep Train Arena, okay? There's showers there. There's kitchen facilities, there's plenty of parking, there's adequate facilities, and quite frankly, I mean, someone correct me if I'm wrong, I hear that there's a lot of corporations that are willing to donate money, but it's not enough just for DeMarcus Cousins to give away a few bicycles at Christmas time, okay? The Kings got a large public subsidy from this city. Let's open up the Sleep Train Arena to help the homeless people, and as Councilmember Guerra mentioned, this is a citywide solution. I'm sorry, but I don't see anyone from District 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 offering up any other properties or anything in their area to do anything like this. This is a citywide solution. So let's do something to help the people. Let's open homeless shelters in every city council district, okay? And let's open up the Sleep Train Arena to help these people, because I sure as heck don't see anything in City Council District 1. Thank you.
Ryan?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Ryan Collins. I work at Ellicott Health Centers. We're a local FQHC and the recipient of a 330H Healthcare for the Homeless grant from HRSA at the federal government level. We provide what I would like to describe as last mile delivery of care, of services to people. We meet people where they are, physically and metaphorically. I will bring doctors in backpacks out to camps along the rivers, under bridges. But we also do this in a continuum where we do it in shelter sites and safe houses, get people into permanent housing, working with community partners like Sacramento Steps Forward, and continue providing them care for as long as they would like to be our patients. Council Member Warren, I believe what you're doing here in this sort of first public announcement of this program is politically courageous. I have been approached by the shelter provider who we work with currently providing care in one of their other shelter settings. As Mr. Steinberg alluded to, we have closures of the warming shelter and a winter sanctuary imminently within 10 days. So I applaud your willingness to get creative for finding something quickly that will provide shelter, even if it doesn't walk and talk like traditional shelters that people think of. If you can create something that is not a permanent edifice, but provides 4 walls and a safe environment and water, sewer, and garbage for people, that is an order of magnitude better than sleeping on the street at night. And it offers a very compelling proof of concept for which you can use to bootstrap, as you said, into a tiny homes village. It's going to make some people nervous. They're going to throw around things like the jungle and tent cities that are anarchy sort of laid in places and saying, don't do that. This is the sort of ugly side of NIMBYism. And I say be courageous in fighting that and say, no, we're going to do this right. I have every confidence in the people who are going to run the shelter to do it in a manner that is respectful of human dignity, and we'll be there to support it.
I respect Elika, I will tell you that. I respect the work that Elika does, so that's, your testimony is interesting to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna Maria Ragland. Following Anna Maria is Kim Church, and Trina Allen, and Armando Flores.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I just make it real short and sweet. Alan, we love you, okay? You're doing the right thing, and I wish all of y'all up there would get with the program. Thank you.
Kim Church, yes.
Good evening, Council. To use a fresh marketing term I saw recently pitched to rename Old Sac, I urge the Council to stop fronting on a comprehensive plan until you unanimously support, without a specific site in idea, what Warren is presenting here. We've been here for 5 hours, and not until 10:18 p.m. was shelter even mentioned. So don't talk about a comprehensive plan. We're all aware that anti-camping ordinance does not help solve the problem for our growing unhomed population in a city where affordable housing, it's clear, doesn't exist, in a city where no one's ever seen so many children and so many youth living on the streets, where 70,000 people sit on SHRA's waiting list. And I've spent the last few months, by the way, helping youth with these supposedly magical SHRA vouchers, and I can tell you that as is, they're practically worthless. I sharply question this council's ability to lead our city towards solutions unless we are here and now seriously considering what Warren is putting in front of us. 2 months ago, he told you about this. He needed the anti-camping ordinance to be suspended. You clearly said no, or we wouldn't be here on item 29 at midnight out of 29 items. So obviously this ordinance inherently stifles efforts, both public and private, I might add, to provide residents the kind of sanctuary that a publicly, proudly proclaimed sanctuary city would for future waves of displaced people. But what about our currently displaced people? Warren's the only official trying to answer this, and after 2 months, we're still not applauding and encouraging and sanctioning this shelter. Since January, no real beds have been added. Don't call the warming center shelters when people are sleeping on the floor. Warren's proposal is clearly getting pushed back, or we wouldn't be here tonight. It would have been already open doors. Both winter sanctuary and warming frisking centers are slated to close in 2 weeks, the day before April Fool's Day. I don't know if that was planned or not. I'm curious, though, what part of emergency stabilization do you seriously not understand if you're not behind this? Shame on anybody who's not wholeheartedly uplifting Council Warren's efforts to provide shelter first and shelter now.
Thank you, Ms.
Beginning to
Church.
reset, beginning to reset and comprehensive plans don't make any sense. A year ago, we had a list of 21 ideas, and tonight we're finding out that 5 out of 100 buildings are accessible. Problem.
Trina?
The only people that should be in leadership while crafting policy about unhoused folks are unhoused folks. If you want change and you say you do, the first step is in centering the most marginalized voices. They hold your solutions and they have already spoken to you ad nauseum. They want immediate temporary shelter for all unhoused folks. Safe ground right now. Nikki, who speaks on this topic regularly, recently remarked that last year during the right to rest occupation here at City Hall, no unhoused person died on these steps. Why? Because they had space to collectively care for one another. Even under the most egregious police torment and anti-Black brutality, they lost fewer loved ones. You, in your neoliberal suits and historical smokescreen task forces, are in no position to provide that immediate temporary care because capitalism does not allow you to build and convert thousands of needed spaces for folks in a timely manner. You know this. It will be years. Council member, and that's great, do that, right? But it's gonna be years. Councilmember Warren and numerous other landholders have offered their space. All you need to do is get out of the way. Unhoused folks will take care of each other. This is like the most important thing that you need to understand if you spend time in this community. Unhoused folks will take care of each other because they already do. Centralized location will allow housed community members to provide needed goods and services easily. We already do. If Natasha had been on safe ground, she would still be alive. People would be taking care of her. Instead, she froze to death at your feet. If you love Cesar Chavez as you say you do, then you would be willing to heed his words. From the depth of need and despair, people can work together, can organize themselves to solve their own problems and fulfill their own needs with dignity and strength. You are preventing this with your anti-camping ordinance and refusal to allow homeless collective determination. Housing is wonderful, and I applaud your attempt. But if your people can die tonight, you need to end this genocidal ordinance tonight. Create safe grounds and use the funds allocated to your respective law enforcement agencies enforcing the ban to pay for a shelter.
Thank you for your testimony.
Armando. Following Armando is Fago, and then Pastor Gainsborough and Carly Brannon.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilman. I think that we need to get going with these solutions for a shelter and places for our homeless to be in. We've been dragging our feet long enough. We've been losing quite a bit of money trying to figure out solution, the best ideas that we can find, having people traveling to Seattle, Washington, Utah, different parts of the world, to see how other cities are operating and see if we can get any ideas from them. Are you kidding me? We bring you ideas every week of what needs to be done. An emergency shelter is needed today, not tomorrow. The vouchers are great that you guys are giving to the homeless people, but there's no place for them to go to for 2 to 3 years. That is ridiculous. We demand that you guys stop the anti-camping ordinance. It needs to be terminated immediately and let those people on the streets have respectful and safe lifestyle. And why are they still getting arrested and their belongings being confiscated when it was told that that was not going to happen anymore? They're criminalized for being poor people. I hope that never happens to any of you, because you know what? You will find out that it's not easy living out there. There's a lot of people in this town that are helping the homeless by feeding them, clothing them, and giving them places to stay sometimes, and helping them get motel rooms when they desperately need a place to be. And you guys just sit here every single week staring at each other, staring at us, or looking at your phones or your computer, ignoring every comment that we make for a change.
We're listening.
We need to make a change. It's been passing on from mayor to mayor, and it's going to continue unless you guys make a change, and we need to follow Warren's footsteps and help him. Thank you.
For testifying.
So tonight I'm putting on a slightly different hat. Usually I speak for Occupy Sacramento or Right to Rest. Today I'm going to be speaking for the Sacramento County Green Party about this issue. We do support Warren's proposal. We think that that is a great step forward. We also feel that, full decriminalization is the ultimate goal while continuing to work towards housing. There are individuals that might not fit into the communities that are put together. And are they to be criminalized because they don't fit into a community or don't feel comfortable in that community? Are they to be criminalized because there's not enough housing? With what I'm seeing with what Warren's doing is it's not perfect, but at least it's something that gets something where people can feel safe sooner than 2-3 years from now, which I want that permanent housing to happen. I really do. That is the ultimate end game to getting people off the streets. But if we keep dragging our feet and waiting for this impossible dream that we've been hearing for the last 30 years to come true and do nothing in the meantime, then we're just selling our people short. And we're not respecting the rights of the individuals who are struggling within our communities. The proposal for a tent city is a beautiful idea. because it does something that is low cost, low budget, that not only gives people a place where they can be secure, be able to store their gear, have access to restrooms, trash cans, and all that other stuff, but it gives them a place where they can rest and start to rebuild themselves and rebuild their own lives. In the process of waiting for the possible housing that may or may not actually come to fruition, a lot of that's gambling on money that's coming from a Trump administration that is already talking about cutting that kind of funding. And so please take that into consideration and let it be known that Green Party does support decriminalization of the homeless.
Thank you.
Pastor Gainsborough? Pastor? Following the pastor then is Carly Brannon, Roland Reeves, and Nicole Castor.
Mayor and Council, good morning. It is a good morning because we're fighting for people that are as valuable to God as you are to yourself. Angelique and Alan, and Jeff and Steve and Shirley and Daryl and Howard and Jay and Eric and Rick and Larry. We all have first names because we all matter to the God that created us. Dwight Moody was preaching in London at Oxford. He only had a 6th grade education. A lady came up to him afterwards. He said, Mr. Moody was, if you don't know, the Billy Graham of the early 1900s in America and globally. Said, Mr. Moody, you made 15 grammatical mistakes in your presentation. He said, ma'am, I only have a 6th grade education. What is your way of reaching people for Christ, for the Savior? She said, actually, Mr. Moody, I don't have a method. Then he replied, ma'am, I'd rather keep my imperfect method of doing something than your perfect way of not doing anything. Now, lots of things are already being proposed that are on the table, but immediately courage is needed. Now, beloved Mayor, you know I call you Gibor. That's the Hebrew word for champion. I'm calling all of you champions tonight. The time to stand up and to do something brave tonight. 40 at a time will not do it. All of the shelters, emergency shelters, are closing in my final time. Just 200 beds will put us ahead of the game. Temporarily. He's not saying permanent. You need to stand up as Rosa Parks did in that bus.
Thank you, Pastor.
Stood up against injustice. Stand up for your fellow human beings. God bless.
Harley here?
Councilmember Warren, I met you the night of the primaries at your watch party for you and Danny over here. I immediately liked you. Now I know why. I wanted to thank you for your courage and your leadership in requesting this tent city and requesting the moratorium on the anti-camping ordinance, because that ordinance is inhumane and unconstitutional. I encourage the rest of the council to support his suggestion because, like everybody else has said tonight, housing is great, but housing takes time, and we've been promised housing for 30 years, for most of my life, and we have yet to see anything come of that. In fact, the problem is only getting worse and worse and worse. So we need people to be able to have a place to rest and feel safe, and I just encourage you to find it in your hearts to show a little compassion.
Roland Reeves?
Mayor, council members, hello, my name is Roland Reeves. Before I start, Councilmember Ashley, Harris, and Hanson, thank you very much. Yesterday at the chamber meeting, you did not dodge the issue of homelessness. You talked about it right in front of the Natomas Chamber of Commerce. Boom, right out there in the front. That's great. Mayor, today at the the board, not only what you said, but the enthusiasm with how you said it. It just, lit people up. It was great. Totally appreciated your comments on the homelessness. I'm Roland Reeves. I'm with Natomas Neighborhood Network. We have done extensive work, as our council member can attest. We've had big meetings in Natomas on the homeless situation. Our communities have been very impacted by it. Our conclusions, after going up to the levees with multiple groups of people over weeks, is that we need some type of, Mr. Warren, shelters that are low triage. They would be small shelters with that are for 20 to 50 people. You would put them around in appropriate places around the city, and you could start pulling people off without waiting for years. You could start bringing people in immediately. These areas would be secure. They'd have restrooms, showers. At one area, you would have social services available for those who wanted them. But our research and talking to numerous homeless people has been that a very large portion of the homeless population is not going to take anything else except this is not going to accept anything else except this very, very low, thing.
So you're in favor?
We're totally in favor of it, and yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you for coming and for your patience. Appreciate it.
Nicole Castor, and then the last speaker is Eric. It's either France or Frame. Thank you.
Hi, Nicole Castor, Green Party of Sacramento County. I'd like to thank Councilor Warren for addressing the issue, and I'd like to thank the individuals who have stood up and brought this issue to the council. I want to remind the rest of the council not to neglect to listen to the voices of those who are affected by this. Stop criminalizing homelessness. They have a right to exist. Abolish the anti-sleeping laws because they have a right to rest. So the human rights issue part of this supersedes the privileges and rights of the businesses in the community, and the reason why is they have moved into this community to set up business, but this is the community, and these people live in the community. They have a right to exist where they are, and I am in favor of this. I hope the rest of the council votes for it, and I think it is a much more dignified solution, as Councilor Warren had said, and that's it.
Eric, is Eric here?
I filed under public comment. I thought you were going to gel them together, so I don't.
If you want to talk now, Brendan, not on homelessness again in the next round, that's fine.
I don't care.
That's fine. We'll have you now. But go ahead. Why don't you speak first, and then we'll get this gentleman. Yeah, you're up. Let's help him with the mic, though, please.
Okay, so there's there we go. All right. It's hard not to get emotional because I am so proud of Mr. Warren for standing up after working on this and being behind this and finally making my voice heard. I had an hour-long conversation in the mayor's office that went decently well, but it just seemed to kind of put off the main issue of what are we going to do today, what are we going to do tomorrow, and what are we going to do the next day. But you've addressed this, and it feels great to be heard. We do care about permanent housing, but we need the people to be alive at the time they're able to reach their voucher. And the only way to do that is by helping them today, tomorrow, and the next day. Not only do we need to end the camping ordinance, we need to pass out pop-up tents to the homeless so they can at least have a tent. And to me, that's common sense. And again, I see this frustrating thing. The reality is disconnected to what's happening. Ashby made a comment that just made me sick. She said she was starting to feel bad for herself because the meeting was running long. What we were talking about was the homeless and how to handle homeless lives and what to do for them. Ashby's going to go home to a nice house with a nice family with a nice income, and half of the advocates here are going to go back to the bushes.
Yeah. Disparaging remarks about a single council member, and that's saying fact.
I'm sorry, I was distracted here. I did
I'm
not hear the
referencing a
comments. But
specific
please
thing
stick
that
to
she
stick
clearly
to the
said.
point, and please try not to target it against any individual member.
My point
okay?
is that we need to focus on the homeless, and it's comments like that that make it aware that we're not connected to what's happening if we're just worried about getting home and feeling bad for ourselves when people are dying. And then Mr. Harris, he wants to continue to just pat himself on the back.
No,
point out what we're
there you
doing.
go. No. Don't direct it towards a single council member.
Well,
direct
can
it
you
towards
pause
the
it,
entire
Paul?
city council, okay?
Listen, I spent 5 hours listening to you guys speak, and I can't comment on specific things that you said that directly have to do with the homeless.
Okay.
That's just directly blocking freedom of speech. It's specific things that they said, and it shows that they don't care. And we need to bring awareness to that. Like, I mean, I feel like I should have more time on the clock for being interrupted. So just let me say one last thing. If you guys are getting praised, people are allowed to go over time. If you call them an expert, if you like what they're saying, nobody is more experts than the people who are actually homeless. They need to be praised. They need extra time, and we need to do something. And Mr. Warren is a hero. I'm gonna start rooting for the Yankees now, I think. Thank you, guys.
Good.
Eric?
Hello. Nice to be here. Hard to follow Braden. He's too good. But let's talk about priorities, shall we? It's pretty evident tonight, just in the order of things, the pushing on of the agenda items, the most important ones that include the lives of human beings, to the end, such as right now. We're praising the Kings for taking all our money and building a stadium for hours while the homeless die, okay? Sorry, this is the first time up here, so bear with me. Let's end the no camping ordinance now. Do you guys want to vote on it now? So you can answer, you can invade the Brown law right now and answer that. Would you like to vote on that now and remove the no camping ordinance?
Finish your testimony.
No? Okay. Why do we need vouchers to help human beings? Why don't we just help them ourselves? Let's get in touch, I'm talking to you guys now, with morality. Is it moral to take away blankets from human beings that then die on the city hall steps? I say that's immoral. The opposite of moral. It's murder. Hey, one of your favorite words. So, I get the feeling that a lot of this stuff is going through one year and out the other for most of you. So that's a little discouraging. Perhaps revolution is the only way to go. But Mr. Warren, thank you for voicing your authority to help human beings in their time of need. What's holding us back? Is it money? Is money logistics? Because that's what we seem to be talking about constantly, is money and logistics. Perhaps we should talk about human life and helping others.
Thank you very much.
Love.
Minutes. Okay, let's hear from members. Councilmember Chenier.
Thanks. It's late or early, so I'll be brief. And Councilmember Warren, I just have a couple questions or a hope that as you come back to the council, there's a number of things that I would love to see as we discuss this. I mean, a number of us went to Seattle. We learned a lot, both good and bad, of experiences that they've had. And I think I can tell, for one, I was impressed by some of the places we saw, which were very high-performing individuals. And Mr. Harris and I were talking about this today. But I don't think, I don't know about the financing on all of this. So what I would want to see is kind of what's both the programmatic plan, because there were some pieces in what Mr. Savala showed us, you know, who the partners would be, and then on the financial and budget side, it's just some practical stuff around bathrooms, around transportation, around waste removal, things like that, to see where it is. Because I don't know, what I'm worried about is, you know, maybe it's a $100,000 startup from the city today, but what are the ongoing costs and who will be bearing them? So to have the discussion that I think we should have, which I'm more than willing to have, those are the kinds of things I'd like to see, and I'm happy to work with or get a list of stuff to your staff.
Information as we get it and provide it to the council, and hopefully we can answer all the questions that you and the other council members have.
Councilmember Carr.
Couple of questions, Alan. In your concept, after 90 to 120 days, the people would be put out of the camp?
You know, detail about the proposal, but it's a temporary proposal.
Temporary for the residents, but the encampment would be there permanently?
No, the encampment would be temporary. And the way we initially had proposed to bring it forward was that there would be a state of emergency declared by the city manager. And then that gave the city manager certain latitude. You know, we had tremendous rains and all of those things, and things were lining up in that fashion. Even though, you know, we've seemed to come through a lot of that, we're still gonna have some weather issues going forward. Even when it's not raining, it's gonna get hot at some point. But the need still exists. And so what we've done, and I think the city attorney sent out his legal opinion to all the council members, if I'm not mistaken. I had asked for him to outline for us the legal position and how we could get to a situation where we could provide temporary housing. So this would be a temporary housing situation, and it would be for 3 to 4 months initially. The nonprofit organization that we have been communicating and working with is First Steps Community. Most of you know them.
Yeah, I just wasn't clear, Alan, I just wasn't clear if the encampment was 120 days or the people would only be there 120 days.
Both of those are, they would be there for a maximum of, say, 120.
And then after 120 days, the encampment would be closed?
That's correct.
Okay. And we do have a no camping ordinance. So I'm not sure if the city manager.
Well, let me just say the city attorney sent out a memo to all of us outlining what we needed to do, and with that, it allowed for us to do what I'm proposing.
Could I get a copy of that letter?
I can forward you a copy if the city attorney, or Howard, I'm sure, could forward.
We can forward you the letter from the city attorney that explains the authority of the city manager to potentially grant a special permit for limited circumstances, limited time period.
Yeah.
We'll get that to you so that can be answered, okay? There's no others. Just Councilmember Hanson.
All right.
I'm sorry, did I?
It's okay. I guess I have a few questions for our city manager to answer and follow up. And maybe Mr. Warren, you might know the answer to a couple of these. If it's an application for a permit, who's the applicant? Is it a private entity, or is it is it a government entity?
First Steps Community is the nonprofit. They currently run one of our winter sanctuaries. So the city is currently doing business with them.
They would be the ones applying for the permit?
They would be the operator of the entire.
So then the question is, what's the land use process related to that? Does that go through a zoning administrator? Is there some health and safety process that normally would be applied to any other land entitlement that would have to, and what does that look like? So that the community has an opportunity to weigh in, just as normal. You know, usually it's a 500-foot radius of the property, people get noticed, just so that we make sure we cross the T's and dot the I's. Yes. Is that right?
Absolutely. And the city attorney's letter kind of outlines the steps, including land use and the city manager's authority as it relates to.
We're somewhat in uncharted territory here, so I think we just need to make sure we're very
Need to get that information to the members.
And then related to the cost issues that Councilmember Chenier raised, and maybe it's the policy ones as well, but you know, we're entering into our budget process, and I think whether it's budget and audit or law and ledge, probably needs to look at the budget issue, because I'm uncomfortable just directing the city manager to spend $100,000, because there's so many things that come up where we each would want the city manager to do that, but we only act with our full authority when we act together and we pass a motion here. That's Mr. Carr's policy governance model. I've been reading up a little bit on it, thanks to some reading he gave me. But I think we just need to make sure too that we're creating some boundaries, because I can think of some things I'd like the city manager to spend $100,000 on, and not to diminish your idea, but I think we need to make sure that we treat all those ideas, which may be of equal merit, fairly.
Human lives, people. It's not like it's a fucking arena.
Excuse me. It's a public meeting. We're not going to have people shouting out from the audience. Please finish. Alan? Yeah.
You've stated before about, in fact, even tonight, about all options on the table.
Yeah, I did say
Councilman
that.
Hanson's point is well taken. Let's put all the ideas on the table and figure out how we can most effectively deal with this issue. But I think the document that the city attorney had provided to me, and I assume to all the other council members, really outlines the authority of the city manager, including land use and his ability to do certain things. But I think with the mayor's leadership and the council's concurrence,
We can figure it out. Let me get Councilmember Ashby here. Go ahead.
I just really briefly, because I think folks hit on some of the questions for when it comes back, but I know how this works, you know, it's one council member. I just want to offer him my support. So to the city manager, as you're moving forward, if you'll know there are at least two voices in his corner, I want to help him get to a solution on this. And I think he's trying hard to find, I was disappointed that the location didn't quite work out for him on the first try, but I want to be in his corner, so whatever support he needs, I want to be there with him.
So, thank you, Angelique. Councilmember Ashby. So I just want to say, look, I don't know whether it's late or whether it's because you are persistent, but I'm open to considering this, okay? But you got to come back respectfully. No handshakes yet. There's no handshakes yet here.
I was going to ignore you and give this to Shirley.
Oh, okay, well, good. Okay, good, okay. No, but it's a serious deal. But here's the thing. You have to come back with a specific site, with a specific budget, and a program. And I'm going to say something, and look at advocates, we have heard a lot of public testimony tonight, but here's my deal. I would not support this in any way unless there's an understanding with the advocates that we're going to try this in one site for several months, fully evaluate it, and that we do not take up endless hours here in the council chamber on this camping ordinance. You want to try this? That would be my compact with you. That would be my deal. You want to, excuse me, you want to try this in Councilmember Warren's district, and if there's land, if the safety issues are met, if there's a plan and a budget that is reasonable, I'm willing to consider this, but not if then we're going to be debating repealing the anti-camping ordinance and spreading this in every other part of the city before we've had a fair chance to experience it and evaluate it. So that has to be Councilmember Warren with all your supporters out there. You would have to work that out. Okay.
Let me just say that essentially this opportunity to help solve some issues, I think will help. But, you know, I think that, you know, this is a project that more unification we can show in the council and speak with one voice. I think it will help the advocates understand that we're going in the direction that's ultimately a comprehensive solution.
Tonight we established the process long-term, although with mini homes or whatever we call them, we could get housing more quickly. We've directed 1,755 housing units. We're in the process of raising $20 to $30 to $40 million worth of money for services. This continues to dominate at least council meetings. I don't think it actually dominates the community's agenda on this. but we have a council member who's willing to step out, who's willing to try something. I think you still have a big burden to come back with a site, a plan, and a budget. But if you do that, I'm willing to consider this, but it will have to be a compact with the advocates here in the community that we're going to try this, but we're not going to continue to do this endlessly. It's not, frankly, everybody has the right to speak. Everybody has the right to free speech. We completely respect it. This is not fair. It is not fair to the men and women on this dais who are dedicating their lives to the public service and in trying to solve these issues in a respectful and in a successful way. And that's just it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing this every week anymore. I'm not doing it. You want to do this? Excuse me. I'm willing, and not just I'm willing to give this a shot. But this is it's got to be a compact with many of you out there. Otherwise, we're going to continue to work on our permanent solutions and the system of care combined with housing that we believe will actually be the real solution to the problem. That's where I'm at 12:30 in the morning. Eric?
It's 12:30 in the morning, so I'll keep this quick. One of the clear things on any kind of site plan that we do is a monitoring and mitigation program. And if my at least experience when we looked at some of these other sites, and even speaking with Placerville when they tried a type of location similar to what you're trying to do, is that there were impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. So I don't know if you're trying to do this in Woodlake or where, but
let me suggest that we look at the city attorney's document.
Let me just finish here.
It really speaks to all these things.
I think we should. Let me just finish,
please. Let Eric finish.
I want to make sure that what we're looking at isn't going to have surrounding impacts to your other neighborhoods.
Doesn't have a site yet, so let him come forward with a site before we argue about whether the site's appropriate.
And what I want to see is a monitoring mitigation program. That's what we ask for any kind of facility.
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking for.
Okay. No, that's fine. We'll get that done. Okay. So I think that's, you heard Councilmember Ashby, you heard from other members, you could take that. I'm willing to entertain this. So let's see where it goes. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. All right, we are done with the formal part of the agenda. Do we have any, I have an obligation to report on my trip to Washington, and let me just say it was a fine and productive trip. Thank you. Under 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not giving a long talk tonight. I'm sorry. I'd be happy to do it. Do we have public comment?
Yeah, we did.
Let's do council quick comments here. Steve.
Another AB 1234 report. Mr. Harris, Mr. Garrett, and I both, all three of us attended the local government commission conference in Yosemite over the weekend. Learned lots of great things about sustainability, housing, infill, and that's my report.
Good. Thank you. Eric?
Yeah, just also AB 123 participated in the local government commission conference and discussed a lot of these policies. Also, the AB 1234 report on the delegation to Washington, D.C. to discuss both advanced manufacturing and the housing and urban development.
I think next week, if we have a little more time, we might go into a little bit more detail on the trip. Councilmember Harris?
Ditto, AB 1234. I went to both of those conferences.
Yes, very good. Jay?
And same thing, AB 1234. I have a question for the city attorney. Madam City Attorney? Sandra.
Sandy?
Sandra, I have a question. For my AB 1234, if RT is reimbursing for my trip, do I need to do that here or there? Do I do it at Regional Transit? Is it who paid for on the AB 1234?
I would recommend that it be regional transit if they pay for the trip.
Okay. And just one quick thing.
The clerk's office has told us here, just because we file city liability paperwork. And so,
why don't we, we can clarify this tomorrow.
Oh, it was a great trip, particularly the African American Museum, which we got to go to and spend 3.5 hours.
So the 1234, you have to report anytime you go out of town?
City expenditures.
Oh, okay, because I was going to say, I'm going I'm gonna meet my parents in the Bay Area this weekend for brunch.
Real quick, though,
Sorry.
so Councilmember Guerra and I, like anybody's watching, Councilmember Guerra and I will be both doing office hours at Colonial Heights Library and doing a pancake breakfast this Saturday morning at 9 o'clock?
10 a.m.
10 a.m. Colonial Heights Library will both be flipping pancakes.
Okay.
And holding office hours, 10 a.m.
Okay.
And then two appointments.
2 appointments.
Yes, Natomas Basin Conservancy Board of Directors is John Shirey. Sacramento Heritage Inc. Board of Directors is Dan Herrick and Jose Esparza.
Okay, thank you all for your patience. Tonight we actually got a lot of important work done, and we're adjourned. You, on the homeless issue?
I can clarify what I, Courtney Collins sent me something to read, but I don't know if I can read something on somebody else's behalf, but that's the only thing that I signed up for public.
No, I would appreciate if you'd come back next week and read it, if you don't mind. Thank you so much.
So next week she can read it.
Okay, that's good. Yes, we got 2 adjourned memories here. One, you go with yours, Rick. Go ahead.
You abandon public comments? I sit here all this time, I sign up for public comments.
Matter's not on the agenda.
Mr. Worthy.
But on the agenda.
Yeah, matter's not on the agenda. I signed up.
Okay, gentlemen, come on up. One at a time.
You know, we don't know where this thing going. From what I heard here tonight and what we got coming out of Washington, D.C. And to make a resolution on the police department that you cannot come in and ask for waiver. Why didn't the city attorney have him to go to the DA and ask for the time instead of, you can't micromanage the police department. You are coming to a chaos here. Now, you're going to respect your little thing, and then you're going to tell these people, say, oh, well, we're not going to respect Don King. No one's above the law. Once the man come on Supreme Court, you're going to see a lot of y'all sit here and laugh. You're going to see a lot sit here and laugh.
Okay.
These are the things that have to be really ironed out to have a police department. You cannot micromanage the police department. Who on that panel know anything about investigation? Because you got people sitting here with a law degree. If you was really a lawyer, you wouldn't be sitting here. You would be over there across the street. This is what we're talking about. These are the things that you advise these people right and be on that side, because you're going to get people killed here by your ignorance. And you cannot keep doing ignorant things and saying this is what we recommend you got to do. Any law with a case, it would have waived time for that man. And you know it would have waived time. Instead of coming here, oh no, we're going to sit here. That's where your problem was, right here in this corner. That's where your problem started, right here in your corner, about the police department. Because he knew he was lying when he could have asked the attorney, what can oversight do? Nothing, which is within your charter. And you're going to come back and tell the police, well, you can't waive for, ask for a time? Any judge would have gave you time on a case. But wake up, folks.
Next.
I'm Michael Voy. Of course, you know me. Just want to make 2 quick comments. You were upset because there were people calling the police murderers.
Yeah, I didn't think that was appropriate.
I think it's probably inappropriate too, but I do want to say this. I read an account in the Sacramento Bee that the district attorney declined to fail charges against the police officers, and the reason that the Bee stated was they feared for their safety. So in other words, it was like a self-defense. But I will say this, where I went to law school, if you fled, you lost your right for self-defense. I believe man was fleeing when he was shot. Now, I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. So I don't understand the DA's decision at all from a legal point of view.
Internal investigation in the police department, by the way, is still ongoing on that matter.
Well, I have seen the...
We're not the DA.
I understand that, but I just wanted you to understand that where some of the frustration in the public is coming from. They don't understand what's really going on. But anyway, that's that point. The other thing is I heard a lot of very fine analysis on the waiver discussion. A lot of good discussion from council members with really legitimate concerns. But there was a question I never heard asked. When did you actually start to review the videos? We're here at day 30. Somebody said, oh, we're up here at day 30. You're already past the deadline, and you've looked at 3. When did they start? Nobody up there asked that. If you don't ask that question, no. Pardon? When you started? When did he start? I want to know it.
Yesterday.
Oh, okay. I missed that. I was listening for it, but I missed that. Now but I understand. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much for waiting till early in the morning to testify. We appreciate it. You're respectful gentlemen, and your point. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have taken your time.
No. You're always welcome. Thank you. I think that's it. Adjourn in memory.
So you want to do Dorothy Inamoto?
Well, Dorothy Inamoto passed away on the 14th of February, I believe, and there was a memorial service for her. And what a treasure of this community. She lived in Southern California the last years of her life, but she started, along with her late husband Jerry and Congresswoman Matsui, the annual Martin Luther King dinner and celebration, and she was, in her own way, a civil rights icon, Dorothy. In fact, she went to school, was a classmate, an actual classmate of Martin Luther King Jr., and had a wonderful, rich life where she stood for justice and for civil rights. And there was a great turnout at the Grand to memorialize her on Saturday. I was privileged to say a few words, and she'll be remembered, so in her memory.
Also in the memory of James Jimmy Lee, who passed away on March the 13th, just 2 weeks shy of his 83rd birthday. He was a proud and active member of the St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church, married for 52 years to the beautiful Betty Young Lee, and proud parent of 5 beautiful kids. You could find him on practically every golf course in Sacramento. His nickname was the Shot Maker, and he served on the board and was also the president of the Sacramento Area Golf Council, putting on lots of tournaments. I think the thing that you say most about him is he had an outgoing personality, a compelling smile, easygoing demeanor, and when you met him, it was as if you knew him your entire life. I'd like to honor him by closing this meeting out in his honor.
Jimmy Lee?
Jimmy
Lee and Dorothy Inamoto, rest in peace. We adjourn in their memory. Thank you.